right, I can't watch the part where I can't watch the part where the horses get killed. But that's my message today is hold. They're gonna try more and more attacks. My hero of the week is Pete the Greek. I congratulate him, and I just can't emphasize enough that you should hold. Don't be dissuaded from your positions. Please do not give up your position. If you give up your position, you're giving it up really inexpensively. You're selling cheap. Do not give up your position. Hold, 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 hold. But anyway, good morning, everybody. Good morning, everybody. The reason I'm coming on early is I figure they're going to try to hit the stock again this morning. And they're relentless. They are relentless. They are relentless. You're not going to believe what you guys have accomplished. You're not going to believe it. You're not going to believe what you guys have done. You're just not going to believe it. You are now at 9 million shares. 9 million shares. 6.4% of the flow of the outstanding, according to Yahoo's numbers, and 175 of you. 9 million shares. Are you excited? I am. This gives you power. We'll make a committee or something, or we'll send I don't know. We'll send Steve and Sada to their next annual meeting on behalf of all of us. That guy, I got to jump to the bottom. That guy you used to have on is relentless, calls after calls. He is. That's why I think his role on Wall Street, you can't get a computer to do what he does. He works very hard. He works very hard. All right, let's see. Tebow, you're number one. Let me have some coffee. I can't make anything work. Good morning. Good morning. So now what? He's always taking the Mickey out of me. Always taking the Mick. Yes, I deserve it. I guess I deserve it. All right, I want to go through some things with you in no particular order. It's the morning rush hour traffic listening to. I'll probably get a strike on my thing. But that's outdoors, YouTube. It's not me. Hey, Lawrence. Hold until you get wrecked. Well, I don't know what your point is. I don't agree with that. And I think what I want to get across to you with Railtown, if you can, obviously anything could happen in 1 day, 2 day, 3 day period, a week. But if you can just hold, Railtown's not going to wipe out. Railtown is not going to 20 cents. I mean, look, anything can happen in a spike, in a nightmare panic, but it's not going to last. And I'm going to show you why. I'm going to show you some of my reasons why. Not every reason, but some of them. So the Cheers, Northeast Iowa. Big reversal. I hope so. I hope so. On the other hand, if it's still down here, it's more chance to buy more. Holding and accumulating. Go Hawks. I'm in the green, spent most of 24 in the red. Zoom out and look at 1 year chart. We're doing good. Yeah, I agree with that. Look, they want us like that guy. They want us in our emotions. They want us panicking. And one of the reasons it works is if you don't really understand what they're doing, but also if you don't understand the story. And I know I go over and over it, but it's not an easy look. AI by itself isn't easy. I was slow to warm to that. AI 2.0 is a whole nother jump, but it's weird. Yesterday, I know I was talking loudly. I'm going to try to keep it down today. I was worked up yesterday. It makes me angry when they try to take your money. It really does. It makes me angry that there's no consequence. None. It's just incredible. Anyway, I don't know, 3 months ago? It's a long time ago, 2 months ago. I visited a very dear friend of mine and his family out in Northern Virginia, and he took me by, I think it was 5, but it might have been 4 data centers. And they're just out there. They're these massive behemoth constructions. There's one of them that he said no one knows who that is. I'm sure it's Bezos and the CIA, but it's like the big Death Star out there. But that's what's powering AI 2.0, and that's the revolution. Of course, that's going to lead to something you and I can do later on, or maybe soon. We'll find out. But I think there's going to be enormous demand. It's too bad. It's too bad. Can't have everything. My foot is killing me. Again, I don't know. I need a stool or something to put it up on. I'm not as young as I used to be. You don't recover right away. Anyway, I'll try to ignore the pain. It was good yesterday, but it's back again today. Anyway, let's get off of that. The backdrop, the macro backdrop on AI 2.0 is just so powerful. Now you can, the boo birds will be out there, and I'll tell you, we have to be aware that there can be a bubble. But what bubble are we talking about? Are we talking about AI 1.0, let's call it, or are we talking about AI 2.0? We don't know. We just have to be alert. I don't think AI 2.0 is a bubble. The only thing that can fail it is if there's not enough water and there's not enough energy. And I can't think of anything else. I guess EMP. but you're not going to cut back on your use of data, and nor is anyone else. Nor is anyone else. The odd thing is, for all these green types, and I'm a climate change guy, but I'm just saying all these policy prescription types. They went to better schools than you, so they know better than you do. AI 2.0, I'll have to get the numbers, but it can. I saw some numbers, like just bringing up an image consumes more, it spurts out more carbon than something. I don't know, an automobile or 10 automobiles or something. So it's not without consequence, as living is. We live and we have an impact on the planet. I know there's a huge push to nuclear power, but that scares the heck out of me. Japan is on the verge of more earthquakes. I think there was about a year ago, a massive plant destruction on the western side of Japan. And Fukushima has just been buried. I don't know how it can be buried. It's an extinction level event, but it's buried, Obama said, folks, all you have to do is stay informed, nothing to worry about. And then Hillary was advising all of her staff to stay indoors for 3 days. Anyway, let's not get off into that. I think the United States has the great advantage, if we don't sell it to the world, we have the great advantage of enormous natural gas reserves. And that can power our AI 2.0 revolution. Virginia doesn't have a lot, but pipelines can bring it in. And there was a pipeline built across the, I forget which mountain range. I think it's the Minion pipeline. I forget the name of it. But in any event, all of the natural gas in the Marcellus and the Utica can power this. I'm sure we wish we had the gas from Kansas that was just flared off 100 years ago. All right, let me sign in. Let's see if there's any indication of prices. I already forgot it. Okay. All right, let's get through some of these. Pre-market, none of these really matter. Fingers down slightly. This one that the gentleman brought up yesterday, AIRE, which was in the news, a meme stock. Look, they need you. Maybe I can find a paper on that or a description on that. They need your money to come in from all over different places and different sizes and almost without regard to price to trigger the computers to drive up. And then that volume, that back and forth volume, most of it's fake, but what they take out of the money is your money. They get a penny here, a half a penny there, a steeny there, a tenth of a penny there. And yesterday, Wall Street got rich on that stock. Wall Street got rich on that stock. The market makers and the traders. Anyway, it's down. It's down 33 cents. It's back to where it started, I guess. Nothing else is really showing any activity. Railtown closed at 52 cents. I believe that's just a screaming opportunity to buy. Railtown at 52 cents. But, Pete the Greek, who's my hero for yesterday, he is my hero. He's the, I think he deserves, every bit of the reward that's coming. But he pointed out, I think, on the chart that it could go down. I forget. I'm not going to say the number. I don't want it in your head. But it could, and that's why I'm on today. They're going to try again to drive it down, scare you out. But gentlemen and ladies, the only stock available to get these criminals out of trouble is your stock. The 50-some%, I understand it's 53%, but that's just some people talking. That's like freedom, it's just some people talking, walking through this world all alone. That 53% did not buy at 38 cents, 25 cents, 40 cents to sell at 50 cents or sell at 60 cents or sell at 70 cents. Half of the stock that's been purchased is not for sale. That's the closely held. And then you add in it that other buyers are people close to the story, but aren't necessarily insiders. And I think you can add, I'm guessing, but I think you can probably add another 25, 30, 35 million shares of people who have accumulated over time. I heard one guy on the West Coast, I better not. That's probably too much information, so I better keep it to myself. But there are buyers who either rival us or have a big chunk like we do. These are people that are buying the stock and putting it away for either generational wealth, or they're putting it away till it gets bought out and then it's generational wealth. These are people buying it and holding it. Hold. So I think there's probably 80 million shares out of 141 million that exist. A lot of that stock's restricted, by the way. The float is 100 million. The float's 100 million. A lot of the outstanding shares are restricted. They can't be sold, and they're not going to be sold. They're employees. Who knows the exact breakdown? But I bet out of that 100 million, just make a statement, I bet only 5 to 15 million is even real stock that can be shaken out of the tree. And we own 9 million of that. We're the only stock they can come get to rescue their sorry little scrawny arses. And that's why they're doing it so hard. And they're doing it now because some of us might be agitated. I think if I had money, boy, I'd buy 10,000 shares right now if I had money. If I had more money, I'd buy more. I don't know why I stopped there, but I don't. So I'm just content with, admittedly a small position for my history, but you got to start where you are. You got to start where you are, and you got to be grateful for what you have. Many of you have very large positions, and I want you to hang on. But Pete the Greek, who is my hero, I commend him very much because that took a lot of courage and a lot of strength. It took a lot of. It took a lot of commitment to his own future, and I know it's difficult, but 40,000 shares of Railtown, in my judgment, if let's call it 18 months, could be worth But see the key? You're no longer thinking day to day. You're no longer reacting to, oh, there's this stock that's up. Oh my gosh, you got to come over to this stock. You're no longer reacting to that. Once you have your account, once you have your account, you could trade maybe 1% that way, but you do it as a hobby. You check in with your wife, Lenora, and she's out on the veranda overlooking your pasture of trees and hay and a couple of horses, and your dog comes running up, and you sit down and you just say, well, I just bought 10,000 of those shares Frank's telling me about. I think that's going to work. Oh, that's nice, dear. And then you start talking about your grandchildren. But it's just a small percentage of your account. So I think Railtown, if you can wait on 40,000 shares, if you can wait 12 months to 18 months on 40,000 shares, I think it's $1.5 million. $1.5 million. And they want to take it from you. They want to take it from you. I'll show you how I get to those numbers. It's all guesstimates. It's all guesstimates. But I think they're low, by the way. I don't think that's the end point. Two risks that are macro that we can't do anything about. One is kind of if it's an AI bubble. I don't think so. James Altucher says we're just in the beginning stages. Morgan Stanley says we're just in the beginning stages, particularly as it relates to robotics and et cetera. But you got to be aware of that because everything's about price and multiples, all of that. The other thing is the overall market. It's a hard concept to get across. It's a hard concept because you've never experienced it, unless you're my age. And I saw it, but I was a child and I was in my teens, and that's back when even things like color TV was new. That's not true. It wasn't new, but it was expensive. Things were expensive back then. But anyway, what could happen is we have this huge rally in the market, which I've been calling for a long time now. And it's like the Weimar Republic. There's a couple of books I've read on it recently. The one I only got halfway through. I've got to finish it. But the speculative top, people made money in. People that had savings accounts got wiped out, but the young guns made a ton of money speculating. But then it all crapped out. And that's what I see coming for our market. The difference is Germany was not the reserve currency. We are. So what I think is going to happen, and we have to pay attention, we're going to rally to highs, just to repeat them to you. And I've got this piece of paper. I didn't put a date on it, but I think this is at least 7 or 8 months old, maybe longer. I might have written it. Let's see if there's any reference. I don't know. So anyway, I think the S&P goes to 8,500. The Dow to 65,000. NASDAQ to 30,000. Russell to 4,000. Gold to 5,000 and silver to 120. And I think that happens. It could happen by the time your kids go back to school, or it could happen by the time you sit down for Thanksgiving, or it could happen as you gather for Hanukkah, or it could happen as you celebrate Martin Luther King's birthday. Or it could be Valentine's Day. But somewhere in that period, we're going to have that blow off. I think it's going to more likely sooner than later. And then next year, you see it all. There's no world leadership. No one listens to the United States. We've hitched our wagon to a completely morally bankrupt, psychotic, murderous ideology, colonial ideology of one little country, and no one's listening to us. No one. No one. So there's a lack of leadership in the world, which puts us at risk of war, but it also puts the just-in-time supply chain, it just rends it asunder. It's gone. So jobs, and of course we have the leftover effect from what happened 4 or 5 years ago. We have the educational effect of the shutdowns. We have misallocation of resources. We have massive leverage, massive leverage. Leverage, that's why they're going to war. They need no more collateral. That's my opinion. And I think it's all about collateral. And the collateral isn't, you don't go take it. You just change Putin into a puppet, and you change the Khomeini into a puppet, and then your banking system lends money against the assets of the people of Iran or the people of Russia, and that collateral is now on the bank balance sheet. Swell. They're rapacious, but we're going to do that bidding. And so my point is, next year, I think a lot like the, is it the coyote that runs off the cliff, it runs out hanging in the air? It's going to dawn on everybody. I don't think it'll be this year, because I think Wall Street has plenty of liquidity. They have the AI 2.0. All these people talk to each other. They've got to get that money placed. And baby boomers have still not recognized that their 2 or 3 homes are going to drop in value. They haven't started selling, and then they haven't started really selling their retirement accounts. So there's a lot of cash and a lot of assets to advise. But I think the penny will drop, as the Brits say, next year. And I think there's a crash in the overall stock market. And maybe there's an economic crisis worldwide. Maybe it's a depression. I would say that China's already in a recession, from what I understand. Maybe it's a recession instead of a depression. Hopefully it's a recession. But then the Fed starts printing money, and all the central banks around the world start printing money. And I think there's one more chance that everyone's going to believe that the United States dollar, the United States Fed, the United States financial system can rescue the economy one more time. And everybody will join in. China, I don't think Russia has to. But Europe, Japan. So another number I used, which I actually just heard somebody use as well, but I used that, I don't know, 10 months ago. I think there could be $100 trillion created out of thin air by the world's central banks. Well, in that environment, you're going to see the stock market, which crashes, come rising up out of the crash and make very rapid rally, I think. I'd say over a period of 1 to 3 years, it'll rally back to some number. It won't go back to the highs. It won't go back to the highs. But the key point I'm trying to make is there'll be a change in leadership. I just looked at the Dow, and I didn't print it out, but the Dow now, the Dow stocks, to my memory, there's only 2 energy companies in there. I could be wrong. I'll look before I end the call. I'll look up the Dow components. But all of the big not all of them, but the big ones are all in it. And so the Dow will be changed. They change the components of the Dow. And that'll happen. And I think what you will see is that there may be a shift from a lot of the winners of the world to, they call me Deacon Blue. There may be a shift in the Dow components to energy right away. It might take longer. But the question is, where does AI 2.0 fit in that? We don't know yet. I don't know if they'll take NVIDIA out or Microsoft out, but they might. We'll just have to follow it. All right, I'm going to move on to my more important points. Good morning. Good morning. I'm not saying diamond hands. I'm not saying diamond hands. Please don't put words in my mouth. I am not saying diamond hands. But what I want everybody to know is I want you to escape from people like this. We're not going to be hot money anymore. You are going to be comfortable with your accounts. You're going to be accounts that Morgan Stanley calls you, Goldman Sachs might call others, Merrill Lynch calls, and you're just going to be quietly confident. You do not have to be hot money. They need you to be hot money so they can live their miserable lives of desperation and meaninglessness. I adopted a senior boy. Oh, a senior boy. Oh, what a good guy. What a good guy. What a good guy. He's all nervous right now, but he'll calm down. He'll figure out how to fit into your life. You'll be so happy. Hey, Lawrence B. Let's go. Yep. Science has already proven there's no carbon impact on the planet. Yeah, science proved a lot of things, supposedly. You know, science is limited by the people that write the reports and review it. I don't trust the science that much anymore, particularly since education has been so feminized. There's always an agenda. Truth is second. You can look it up. There's studies. Men tend to get in arguments over the truth, whatever that is, you know, the facts. Women are a little more, can we just get along? Does the truth really matter? Why don't we just, there's studies about it. I'm not saying it's bad. I actually think it would probably stop a lot of barroom fights if we were all more like women. But not as much like a woman as Tony De Niro. 72 cents, more like Department cents. Yeah, I'm on early. Yeah. Hey, Pete the Greek. Yay, you're the best. Pete is our collective hero. Pete is our collective hero. So let's do what Pete has done. Hold, hold, hold. All right, let me go through. I've got to bring up some things to show you. And while I do it, I'll do that. Best guy in the world. Who could not be in love with him? Who could not be in love with him? Oh, I didn't mean to do that. I wanted that guy up there. I didn't mean to do that either. Wanted that guy up there. Take this down. Let's take this complicated one down. All right, now I'm going to add. I want to add. Okay. I don't know if they'll let me add all these files. It'll say, wow, you sure have a lot of files. Okay. Looks like they did. Looks like they did. So let's say goodbye to Lucky Boy. Best boy. What a gift from God. All right, I don't know the sequence here. I guess I can do it by the number under the photos. Let's see. Okay, let's start. Well, yeah, let's just start with this one. I want you to look at SoundHound AI. SoundHound AI. SoundHound AI. This is February 27th, 2025. SoundHound AI reports fourth quarter revenue up 100%, exceeding 34 million, raises full year outlook. And they ended the year with 200 grand in cash. SoundHound is a global leader in voice artificial intelligence. Today reported its results for the fourth quarter. Full year revenue was 85 million, an increase. That was last year, 85 million last year. And then let's just quickly go through the industries that their AI works in. Restaurants, healthcare, automotive, retail, energy. I can't see the other one there. Doesn't matter. The point is the magnitude. Financial services, insurance, travel, hospitality. SoundHound is at the forefront of the agentic AI revolution, leveraging its proven platform and strong market position to deliver next generation agentic capabilities. This, they say, is an inevitable evolution in AI functionality. And then they're going to have it in vehicles. I think I have here, let's see, that was 43. Where is 44? There's no 44. Oh, there. All right, we'll go back to 44. This is SoundHound's price, 1170. This is their market cap. See in the middle, their market cap, 4.7 billion, based on roughly 85 million in revenue. Market cap of 4.7 billion. I'm going to show you with Railtown 2 or 3 ways we can get to 85 million in revenue just as a thought experiment. Very realistically. And then if we add them together, it could even be better. All right, let's go with this nightmare. not Frankie. I appreciate Frankie, but the guy in the middle, nightmare. Frankie says, with this video, Tony Macaroni has proved that he has zero clue. I agree, he has zero clue. He has zero clue about investing in Railtown. Absolutely zero clue. I agree. Couldn't say it better. He is spreading fear, uncertainty, and doubt. That is all. So what Tony, who wants you to be broke, as he puts, I think that mustache works, to use a Norm Macdonald joke. I think that mustache works for him. If by works, it means it makes them look really gay. That's a Norm Macdonald joke. For who was it about? It was about Harrison Ford. Will the Railtown AIP acquisition ever close? Oh my gosh, Tony, you can't wait. Why are you even here? Why are you even talking about it? You don't own the stock. Why are you putting urgency on it? Have you ever built anything, Tony, ever in your life? This was announced February 11th. Why, how do you know that it's taking too long to close? How do you know it's not going to close today? Tony, let me ask you a question. Do you think it would be better to close it quickly and do a shoddy, sloppy hash job of the paperwork, and expose the company to future lawsuits or claims on assets? Or do you think that both companies, their investors, the bankers, should make sure that they go through the various law firms and set up the contracts carefully? Do you think they need to go through the regulatory process carefully? Do you think they have to make sure they get the approval done? Or should they just slapdash it and move forward so Tony effing De Niro can get his anxiety calmed? You don't even own the stock. So what the hell do you care? Anyway, will Railtown ever close? Deeper DD on how it gets done. Yeah. You wallow in your deeper do. That guy pisses me off because he's trying to take money for you. And then he goes, Railtown plans to acquire AIP. But how? How? I'm just an actor. I only read scripts. No one's told me how they can do it. Tony, you're not a banker. You're just a bloody idiot. You're a shill paid for by the shorts. I'll show you after. I want to go through the questions of this other jerk first. If it's here, see, I might be missing part of it. Oh, there it is. Maybe. AI Partners was founded by Dr. Tom Core, another gentleman, the name is skipping me, begins with an N. And then I do not mean him disrespect. I'm just a Biden moment. And then John Ruffolo. I think he founded it, but he certainly was there at the beginning. These guys all have massive investment banking experience, and they've screened hundreds of thousands of deals. That's probably an exaggeration. 10,000 deals in their lifetime. Tony, the dweeb, he only looks at the deals we invest in. That's his universe. If we're in something, he comes in to criticize it. Look, if you play all the field of all these hot stocks, you're going to lose every time. Maybe once you'll get lucky, but you'll lose every time. Railtown's not one of those stocks. Railtown's not one of those stocks. So right now it's 9.25. The bid is 50 cents, 0.502 by 0.5564. That's not a real bid ask. So at least it's not below 50 cents, but I'm sure they'll try to knock it below 50 cents. What they'll do, what the market, the shorts will do, they'll let people come in and buy it. So it might open up for about 5-10 minutes, and then they're going to try to drive it down by 10 o'clock. I don't want any of you to sell. I really don't. This is a temporary affliction. It won't last long. And it's all fake. Yesterday, I have a feeling another friend of mine told me that there is a lure of investing in some of these other stocks, what could be called the hot names out there. And so maybe some people sold Railtown to buy, I don't know, 10 cent or whatever it's called, or G-Bucks or something, maybe. But I don't think there was a lot of that. I think most of the volume yesterday was just the computers talking back and forth at each other. It's mostly fake shares. So I don't get, there is no price discovery in Cromwell Coulson's markets. There's no price discovery. There's no honesty. There's no integrity. It's a reflection of him. .502 to 0.5564. 3 minutes to go. Okay. Now let's go to this next guy. If this is he. Oh, this is Tony again. In today's news, Railtown announces new shares outstanding of 141 million after non-broked private placement of 1.2 million units. All right, we can all read the news. Raising 600,000. Okay, we all know that. Investors, it's worth noting, and remember, Tony's on your side. He's here to help. And that mustache works, if by works you mean looks gay. And that's all right. Nothing wrong with that. But all right, for investors, it is worth noting that the company is selling shares for well below the current price, 85 cents Canadian. It's not Canadian cents. Well, maybe it was. Maybe that was priced in Canadian. I don't know. I have to go back and look at that. I have to go back and look at that announcement. It doesn't matter. They did the deal at 50 cents. You get the warrants for free. If it's a discount, it's a discount. If it's a market price, it's a market price. I thought they were doing it on I'm confused now, either US or Canadian side. But this is all just to cause confusion. They announced the partnership, all right, beta testing. I'd suggest folks check out their website. It too seems to be in beta with links that don't. I don't know about that. I don't know. I went to their website. I don't think it's true the links don't work. Errors on their Get Started link and a blog that still has lorem ipsum entries. So what? So what? One of the advantages of Railtown is it's not a startup in the sense of a lot of these AI companies. Railtown's been at it for 5 years. Their product is battle tested. This is just one. This is just one of their partnerships. I got to get off of Tony De Niro because I can't. It just makes me too angry. All right, so let's go to this guy. Trade Zero. Here is how this, all right, so 9:30, they already put the bid down below 50. It opened at 52 cents. The stock opened at, now it's 53. It's only five. I'll give you the trades if they tell me. Yeah. The opening trade was 0 at 52 cents, then 1,000 shares at 52 cents, then 3,594 at 53 cents. And now the stock's 53. They're trying to scare you with a 48-cent bid, which I believe is probably real, 48.79. It's only 5,000 shares. Last trade 53 cents. So let's look at this trade zero guy. No, that's not it. That mustache works. Here, the trade zero is coming in as if he is a big know-it-all, and he says, here is how this gets done. And by the way, only meat is done. So now the bid is 49 cents and the ask is 51.5. There's only 5,480 shares traded. I swear, if I had money, there's 28,000 for share sale at 51.5. If I had 10 grand, I'd go buy it. But I don't. All right, let's go through this trade loser zero. Trade scenario one, stock for stock acquisition. Well, all right, if you want to pick a scenario, I guess you could just assume that we're a shell and you're going to do a reverse merger or something, and it's just going to be divvying up ownership in stock. RLAIF issues a massive chunk of new shares to buy AIP, just like GTII will do. You know that scenario. AIP becomes the majority owner. There's nothing. That's just made up out of whole cloth. Let's go back. Let me back up what I'm saying with Yahoo News. I just hate the lack of truthfulness. I just hate it. Mistakes, I can live with mistakes. Arrogance, I don't like arrogance either. But arrogance, you can almost live with. But dishonesty, manipulation. All right, on February 11th, let me read the headline to you. Railtown AI Technologies announces MOU to acquire AI partnerships. If this trade loser zero reads this differently, I'd like to understand what he reads differently. Railtown AI Technologies is pleased to announce it has executed, it's not just a theory, it has executed an MOU for the acquisition of AI partnerships. So this guy says AIP becomes the majority owner, RLAIF becomes a wrapper. Oh, it's a wrapper. Yeah, right. Not the acquirer. Wait, you make this up out of whole cloth? I think we'll skip this. It's just all false. It's just a false premise. And then he says alleged revenue, 400 million. Look, I took a picture of the post, and I'm not going to show it to you because I think the 400 million was taken down because the company is in a quiet period. It's, you can't put it up there. But I want to be clear, that 400 million is spread out amongst the 165 network partners. It's not right now in AIP. It's what they're going to roll up, or a portion of is what they're going to roll up. Con, RLAIF holders got obliterated on dilution. Well, this is what all these guys do. This is what collective audience, Peter Board's such a terrific CEO. A child could have done what Peter Board's did. A child. He has to admit it to himself. I don't know about a child, but an intern could have done it. A graduate student at a business school could have done it. This is what happened to Logic. This is what happened to Torchlight Energy. It goes on and on. This is the pattern these guys do. But this isn't what this says. This is not what Railtown and AIP have agreed to do. It's just not. So let's, and then he says, if the deal is real. Well, he doesn't know what the F he's talking about. He should just shut up. Somebody sent me something. Let me see if I can show it to you. I've got a.
This current time is just one of those times you gotta shut the fuck up. I don't think you're a bad person. I just don't want to hear you talking anymore. You gotta shut the fuck up.
That's what I think that guy's got to do. And Tony. All right, let's look at the stock price. Yep, they got the bid down, 48.44. They got it at 50.99. What's the volume though? 5,000 shares, 5,480 shares. Let's look at fingers flat. That's good. G-Bucks is down 13.9. I heard something's happening Monday. But anyway, $1.49. Next strip is down $2 at $4. RLAIF is 51 cents. I don't know what else is interesting. Let's see how the stock that's going to moon is doing. Not going to the moon. Don't misstate what I said. Anyway, GME is 24.30. It's up 10 cents. Oh my gosh. You got to rush into it. It's up 11 cents. It's going to moon. We got to get away from all of this. All right, let's go back to this liar, pants on fire. Scenario 2, a pipe, plus debt, plus milestone, based earnout. The real deal. RLAIF secures pipe financing? Hell no. Pipe financing is they get raped. Through Canaccord. Let's just address that. I hate the misrepresentation. This guy's an idiot compared to.
This current time is just one of those times you gotta shut the fuck up. I don't think you're a bad person. I just don't want to hear you talking anymore. You gotta shut the fuck up.
Catchy tune. Okay, let's go back to that article. And then let's go to, you can go to the news story. At the bottom of the news story, you can link to the two teams. You can do, let's go do the AI partnership team first. The first guy is founder, is Michael Nobrega. And he's I can't read it backwards, so let me just read that to you. He's the former president and CEO of the Ontario Municipal Employees Retirement System. And he's probably a dunce compared to Trade Zero loser. It's called OMERS. They go by the Ontario Municipal Employees Retirement System, one of Canada's largest pension funds with more than 100 billion in assets under management. I'm sure this guy is a piker compared to Trade Zero. Previously served as president and CEO of OMER's wholly owned subsidiary, Borealis. And then you've got Dr. Tom Core, former president and CEO of Ontario Centers for Excellence for 10 years, previously held the joint positions of president and CEO of the Accelerator Center at the Waterloo Research and Technology Park. Accelerator. This is his business, helping companies grow with money and advice. I'm sure I think he needs to listen to Trade Loser Zero. And then there's Patrick Horgan, who worked at IBM his whole career, but he did AI at IBM. And then we get to this guy who really should get lessons from Trade Loser Zero. This guy, John Ruffalo, founder and managing partner of Mavericks Private Equity. He probably doesn't know anything about structuring deals. Nah, he should listen to Trade Loser Zero. If Trade Loser Zero is so good on Wall Street, why does he even care about Railtown? Why is he here? Because he's working for the shorts. Let me read it the other way around. It's so hard in reverse. Founder and managing partner of Mavericks Private Equity, founder of OMERS Ventures, an organization he ran for 8 years. OMERS Ventures, that's the Ontario Municipal Employee Retirement System Ventures, is the venture capital arm of OMERS Pension Fund. You don't think he knows what he's doing, how to structure a deal and avoid the dangers of the pirates in the U.S. over-the-counter markets? OMERS Ventures is the venture capital arm of the OMERS Pension Fund. During his leadership, OMERS Ventures invested over $500 million of capital in more than 40 disruptive technology companies. Does he need advice from Trade Loser Zero? I don't think so. And then they have advisors. All right, now let's go to the team at the announcement of the MOU at the bottom of the news story. You can also link, as a shortcut, I guess, you can link to the team at Railtown. Let's go over that. Our experienced team. Railtown is led and advised by experts in founding, building, and exiting tech startups. They're experts in capital markets and tech investing, and they're experts in software development for some of the world's largest companies. Let me show you that. Let's go with the founders. Marwan Haddad. Let me read it to you. Marwan Haddad, co-founder, and he's the CTO and director. He has 25 plus years of software development experience, 10 years of leading and building engineering and product development teams, former CTO and VP of engineering for global prop tech platform RESAAS. He launched platforms for Fortune 500 companies, including Microsoft and Starbucks. Marwan Haddad has over 25 years of software development experience, in addition to 10 years of experience leading and building high performance engineering and product development teams. He was the chief technology officer and vice president of engineering for RESAAS, a global award-winning prop tech cloud platform. Prior to RESAAS, Marwan was a software consultant and solutions provider with a wide range of local and international companies. He also has experience setting up teams, building applications and platforms on time and on budget. He has led the development effort teams and launched several platforms for Fortune 500 companies, including Microsoft and Starbucks. Marwan holds a bachelor's in science in electrical engineering, and has completed several advanced MIS courses and is actively involved with the University of British Columbia computer science engineering mentorship programs. Sounds like a good guy. And then you have Corey Brandolini, co-founder. Let's read his qualifications. I'm sure he needs a lecture from Trade Loser Zero. Corey Brandolini, co-founder, CEO, and director, 30 plus years of experience as founder and investor. 30 years in software companies, 20 years in investment banking, including Octagon Capital and Golden Capital. He helps raise 150 million. He's never seen a deal. He needs to listen to Trader Loser, whatever the loser's name is, Zero, for private and public technology companies. He's a former partner of Telio, hits a new low, Telio, which was acquired by Microsoft. Corey Brandolini has over 30 years of experience as founder, partner, angel investor, financier, and advisor to disruptive high-growth software companies within the technology industry. His wealth of capital markets experience includes helping to raise over 150 million for private and public technology companies. His 20 years of experience in the investment banking industry, 20 years of experience in the investment banking industry, includes time with the aforementioned capital companies. Corey was also previously a partner of the voice over internet protocol telephony company Telio, acquired by Microsoft, a director of cross-platform cloud storage application Delivio, also acquired, and a co-founder of PropTech cloud platform RESAAS, which has over 400,000 subscribing realtors worldwide, and a collaborative supporter of major brands like Remax and Keller Williams. And then it goes on. I'm not going to read the rest of them. Let's get a price. The bid is 50 cents, 50.29, 24,000. The ask is 51 cents, 18,050. It's all fake. 20,000 is the volume today. 2,000 shares went off at 50.64. 2,929 went off at 50.72, and 2,500 went off at 51 cents. I only see three trades at a time. Okay, let's go back to trade loser zero. I'm sure these guys need a lecture from him. Okay, scenario 2. A pipe is a very disadvantaged. It's all that means is public investment, private entity. And these are set up to strip companies. They're set up to the advantage of the short sellers and people like the Toad. I don't think they'll enter into a pipe. This guy's just trying to enter into evidence a non-starter to get you scared. They're not going to do a pipe. I do think they'll do a financing with Canaccord. I think Canaccord, that's Canaccord's business. And so I would expect there'll be some sort of financing with Canaccord. That's how they get paid. That's how they get shares. That's how they get warrants. So they'll take a bit of it. But it's up to history to find out if Canaccord was a valuable strategic partner. I think it will show that way. So then this idiot says new shares plus cash go to AIP plus working capital. How does he know that? How the hell does he know that? He's just making it up. He's just making up. Totally making it up. But anyway, they're not going to do a pipe. They're not going to do a pipe. So it's not even worth discussing it further. Some equity vests only if AIP hits revenue. Yeah. Okay. What's your point? The pro, it limits dilution and it aligns incentives. Wow, man. That's really good, man. That's good. Gives real upside. Con, needs institutional confidence. How do you know there's massive institutional confidence in AI 2.0 in general and in Railtown's team in particular? How can you know that? AIP partners enjoined 165 companies in their network. And only until Railtown joined did they agree to be acquired. And the guys behind that know what they're doing. Why? That's institutional confidence. So this guy is a complete piece of crap. And then he says, and real books. How do they, what? Railtown doesn't use real books? I mean, this is in writing. I would sue this mofo, but I'm a jerk. People in Canada are gentlemen. Con, all right, we already did that. If they announce this structure, because I'm trade effing zero loser, it's a legit AI story. And it's a roll-up story. And it gets the imprimatur of approval from trade effing loser zero. Whoop-de-doo. All right, now, because this guy's got such a track record of excellence in the capital markets, what's not going to happen? All right, so the stock has now traded 11,000 shares at 51 cents, 750 at 50.79, and the bid is above 40 cents. They can't keep a good dog down. A collie down is not a collie out. So the bid is 25,000 shares at 50.28. The ask is 7,050 shares at 51 cents and 31,870 shares. So when real volume comes in, they can't keep it down. All right, so this complete talentless puffery, pontificating loser What's not going to happen? A cash acquisition. They have under 2 million on hand. How do you know? How do you know there won't be cash injected? How do you know that as part of the deal, I guess what he's trying to say, there won't be a cash acquisition out of the treasury of Railtown. All right, so what's your point on that too? These are all startup companies. This is not Microsoft buying Railtown AI partners. This is Railtown buying AI partners. I don't get the point here. I don't. I personally don't think there would be a cash acquisition for another reason, which just makes his arguments useless anyway. Nobody at AI Partners is going to sell out for cash. They already got money. They already have their homes and their wives and their children at school. They want to make money. They want to own equity. They want the upside of what they've built. So it's a non-starter anyway. And so I think a lot of things can be done with equity and you don't need cash. Now, this idiot doesn't give any credence to press releases and the information that's out there. 165 AI companies, and I have high degree of confidence that my eyes, my picture, and the source was very credible. If they roll up 10% of those companies, 15 of those companies, and they capture half the revenue. I mean, it's the old 80-20 rule. I don't know what the 90-10 rule is, but I think it's more than half. But if they get half the revenue, that's 200 million. But they don't have to do and this is why this guy's also being misleading. I don't know how they're going to do it. But the model is probably, no guarantee, is going to be Constellation Software. Constellation Software makes acquisitions by aligning the interests of the parent company, Constellation, with the acquired. And they do it in a way to leave the acquired team in place to go about their business. That means less overhead, less oversight, and it means that you don't issue shares. I don't know, the two ways I would think they could do it, but I'm not claiming to be a genius like Trade Loser Zero. I'm not claiming to know what Constellation Software did. But I think two obvious things that could be done here is the two companies merge, but they set up a second entity, a parent entity, a mama company that has a series of daughters. I don't know. The lawyers have different ways of setting things up, but they could set up a separate entity which becomes the shared asset of investors in both companies, and then that entity does the acquiring. And it's that entity that issues more shares. And it's that entity that creates the pass-through of revenue to the Railtown conglomerate. It could be that way. A second way maybe it could be done is the acquisition is just about cash and revenue, and there's no shares issued. How would that work? The company comes in and says, we'll trade our expertise, the combined company, we'll trade our expertise and our cash and our commitment to buy roll up each of these companies, but they'll stand alone. They'll be in a series of daughter LLCs or a series of daughter companies, and they'll stand alone. But in return for our backing and our expertise and being there every time you need us. I don't know. We get 25% of your revenue. It's a revenue sharing deal. They could do that. We don't know. I'm excited to find out what they do. This guy doesn't know. This is a good time to talk about something I just slipped my mind. One of the reasons for the delay that Tony, not too smart Denaro, highlights just to get you scared. One of the reasons for the delay could be very good for the launch of this, essentially a launch of this new company. To me, it's like an IPO almost. We're buying in at a pre-IPO price. And once they announce this, whenever the lawyers, that's who I think it is. I think it's the bloody lawyers, or it could be the regulators. Anyway, whoever's holding this up are not businessmen. They're not businesswomen. They have to prove their worth by delaying. But it's got to be over with. That torture has to be over with. It's just a characteristic of dealing with attorneys. What Logic did, they announced that they're going to roll out, they were the shell, and they were going to roll up 8 companies to make it $1 billion company. In their naivete, they rolled up 1 company, and they doubled the amount of shares in return for a paltry amount of money. So it's the final coup de grace. Just like Peter Boards oversaw the final coup de grace on the collective audience side, this is all to protect Aubrey Advisors investors and Chadron's investors in their major steal of the market cap. And it's got a bunch of lawyers and board approvals to make it all look legit. But make no mistake, Aubrey Advisors orchestrated the steal of an entire market cap. But what, and of course, everything on my videos is my opinion and it's editorial. But what Logic made a mistake doing is they did 1 deal. And so these criminals came in, they crushed the price, and the rest of the CEOs said, screw that, we're not joining. Well, the good thing here is these guys have expertise. They don't listen to trade effing loser zero. And I think they're probably trying, I don't know this. The press release says after they finish the deal, they're going to go on an aggressive campaign to acquire these companies. I bet they've already locked up at least 15 to 30 of them. Why? So they can come out of the gate with that revenue. And they don't have to negotiate with the criminals on Wall Street. The 2 CEOs can, or 5 CEOs can get together to agree a deal. But there's always the 6th and 7th person, which are these criminals selling the stock price down. They don't belong at the table. They belong in jail. Anyway, let's go on with this. So he says a clean deal with no dilution is not going to happen. Well, he's an idiot. He's an idiot. I think it will be a clean deal. It's not going to be one of his friends' crappy toxic deals. And then this idea of no dilution, what the hell does that mean? As compared to what? Let me give you an example. Would it be better for Railtown just to do nothing? So they never issue any shares, they never have dilution. They just do nothing. Let somebody else acquire AIP Partners. Would that be better? Then there'd be no dilution. It's an idiotic framing, and it shows he's an amateur or he's trying to mislead you, which means he works with a short, which is what I think he's doing. But dilution, you can define dilution strictly, which is what he's doing, that you issue more shares. Or Tony, not so bright De Niro. Oh, they're issuing, they sold they sold whatever number of units. It was about 1% of the company. So when a company like Vocal does a deal, or CRTD does a deal with Jeff Easton, and then comes out because they're lover boys, they're best buddies, comes out and says, "Oh, we don't see any evidence of shorting." Idiot. I'm so tired of these people. They're just, if you're smart but you act like a functional idiot, are you smart or an idiot? But that deal they did with Easton created massive dilution that's endless. But the question is, where does raising money go from being a positive to being negative, endless dilution? When you make a trade, you've got to give up something to get something in return. So if a company needs cash, or if a company is acquiring another revenue stream, what do they have to offer? Percentage ownership. Right now, AIP's partners own 100% of their business plan. To acquire it, you're going to take ownership of that, some ownership of that business, of that strategy, of that company, and you got to give something in return. What are you going to give in return? No shares? Nothing? So dilution is a continuum. And if a deal is structured, if it's good for both parties, there's a term you have to add to it, accretive. So yes, you issue shares, but in the calculations, and I'm looking forward to seeing revenue projections and all of that. But when you sit down like this guy can't do, and because he doesn't know, and you take the revenues, what are you going to acquire? What is the combined outstanding shares? What is the growth rate? What are the metrics? All of that. You take it all together. And right now, the stock of Railtown's 50 cents. And they have 141 million shares outstanding, according to Yahoo. Well, so Railtown faces a choice. Let's not dilute. Let's just grow organically so these bastards can kill us. Or we can do this deal. I have no idea. I personally don't think they're going to issue a lot of shares, but maybe they do. I've given you examples. Maybe they double the amount of shares outstanding. We'll find out. Doesn't matter. Let's go with that. Let's say they double the amount of shares. Let's say Railtown stays in charge, and AI Partners gets almost the same number of shares. So it's 51-49%. You got 141 million shares here. They issue 140 million shares to AI Partners. So combined, they have 281 million shares. Just because I'm this, let's just say that. So the question is, what does that do to our share price? What does that do to our share price? After I get through this, we'll go through some revenue projections. But let's just accept at face value, my call, that once the deal is announced, all those buyers that are precluded from buying and the momentum, and as the story gets told, it's going to $5. Let's just say that for now in this example. So by expanding the number of shares from 140 million to 181 million, 281 million. The stock price goes from 50 cents to $5. Is that dilutive? Is that dilutive? That's called accretive. Accretive. It would be like pouring when you pour water into a fine bourbon, you're diluting it. But if you pour another bourbon, I'm not saying you should do that, but if you pour another bourbon in it, you might be improving the taste. He's purposely being obtuse. He's purposely scaring you. He is an idiot. It's mathematically impossible. How does he know that? He doesn't know what's going on in the back rooms. You don't know that. I do think they're going to, just to be clear, I do think they will issue more shares. But he doesn't know that. It's not mathematically impossible. You can make a deal based on revenues that nothing happens right away. He's making statements of fact that show that his brain power is very limited. Or he's manipulating you. There's his word. An accretive merger without a capital raise. Well, are they mutually exclusive? You can do an accretive merger with a capital raise. It happens all the time. Again, he's either mentally puny or he's misleading you. I don't think a capital raise is going to happen to toxic people. I don't think a capital raise is going to happen at the low prices just for the heck of it. I think a capital raise might happen to incentivize or to reward strategic investors, strategic partners. When you, as you're raising money, cash is cash. Cash is fungible. So if I came into the company and said, hey, I'll give you $1 million, they're going to say, what the hell? We've already got all the money we need. Well, I can go on a marketing trip to London, Geneva, and all the capitals of the Middle East with my business associate from London, and we can introduce you to 50 of the wealthiest family offices in the world. Well, that makes a little more sense. So we'll give you $1 million for this shares and these warrants, and that might happen. I don't think it's going to happen with me, but that's, so I think there could be raises down here for strategic partnerships, but I don't think they're going to raise a significant money at 50 cents or $1 or $2 even. They'll raise some, I think. But in the scheme of things, it's going to be so small. It's going to be so small. All right, let's keep going down this loser's points. Why won't anyone answer your question? questions. Nobody's answering my questions. Because it breaks the spell. What's the spell? See, lots of times, my Chinese friend and client, she'd say to me, "You point one finger at me, three fingers are pointing back at you." I think he's just talking about himself there. He's trying to create a spell of fear and hot money, and you better move out, you better go to some other effing manufactured stock. It's in biotech, Bitcoin, gold, and short squeeze and AI all at the same time. One-stop shopping. Buy this stock. This, you don't have to do that anymore. So he's the one trying to cast a spell. I'm trying to answer the questions. I'm not trying to create a spell. I am insisting, and we'll go through the valuation model again. I've done it so many times, but I am insisting to you that this stock is not correctly priced. It's a let me just be broad. No one knows, but let me just make a broad statement. This is a $5 stock, not a 50-cent stock. Right now. It could take 2 weeks to materialize. It could take 6 weeks to materialize. It could take 3 months. But I think it's going to happen lickety-split once they announce that the deal's closed. Why? Not so much about the deal. It will unleash the buying pressure from whales, wealthy investors, people close to the company, friends of the company, friends of Omer's, friends of Constellation Software, friends of Ruffalo. And depending on if there is an equity raise, there might be a continued quiet period whilst Canaccord accomplishes that. But as soon as Canaccord takes the stock off its restricted list, their institutional saleswomen and their retail salesmen can go to the market and pitch the stock. That's what's going to make it go up. Does it happen in 2 hours, 2 days, 2 weeks, 2 months? I don't know. But either way, it'll be just a blip. It'll be just a blip in time as you experience a new status in your financial account. That's why I'm being so insistent. The stock is 50 cents to 50.73, 7,000 to 64,000. The volume is only 64,000, so I think the gentleman earlier is correct. This could be a reversal for the positive day. They're not having much luck, and of course we're not either. This tug of war. All right, let's keep going with his idiotic questions because nobody answers them. It forces, if I take the time to answer his questions, who the hell is he? He has no track record. He doesn't even give his name. Why do his questions have to be answered? But here I am. I'm answering them. Why won't anyone answer your question? Because it breaks the spell. I call BS on that. It forces people to think about capital structure. Oh, no one else has thought about the capital structure? Dude, I not only have spent my entire career reading prospectuses And I'm not an accountant. I will admit that there's accountancy tricks that I don't understand. But I read them, highlight them, ask questions. I've spent a career asking questions in meetings and over the phone, listening to conference calls, meeting with CEOs, raising money, engaging companies to raise money, talking with investors, talking with companies, actually doing it, co-investing. So don't lecture me about capital structure. Don't. I don't look at capital structure? I'm just shooting from the hip. Let me tell you about the capital structure here. Number one, I don't know what the capital structure is of AIP Partners. I look forward to finding out. Here's the capital structure right now, as I understand it. Let's go to Yahoo, which I'm not saying they're 100% accurate. And then after I get through your questions, I will go to the year-end filing that I've gone through with my group. They don't have a later one because everything's on hold, don't you know? Which gives you room to create fear, uncertainty, and doubt, which you're so effective at doing. I wonder what your wife feels when you walk into the bedroom. Fear, uncertainty, and doubt. Okay, let's go through some numbers on the summary page of Railtown. The market cap US is 71 million. Let's go to the statistics. And let's go through some of the, and none of the revenue income numbers matter when you're an R&D company. They do and they don't, but it's not worth wasting time on. So currently they have $2 million in cash. They have debt. Oh my gosh. They have debt. They have debt of $92,000. $92,000 in debt. They don't have cash flow. But, let's see how quickly cash flow changes. Let's see. The shares outstanding are 139,300,000, but they give a number called the implied shares outstanding of 141.7. The float is 100 million shares. Here it says held by insiders 28%. I've heard a bigger number for insiders plus people who are close to the company, but that's the only provable number, I guess. Okay, let me just show something here just to be aware of. This is from their last filing, and they show a bunch of options out there and warrants. We'll come back to that. Later, because that number is 170 million. And I can't reconcile it with Yahoo Finance, so we have to wait. The company's in a quiet period. It's a prolonged period where there's no information, but the books are good. This guy's wrong. All right, so it forces people to think about capital structure. Okay, normal. Every deal's about capital structure. So what? Share count post deal. Yeah, I think about it all the time. Is it going to be 300 million shares? Is it going to be 150 million shares? If they imitate Constellation Software has a $5,000 value Canadian per share. I forget what the market cap is right now. I can find out. $4,910 Canadian. And the market cap is 100 billion for Constellation Software. And look at this, ladies and germs. For Constellation Software, shares outstanding, 21 million. 21 million. After over a decade of acquiring companies, 21 million. Something in their model might be replicated here. So, I don't know his point. Share count post-deal is what? It's supposed to scare us? Only in his world, when you do a deal with Jeff Easton or with Yorkville, Roth, what's his name, Ari Rubenstein, or you do a deal with the Kramers or endless others, does the share count get destroyed post-deal? Oh, these guys aren't going to do that. Margin uncertainty. What the hell what's he going on about? Margin uncertainty. This is AI. They've already spent the money to develop it. I would guess the margins range from 40 to 80%. What does he care? It's uncertain. It's kick-ass margins any way you look at it. Their conductor platform is in high demand. They're going to be able to charge basically what the market will bear. And after they create the little agent for each company, it's all margin. But it's uncertain. You don't know exactly how high it'll be. But whatever. Execution risk. Oh my gosh, they're not going to execute on their plan. I've read through yesterday all the news announcements. These are, and I've played videos for you. These are two gentlemen with the other gentleman too, who met 6 years ago approximately, and they had the vision to say, you know what's coming? I don't think they used the term AI 2.0, but I think that's an altruistic term. But let's call it AI 2.0. That's coming. Why don't we create a technology that solves legacy software debt, legacy software nightmare cluster problems, locates, operates automatically, reduces the number of people, the amount of time from huge to very little and maybe as few as minutes, and helps create AI software. But let's do it now before AI 2.0 is ready to go. Let's be ready to go when AI 2.0 is ready. I think they executed their plan brilliantly. There's nothing else to execute. Now they just start counting the shekels. They start counting the contracts. Come on. It's like that scene in Trading Places with Eddie Murphy and the other guy from Saturday Night, Dan Aykroyd. They start waving in, sell, and then all the buy orders, they just start waving it in. That's the stage they're in now. What the hell is the execution risk? They already built. They already battle tested. They already have gone through beta with their product. This guy doesn't know what he's talking about. So you know what he should do? You know what this guy should do?
You know that sometimes you gotta shut the fuck up. And this current time is just one of those times you gotta shut the fuck up. I don't think you're a bad person. I just don't want to hear you talking anymore. You gotta shut the fuck up.
Save up to 80% off everything home during Wayfair's Black Friday and July sale, July 24th through 28th.
All right, zip it.
You can't even
Zip it. Zip.
look. All
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, Exhibit A.
Number two, would you please back me up?
Look, I'm Zippy Longstockings.
I can't.
When a problem comes along, you must zip it. Zip it good.
Fine, would you please?
Please to hide in the wall. Nita Hioto. Subtitle. Zip it.
I'm just trying to.
Zip. Would you like to have a suckle at my zipper?
I want to. Stop.
Zip it.
This.
Zip it.
Oh my. You know,
Zip it.
you're like a child.
Zip it.
Talking. If you just one time.
All right, let's keep going. If you were asking that without a bull bias, they call you a short. Yeah, I think you're a short. This bull bias crap, it's all bullshit. I've done my due diligence. I've done my studying. I've made my commitment. I've made my case. You don't know what the hell you're talking about. You are working for the shorts. You're bringing a complete not for nothing set of arguments in as if they're serious. And I'm treating them seriously, like an idiot. There's a reason people don't answer your questions. It's a waste of time. All right, let's see. How this becomes a win. Who gives a F what you think about how it becomes a win? Railtown does a pipe-backed hybrid deal. No. They shouldn't do a pipe. A pipe is a disaster. So it's bad advice. So I can see your agenda. You work for one of the shorts. You want them to do a pipe so you can launder your ill-gotten gains through the cover of a Canaccord pipe deal. Screw you. With revenue milestones. I guess you're going to set those up. You're going to set up the revenue milestones because of your talent. Dude, this revenue is going to come in like gushers. You know, I just put up SoundHound at 80 million. I can make a case that Railtown's going to do 100 million, 150 million, 200 million. And that's just starting out. That's in the first year, first 6 months. It's not going to be revenue milestones because I'm so important. I'm going to use a word that's going to blow you away with my intelligence. What we're concerned about is revenue milestones. And we're going to link our financing to your achievement of those milestones. Dude, this money's going to come in. The revenues are going to come in like a blowout oil and gas well. In Saudi, the Garwar field, the fourth well they drilled. The Railtown, the AIP revenue is real, and the margin is greater than 10%. What the hell are you smoking? Why don't you go back? Go back to wherever you're from. This is AI revenue. And yeah, maybe the first year there'll be some accounting tricks, non-cash charges. Maybe that all happens. But if you look at it as a revenue and cash flow, it's all going to kick ass. Oh, and conductor, wow, you had a great idea. Unbelievable. Man, I hope they thought about it. That conductor would cross-sell into the affiliate base. Whew, what an idea. I can see why people listen to you. Man, I can see why people listen to you. The power of your strategy. And you sound so reasonable. How could you work for the shorts when you're just so reasonable? It's just impossible, isn't it? It's impossible. I can't even get the most basic. I can't even get the most basic service right now. Sorry. So much for AI. Okay. Anyway, I've read it to you. I can't get it up. I can go to OTC markets. I'll go to OTC markets. The Yahoo isn't letting me link for right now. I don't know why. All right, so let's go. This gentleman is trying to show just how reasonable and smart he is. Man, he's so thorough too. I would hire this guy to do my business plans. Man, he's good. Okay, so on February 11th, Railtown announced their deal. Well, let's first, before we go to the deal, let's go to the announcement. Railtown AI joins. Railtown AI is pleased to announce that it has officially joined AI Partnerships Corporation affiliate network. This was dated December 18th, 2024. AI Partnerships Corporation, AIP, is a global network of AI software as a service affiliate companies, which fosters collaboration between innovative AI companies and enterprises seeking cutting-edge artificial intelligence solutions. Through its affiliate network, AIP connects its forward-thinking affiliate organizations, enabling strategic partnerships and expanding market opportunities for the AI innovators. By joining AIP affiliate network, Railtown AI gains access to a global ecosystem of over 165 affiliate companies that include enterprises, technology leaders, and partners actively seeking and delivering AI-driven solutions to end-user clients. This opportunity will further expose Railtown solutions to an adaptive customer base who are seeking innovative AI products and services. Quote, "We are thrilled to join the AIP affiliate network and be a part of a collaborative ecosystem driving AI adoption worldwide, said Corey Brandolini, CEO of Railtown. This invitation reflects Railtown AI's growing leadership in leveraging artificial intelligence to address real-world challenges in software development. Through this partnership, we look forward to expanding our reach and helping more companies accelerate their development process. I hope they take your advice to cross-sell. Tom Core, CEO of AI Partnerships Corp, said, AI Partnership Corporation is proud that Railtown AI Technologies has chosen to join the AIP affiliate network. Our affiliate network of over 165 worldwide AI software as a service companies provides AI development tools and enterprise application solutions that are used by over 5,000 of our affiliate clients, and the Railtown platform will assist our affiliates and their clients in the development of their AI application solutions. The partnership, this goes on, it's not a quote. The partnership with AIP aligns with Railtown AI's mission to empower development teams to increase productivity and velocity while driving down poor code quality and technical debt. Railtown's AI end-to-end developer productivity engineering platform, Conductor, is already delivering measurable value to development teams across industries. About AI Partnership Corporation. AI Partnership Corporation connects its affiliate network of AI-based solution providers with enterprise-level opportunities through partnering with other solution providers in the network. Through its affiliate network, AIP bridges the gap between advanced AI technologies and organizations seeking to enhance operations, solve challenges, and drive growth with artificial intelligence. AI Partnership Corp has created this network and so on. Okay, so now let's go to the MOU news. February, they're pleased to announce the acquisition. The combination of Railtown AI and AIP is expected to provide both organizations with an opportunity to leverage Railtown AI's Conductor product as a platform of choice for AI application development by AI Partnerships Corp, current and future affiliates and their end users. That's their game plan. That's their game plan. As you put it, to cross-sell. They put it in here somewhere. All right, I'm going to move on from this idiot. I think I've addressed his questions. All right, here we go to SoundHound. I already did that one. So let me take that down. This came out, I think this was Frankie put this up. But just to remind you who the buyers could be of Railtown. It could be NVIDIA. Look at that, $4 trillion. Pick a number, 400 billion? 400, not 400 billion. Yeah, even 400 billion. It's only 10%. But let's say 40 billion. It's so small. 1% of the company. And then look at Meta and Alphabet, look at Microsoft. And then down in the dark blue, look at Apple. And then I want to show you this one. This is from Frank Benedetto. Give him his due. Railtown. I am officially pounding the table here. $1 plus coming in days. Start a position or add to one. this stock goes multi-X from here. And that was at 63 cents. All right, and then let's look at what this is. SoundHound stock chart. I just put it up so you can see it. I'm not telling you to buy it, but it actually looks like a good chart. But they obviously ran up, and they must have done some sort of financing, or this decline was DeepSeek. Remember, DeepSeek came and scared everyone. But I do think the chart looks good. It looks like it's doing a little bit of a W or an M or whatever they call it in technical analysis. This is the same chart again. All right, let's go to comments, and let me get some coffee. Let me tell you the stock price, 49 cents. Stock price, 49.59. 49.59. And it's 67,500 to buy. The ask is 51 cents, 11,950 to sell, which I don't think is real. The only real thing that might be in there is arbitrage of some kind, but I don't think it's particularly real. The volume is very low, 81,000. It might as well not be trading. And let's just get some other quotes if they matter to you. GME's now down 3 cents. Finger is down a penny. It's basically holding flat at $1.58. G-Bucks is down 8 cents at $1.55. That stock that the gentleman brought up yesterday is down 36 cents, back to where it started. So that's the problem of chasing fireflies. Let's go down some of these. We will see, William. I think you will. I think you will. Bacon with Bill. Please answers Tony's question simple enough. Where do we shareholders get the money to buy AIP? Answer the question. Answer the question. All right. I don't think the founders and shareholders of AIP will sell for money. So you don't need money to buy AIP. I think it's a false question. And it shows that you're either ignorant or you're working with the shorts. But they're not going to sell for cash. So what's going to happen, David Hendricks? Why would you sell for cash? Let's just go through one scenario. Talk about fragmented data. My desk is all about fragmented data. Papers everywhere. All right, so let's answer the question. You won't answer Tony's question. Tony is the most important person in the world. All right, let's answer the question the way I see it, not the way Tony does, or you, because I think you're a part of the shorts. But they're not going to sell for money, David. They're not looking for money in the sale, so you don't need money to buy it. But let's go through it, David, because you're one of the slower or newer, maybe just newer to the story people. AIP Partners is a network? That would be okay. So AI Partners is a network. And David, AI Partners, the partners, it's 165 companies. Those 165 companies reportedly, and that information is now behind the quiet period wall. But reportedly, prior to that, or in and around that time frame, the information that came out on Twitter is that the revenue that these 165 companies in February were either doing or projecting to do was $400 million. $400 million. $400 million. That's with an M, $400 million. So if you use the 80-20 rule, which might be beyond your understanding, but the 80-20 rule is if you look at any large number of customers or revenue streams, 80% of your revenue comes from the top 20% of your customers. Well, if you apply that number up here, that means if it applies, but it will roughly, 19 companies do $320 million in revenue. Now, those 19 companies need to be rolled up into the new company to claim that 320 million. I have no idea if they're going to be able to get 19 companies done over the last few months. So let's say they just do 10 of those. Let's do, I don't know, let's say 10 of those companies. And let's take half of that number. Let's just take half of that number. So 10 of the companies, it gives us $160 million. So let's say they roll up 10 companies over the next, they might have already done it, but let's say they do it by the end of the year. And those companies are doing 160 million in revenue. Can you see an obvious answer to your question? Where do they get the money? Do you see an obvious answer? Do you see it? Now, let's say, David, you could pick it. They double the amount of shares that are outstanding, or they do a deal where the combined company only gets half of this revenue. The other half goes, the company's out there or something. I don't know. Let's just assume, we don't know. I'm really looking forward to it. But let's assume that the combined Railtown and AIP only gets half of that revenue to count in their projections. So we'll call it Railtown revenue of 80 million after they roll up 10 companies out of 165. We'll call it 80 million. Let me show you something, David. I don't know if you pay attention or you're just here to shill. Let me show you something. SoundHound AI records fourth quarter revenue exceeding 34 million we had a breakthrough year. Fourth quarter, 34 million. Full year revenue for SoundHound, 85 million. And if you go down one more step, gross margin of 50%. Full year revenue of 85 million. Now you come to, this is all the research, by the way, on SoundHound. These are real companies, Cantor Fitzgerald, Piper Sandler. I can't read them all, but these are all real companies. But you come back to SoundHound, David Hendricks. SoundHound is doing 85 million last year in revenue. And do you see the market cap there, David? $5 billion. $5 billion. So if Railtown AIP can roll up 10 companies and get 80 million in revenue to their credit, let's see what that can do. 80 million. Let me show you another thing, my skeptical friend. This is some due diligence I did. I paid for this. These are 90 artificial intelligence merger and acquisitions deals done from 2018 through 2024. And they cover all areas of the AI market, from search engine, LLM vendors, legal tech, fintech, HR, computer vision, health, cybersecurity, marketing tech, data intelligence, and infrastructure. You come over here, the highest revenue paid was 55x, the lowest was 13x, and the average was 25x. 25x. So let's just take 25x, which I think is very low. The reported multiples being paid now are between 100x and 150x. Let's just take 25x of 80 million. That's $2 billion in valuation. And remember, I already adjusted the revenue for either doubling the shares or doing a revenue split. So I don't have to reduce the outstanding number of shares now. I already did that adjustment in the revenue numbers. So let's divide this by Yahoo's number of 142 million shares. That gives you a $14 price target just on AIP's revenue. Just on AIP's revenue. Let's knock 2/3 of that off. Let's knock 2/3 of that off. So that gives me a target out of the gate of $4.70. Just on AI's revenue, just on AIP's revenue. And they're going to actively roll it up. So to answer your question, where does the money come from? Out of revenue. And secondly, it's an idiotic question, David Hendricks, because they're coming into, let me show you this, you're another slowpoke, or you're intentional in your ignorance. Look at this value creation. This is a technology, they're talking in terms of technology. But if you look at the lower left-hand side of this graph, that is where Railtown's been for 6 years. That's the idea, the friends and family, the angel round, the heartaches, the delays, the success, and then we are buying, David, we're buying right now at probably the end of that ferment, that ENT range, where it says ferment, maybe at the T or the N or the E. That's what we're paying. So we might be paying slightly higher than everybody else has paid over the last 6 years. Maybe not. But you know what? We don't have to go through those 6 years. And what's ahead? You see that there, David? It says takeoff. You see that takeoff in valuation? This chart's really about technological performance, but it's the same idea. This takeoff in valuation comes as they commercialize it. Why the hell, David, would AI Partners, which has a similar business plan, why would they sell down here for cash at where the T is on ferment? Why wouldn't they wait till it says maturity up there? Why would they sell down here for cash, David? It's just an idiotic question. It shows you either don't know what you're talking about, you didn't think through the question, or you work for the shorts. And I'm sorry to be impatient with you. It makes me angry that you're trying to steal from people here. Anyway, so this takeoff level, I believe the price of Railtown maybe is at the end of that ferment, at the ENT level on this red curve. And I think when it opens, it's going to be at the T on takeoff. By open, I mean when they finally announce this thing. And then it might move up to the O on takeoff. But then performance is going to get it running up this hockey stick, this S curve, and they sell the company to these companies. One of these companies. These companies will buy the combined Railtown, AIF, if they're interested, at the maturity. There's incubation down at the left, growth phase. They will buy it where the maturity price is. Why? Well, for one reason, it doesn't matter. It's not going to change it's not going to hurt them. For another reason, David, these big guys have more to do with their manpower and women power than focus on starting up companies. They'd rather pay up. So let's say it's NVIDIA. Let's say it's NVIDIA. And let's say the revenue this year exits this year at 80 million. But let's say they grow. Let's say that's what the founders are going to expect, growth. Let's say they grow to 160 million in revenue in 2026. Just from AIP. Just AIP. Let's say it goes to 160. And let's say instead of 100x or 150x, Let's say they pay 50x. NVIDIA. Let's say it's NVIDIA. Say it's NVIDIA. Who the hell knows? So we'll go with next year. We're talking about next year's projections. Let's say 160 million, because they've doubled their revenues from 80 million in my example, and we'll multiply that by 50. That's 8 billion. Sounds a little high. And we'll divide that by 150 million shares outstanding. We don't know that number. That's $53. And that's next year's potential valuation just from AIP alone's revenue, doubling from 80 million to 160 using 50x in a buyout. You get NVIDIA shares at 53. So David, why would they sell the company for cash now at 50 cents or $1 or $2? It's a completely stupid question. And I say that to you because I think you're one of the shorts. If you just didn't know better, I apologize to you. It makes the question smarter, I guess. That number is just AIP's revenue. Let's just take a look, David. Let's just take a look. What could Railtown do all by itself? I really don't know. But Conductor is the prize. And then they have Lang Tracks, Rail Tracks, and Shredder. Those are their products right now, the divisions or companies. So I'll pick a number. I really don't know if it's fair, but I'll say Conductor grows to, I'm not saying out of the gate, but let's say by the end of the year, Conductor does 2.5 million a month. Let's say Lang Tracks does 1 million a month for 26, projecting in 26. Let's say Rail Tracks does 1 million a month. And let's say Shredder does 500,000. I have no idea. But they're going to be selling this to 5,000 users already in the AI networks end users, 5,000 customers. I just read it to you. And they're selling now in the Microsoft network. So I think it's reasonably accurate. What would 5,000 users paying $15 a month? That's 75 grand. That's not a lot. But would it be, see, I don't know if those users are one-offs or they're corporate. I don't know. But anyway, if we use this number, you get to 5 million a month in revenue. You get to 5 million a month in revenue just on the Railtown side. Now I'm talking about next year. I'm saying they'll build it up over the next 6 months, 9 months. So if we use 5 million a month and it's growing, that's 60 million a year next year. And if you want to assume it's bought out next year, let's say it's 100x, not 150, just 100x. Early stage, that's That's $6 billion in market cap buyout, divided by 150 million shares, $40. And that's just from Railtown. $40 next year. Why the hell, David, would they sell it for cash now? I don't know what you're thinking other than trying to create fear. So if you add the 40 to the other number, I just calculated, go to town. But I would suggest to you the company's not for sale for $40. I actually think if you combine 60 million with the 160 million, you get to 240, 220. I would argue with you that the company, it depends on when they receive an offer. But if a NVIDIA or a Microsoft or an AMD who are already partnered with them, or an Apple or a Tesla come in now, they might get away with buying the company, this is my call, at $80. But if they wait till next year, they probably have to pay $100, $200, even $300 a share. But we don't know those numbers. Don't count on those numbers yet. So, David, I hope I answered your idiotic question. Shadow call. Railtown currently has zero revenue, so nothing but speculating. Yeah. You don't know that, by the way. I don't think they have zero revenue, but I guess you know better than I do. But why would you expect any differently, Shadow Call? They've been an R&D company for 5 or 6 years. They've been beta testing their product. They have customers. They have battle tested their product. But they started to commercialize their product, I don't know, 9 months ago, maybe a little longer. And then they met AI partners. AI partners agreed to be purchased. And we've been in a March, April, May, June, July quiet period. We're in the 6th month of a quiet period. So how do you know they don't have any revenue? How do you know it? They've announced at least 3 enterprise sales agreements or partnerships in the last few weeks. At least 3. Do you think that means no revenue? Do you think that means no revenue? They've announced that they are going to acquire AI partnerships, 165 companies. Do you think all 165 companies do zero revenue? You must know something I don't know. Or you're just here to cause people to get fear, uncertainty, and doubt. Shadow Call, their co-founder has a degree in geophysics. Physics does not sound like sufficient AI background. What the hell are you talking about? What the hell are you talking about? What's your degree in? Bullshit? I'm not a geophysicist, but I know many geophysicists, and I think the discipline and the brain power and the study is very similar to what you need to understand AI better than you do. But he's just a co-founder. He's not the whole team. And by the way, he's been involved in software before. So your question is a non-starter. You're just a fudster. I get so sick of you guys. Tony Baloney. Yeah, they are attacking. But let's see what the volume is. Let's see what the volume is. They're not doing that well with this attack. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. They got it up to 82,000 shares. 49.3. So they've got somebody's bidding 52.5. That sounds like a real bid, 52.5 at 49.3. The ask is 51. I don't believe anyone real is selling. 11,650. And the last trades, somebody bought 266 shares at 50 cents. Good. Somebody traded 2,000 shares at 50.39. 7,000 shares went off at 50.61. 2,500 went off at 50.43, and 1,000 went off at 50 cents recently. But there's no volume. It's very interesting. So I would say, Wall Street Wolfie, this is the turning point in the stock. And they're on here in force to try to. They're here to try to get you to get scared out of the stock. That's why I'm here, to try to make you not get scared. I might stop at lunchtime, just eat lunch, and then come back on. So that's about 40 minutes from now. Nice. Shut the F up. Why you pump a company with zero revenue? Oh, Lord. Number one, I'm not pumping it. I am adamantly saying to everyone who wants to get away from people like you, this is the escape route. This is the stock. There is no other stock. Railtown is the stock. There is no other stock. I'm also saying that the 6 years of R&D are over. They started marketing the company. We got stalled right here. We're stalled right there. Why? Because there's a quiet period. I can't believe it's 50 cents. You guys who are not buying, you should be buying here. 50 cents is so cheap. But we're stalled at 50 cents, give or take 10 or 15 cents. We're stalled there. But what's going on in the company? What's going on behind the scenes? I emphasize that the projections I make, not in the short term, I have a high degree of confidence in. As we go out further, higher, we got to let it play out. But here's what I see, shadow call. Because of the quiet period, we've been 6 years of R&D. the stock was starting to lift, and they've already announced several partnerships. They're marketing their product. They battle tested. They went through the beta testing of their product. It works. It's first to market, best in class, self-learning, proprietary, and it doesn't go off on the whole web. And it addresses a market that's the largest in the world, software development. So it's kick-ass. So as it comes out of the R&D stage, it comes into the commercialization stage, comes into the value creation stage. It starts to generate revenue. Now, what is this stall here? They're essentially buying the right to buy 165 revenue producing companies. They are purchasing the right to buy 165 companies that are doing revenue. And it's been in a stall phase because of the quiet period. And everyone's impatient because everyone's hot money. We don't want to be hot money anymore. We don't want to be hot money anymore. Now, what I think's happening, and to answer your question, why do I recommend this? I'm not pumping it. When it goes up, it's going to stay up. I think behind the scenes, they've already announced at least 3 revenue deals without the revenue, of course. But behind the scenes, contracts have occurred, partnerships are occurring, and this deal is getting accomplished. 165 companies with split among them 400 million in revenue. So I disagree with you, Shadow Call. I think there is revenue. We just can't see it. We're not allowed to see it yet. There is revenue. And I think what's going to happen is as soon as the deal is announced, the stock goes to reflect the current revenue that we don't know about and the projected revenue and a digestion period as people try to understand the revenue. I think goes from 50 cents to $5. I think the stock should already be $5. So this move from 50 cents to $5 will be quick. Will be quick. Then that becomes the floor. That becomes the platform. This is the platform now. I think that's the platform then, Shadow Call. And then as the revenues start to grow and news starts to flow, new deals come in, and then we see the power of deploying the Constellation software strategy to 165 companies to start with. I think you're going to jump up this revenue curve, and you're going to jump up the value creation curve, and I think there'll be a buyout. I picked $50 here. I think that's way too low for the buyout. I don't think they'd sell the company. Maybe they'd sell it tomorrow at $50, but I don't think in a year they're going to sell it for $50. Ceteris paribus. They'll probably sell it at $200, $250. But this is why I recommend this stock, Shadow Call. You're focused on the past, which is an irrelevancy because you're short the stock. Good luck. Good luck. Good luck to you, Shadow Call. Good luck to you getting out of your short position.
going on? Some men just broke in. Oh my God! They've got Ruth! And now I think they're coming after me.
All right, Meg. I need you to listen to me very carefully. Panic. Pay no attention to detail. Let your mind race. Take short, rapid breaths. Then hide under the bed, but leave 2 of your feet sticking out.
That's what they want you to do, panic.
Oh my God, Dad. Are they gonna take me? I'm so scared.
Meg? Meg? I don't know who you are. I don't know what you want. But I have a very particular lack of skills. I will never be able to find you. But what I do have is $2 and a Casio wristwatch. You can have one of them. Drakkar Noir. These guys are serious. Lois, Meg's dead.
That's you, Shadow Call. That's you, Shadow Call. I have a certain lack of skills. I have a certain lack of skills.
But if you don't, I will look for you. I will find you.
No, that's not it. That's not it. That's too short. I want the whole thing. Maybe this is it.
What did I say? You were supposed to call me when you landed.
I'm sorry.
I thought maybe something's wrong with the phone I gave you.
No, it was just such a rush at the airport.
Right. Well, of course, if I'd had the number where you were staying,
I would have just called there. What's the number?
I don't have it.
Kimmy, come on.
This is one of the conditions. Let me talk to one of the cousins. I'll get it from them.
Dad, they're in Spain. I didn't know, I swear.
To Spain. Kim,
Is there anything else you want to tell me?
Kimmy.
Someone here.
Your cousins are back?
Oh my God, they got Amanda.
What are you talking about? Kimmy.
Dad, they took her.
All right, listen to me.
Oh God.
Do you need anyone on the plane?
See, he's rational. They want you emotional. He's rational.
Peter. American? Do you know where you were staying?
He took a cab with us. I'm scared.
There you are. Stay focused, Kimmy. You have to hold it together. How many people are there? Be precise.
3, 4, I don't know.
Where are you?
I'm in the bathroom.
Go to the next bedroom. Get under the bed.
Tell me when you're there.
Now, the next part is very important. They're going to take you.
Kim, stay focused, baby. This is key.
You will have 5, maybe 10 seconds. Very important seconds.
Leave the phone on the floor. Concentrate.
Shout out everything you see about them. Hair color,
Eye color, tall, short, scars.
anything you see, you understand? They're there. I can hear them.
Remember, concentrate.
Put the phone closer so I can hear.
Ani bre stash, Marko, ani.
who you are. I don't know what you want. If you are looking for ransom, I can tell you I don't have money. But what I do have are a very particular set of skills. Skills I've acquired over a very long career. Skills that make me a nightmare for people like you. If you let my daughter go now, that'll be the end of it. I will not look for you. I will not pursue you. But if you don't, I will look for you. I will find you. And I will kill you.
Good luck.
That's what I say to you, Shadow Call. Good luck. Good luck in your short position, Shadow Call. That's what I say to you. Good luck. Railtown's 50 cents, 49.3, 52,500 to buy. The volume is still 82,000. So all that they did yesterday accomplished nothing. 49.3 to 51. The last trade is 2,151 cents. That's the only thing that's changed. Hey, flying bus driver. Bravo. Yay, yay. The flying bus driver. My hero. My hero. I have a certain lack of skills. I have a certain lack of skills. I will never be able to find you. That's great, flying bus driver. Great job. David Hendricks. They have nice suits and resumes. How do they get the money to buy AIP? God. It's truly painful. You know, you guys are either really ignorant, stupid, or you're here to scare people, so you're malicious. I don't know which it is. But I think, here's the thing, David. I think Railtown raised about $600,000, so they probably have about $2.5 million in cash now, US. I don't know that number for sure, but that's probably what they have. I'm going to guess that was a strategic partnership. I'm going to guess they'll do a raise strategically anyway, or to reward Canaccord and maybe some of their investors. I have no idea how big. I don't think it'll be at 50 cents. I don't think it'll be at $1, but it could be. Could be. It's not up to me. I would think if you got up in the $2, $3 range, that's where they might do a deal. But I don't know. I'm speculating. But I think it'll be higher from here. I don't think it'll be a huge deal, but it could be, to you or me, it could be a lot of money. So I wouldn't be surprised that they issue some shares either directly to Canaccord or maybe to one of Canaccord's clients or introducees that are strategic. And we'll find out about that. But so I do think there'll be a relatively small raise, potentially. I have no idea. The second thing is, David, because you're thick as a brick, the sources of money for this ongoing operation are very likely the revenue that Railtown has already got in process. And I think that's just the start. They have clients, beta test. They've talked about that. So they have a battle-tested product. But recent weeks, they've made 3 announcements of what I guess are enterprise sales agreements. We didn't, minus the revenue. I would guess that any one of those is not going to change anyone's life, but that's 3. And as they've stated as their reason for joining the AIP networks and the existence of AIP networks is all of those companies cross-sell and use their own client lists and their products with each other. So I would imagine, even if you ignore Railtown's acceptance and their own marketing efforts at conferences, at other gatherings of these geniuses, I think Railtown is going to be able to increase its revenue and its sales agreements across these 165 companies. And we'll start hearing about that. And then, David, they're going to acquire AI partners. Yes, it's taking time. That gives us a chance to buy. But AI partners, the partners, not the company, the ragtag collection of 165 companies. I'm telling you, I saw it on Twitter. I took a picture of it. It's from a very credible source, but I'm not going to show it to you because I think the reason it was taken down is because of the quiet period. But I think because I saw it, I can relate to you what I saw. And that was $400 million in revenue. So they have the money. Now, you're asking a completely obstinate question, a malicious question, or an ignorant question, showing that you don't have any idea what you're talking about. You're short. The reason AI Partners was formed primarily by the gentleman out of the Ontario Municipal Employee Retirement System pension fund, and Ruffalo came from there too, is because they saw, if I can put their motive in their mouths since they can't speak for themselves now, but in my judgment, Ruffalo was one of the original backers, and Omer's provided either the totality or the majority of the 25 million initial funding for Constellation Software. And then Constellation Software never took public money again. And those investors, if it was just the retirement plan, or if there were other investors involved, they rode Constellation Software from under $1 to $5,000 Canadian. Those investors understand the power of the talent of the Omer's Group. The Omer's Group started AIP Partners, in my judgment, to replicate Constellation Software's success, which was with mature software companies with a high margin, but mature, highly fragmented, small footprint, and they put those together and they created a juggernaut. AIP Network, in my judgment, and all evidence is there, was designed to replicate that performance with the new category of AI software development in the AI 2.0 technological revolution. They started with 165 companies. That's not hundreds, that's not thousands, but it's 165. They met Railtown, which had Conductor, and instead of pursuing their strategy, which they're perfectly capable of on their own, they agreed to be purchased by Railtown. Why? Why do you think? I think it's Conductor. I mean, I'm sure Corey's a nice guy. Marwan's smart. Corey's smart. These guys are, But I bet there's a lot of nice, smart people in software development. I think it's the product they created, Conductor. First to market, best in class, battle tested, answering a real need. And this research I've shown you, without the AI partners, he's predicting $2 a share from a year ago. So I don't think they need, I think your question is just completely a doofus question. They don't need money to buy AIP partners. I'm not even sure they need shares. What they really need is a participation agreement. How are we going to split the spoils? Is Conductor worth 51% of the future potential of AI partners? I don't know. But, you know, the interesting thing, of course, you're not a thinker. You're just a meathead. The interesting thing is if you conceptualize that Railtown now can be sold across 165 companies and their end users, and it's a captive audience. And Railtown probably, I would ask for it, they get a ROFR to buy all those companies within the network. I think, and I'm trying to figure out how to give numbers to it, and I'm not sure I can, but I think they almost control their own destiny in value creation. Railtown, admittedly, right now probably has very little revenue. But by acquiring AI partners and essentially capturing 165 AI software companies who have clients, Railtown almost, by definition, can start to calculate how much revenue are we going to get across these 165 customers and their end users. And then you back calculate, well, if it's that much and it's this much growth and you divide it by these many shares, what is the per share value of Railtown slash AIP? And it's a huge number. It's a huge number. But we don't see those numbers yet because it's in a quiet period. And you're here to FUD. And I hate you for it. I hate you for it. They don't need money to buy AIP. They don't need money to buy AIP. You just have it all wrong. They need zero cash. They have cash. They can pay the attorneys. They can pay any bank overpaid wanker fee. But the rest of it's negotiation. And it doesn't involve cash. I think you're really an idiot, David. And I'm going to move on. Dice, the double top is on the weekly. RLAIF is going back to 20. I can't stand this. What a puny, obvious plan. I disagree with you. It's not a double top. It's not a double top. I wonder if I have a chart I can show people. I'm going to move on, but it's not a double top. You're totally wrong. You're misrepresenting the chart. You're seeing what you need to see because you're short. Railtown went to, in US dollars, it went to about 62 cents. A year ago. It's a whole year ago. So what are you going on about a double top? You're just making shit up. So a year ago, this report came out, the speculative buy, and with a target of $2. And that's not including the merger, by the way. And they had a base case of $2, a high case of $3.60, and a bear case right here, 90 cents. 90 cents, the bear case. That's a year ago. The story has grown and gotten better and established a floor. You know, like when you talk about baseball prospects, you talk about their ceiling and their floor. Railtown has a high floor from here. I think the floor from here is 10x. I think it's $5. It could be $6. It could be $7.50. Heck, it could be $10 or $12. That's the floor. So I think Railtown has both a high floor and a massive ceiling. Massive ceiling. Massive. But we'll find out more about the ceiling later on. You're just lying. You can handle it. You're not even long the stock. You're short the stock. The reason you can't handle it is you're about to be squeezed out of everything you own. And you'll be lucky you don't go to prison. Of course, Cromwell Coulson doesn't care. He likes you because his future is with the funds like Stevie Cohen, Ken Griffin, Goldman Sachs. They and the toad, the disgusting toad, the toad. So thanks for stopping by. Thanks for stopping. Where's the squeeze? I'm not calling for a squeeze. I'm not calling for a squeeze. And I hope to hell it doesn't squeeze. But now that you mention it, and we're going to have to address this issue once the news is finished. Now that you mention it, the most recent Tom Ronk numbers that I have give you through the, I don't know, about 2 weeks ago, through that, they give you 41 million shares according to data he purchases and the published data, sales that failed reg show. They failed delivery, they failed the borrow requirement. Now, maybe some of that's been covered up, but that's where you're in trouble, Dice. That's why you're in trouble. Let's say there's just 30 million. Let's say it's just 20 million. Nobody's selling, Dice. I know why you're here. I know why you're here. Because you're hoping to scare these poor, much burdened. You see that 41 million? You see it? Can I take it down? You're here to scare these victims that you've created out of this 9 million shares. We're not giving it to you, Dice. We're not giving it to you. You're not going to get it. There's 100 million shares in the float. I'll repeat what I understand. I can't prove it to you. But I believe insiders, long-term holders, people that now own 50 million shares. 50% of that outstanding float. I believe there's another 30 million held and purchased over the last few months, primarily in Canada, by people who have a whiff of the story, who did not buy it to be, and they're not going to be scared out by the likes of you with your fake name. So that's 80 million. We got 100 million. So you're trying to shake out the remaining 20 million to cover your stupid short position. The most idiotic trade you ever did. The greediest trade you ever made. And you think you can come to my audience and get 9 million shares. Good luck. You're not getting it if I have anything to do with it. And if you do get it, you'll get it at $50. So good luck to you, Dice. And thank you for showing up and expressing your dire straits. Hey, Jack Hamilton, good morning. Thank you for your kind words. I can't wait till I'm no longer upset at these people, because I don't like getting upset. And I think that's why I get my gout, frankly. Here's another jerk. How come no more talk about GTI or Finger? I talk about them, unfortunately, frequently. GTII, Robert, I'm going to say, I could be wrong by a year, but about 2 summers ago, I started warning people that they should take tax losses in it. Apparently, I'm dealing with a bunch of people that couldn't read what I'm saying. So I learned that. I didn't understand it. I was a little bit, I didn't come right out and say, get the hell out, because at the time, the law firm deal was still in place. The Trento deal was going on, and I did a lot of due diligence on that. But one would not know if those could have been accomplished. But I was very clear from about that August, that September onward, that GTII was a sell, at least in terms of taking tax losses, and look elsewhere. Now, I was not, apparently, I need to say, hey, you guys should sell. And I didn't do that, maybe. I'm doing it now. I do it every phone call, every conference call now. Sell GTI now. It's a piece of shit that you should not be owning it right now. But I do at the same time acknowledge that there's whales behind GTII, which without their commitment and their hard work, Reichman wouldn't be being brought to justice. And I commend those whales. I admire it that they're putting that effort in to go after that apparently bad actor and his daughter and his charities. I think it's great. I really do. And then the CEO coming in with this AI, apparently somewhat AI app for trading, I guess. I've never talked to him, but from what I hear, he seems to be a good person and on the side of shareholders. So there's some good potential down the road. But what he needs is shareholders. GTII is a shell company, but it has shareholders. And as it comes through this court process, which if you want more information, you should follow Richard Hoffman. I know a Richard Kaufman. So the two things he gets out of it, this CEO, is he gets shareholders, he gets a clean shell, and he gets the backing of the whales. He needs all those three things. Other shells out there don't come with a plug and play source of capital, source of shareholders, and necessarily a cleansed structure from the court. So that's what he's after, and that's what shareholders here provide with GTII. But as you know, Robert, if that's your real name, when a apparently revenue generating company comes into a shell with a history of operations and a team, their goal is to have a vehicle where they might be able to monetize some of their hard work. Their investors' goal and their own personal goal is to come into the shell and claim the majority of that shell. I think it's highly unlikely they're going to give away anything for free. And so they're going to come in my judgment, at, it could be as low as 95.5, it could be 90.10, it could be 85.15, but at 90.10, that's probably where it will come in. They get 90% of GTII, and we keep 10%. But then in that 10%, the receiver's taking 20%. It's a little less, but he's taking 20% for, I don't know, for risk. I don't know, but he's taking 20%. So our 10% gets reduced to 8%. And then the whole thing has to be funded. And the pre-funding by the whales, putting up the money for lawyers and detectives and court costs, all that has to be paid back or shown up in an equity position. I could imagine that our 8% could be reduced to 4% of the NewCo. So in that context, any holdings of GTII right now that you can get out of is going to be much more valuable now, and particularly if you put it in Railtown, than if you wait and get your little tiny sliver of the NewCo. It'll be tiny. I do think there'll be, if the NewCo gets off the ground, there'll be an opportunity to invest in it. It'll require a new decision, a new investment, and this, I don't remember the guy's name, but the new CEO will come asking for money. And then you can make a new commitment about GTII, and then I'll be glad to study it because it's a new proposition. But GTII is a complete, because of you guys, GTII and maybe the CEO, the GTII is a complete wipeout. And it's not worth any discussion. I just gave it 10 minutes, but nobody should be in GTII. Now, I will do a bit of a mea culpa. My alternative to GTII, after meeting with the CEO and listening to my friend at the American Stock Exchange, the greatest opportunity out there was the Data Logic de-SPAC. But when I saw the financing, it was too late. I said, this is going to under a penny. Oh, you don't know what you're talking about. There's systems in place. He's always a nice guy. Always a nice guy. Always a gentleman. And honest as hell, I think. But he, like many of us, cannot accept that Wall Street no longer represents anything even remotely similar to what it used to be. It's all captured by criminals. And it's kind of like my Democratic Party. Finger, I talk about Finger. If you want to follow Finger, the place to follow that for sure is go to Twitter, Google, search Finger, and then locate Ham Short Killer. He has a call on Finger at least once, maybe twice a day. Now, my own view on Finger, I'll try to keep it short, is Finger entered into a contract almost a year ago on C2. What does it stand for? Capture? No, it's not capture. C2. Crowd control. And anyway, they entered into a C2 contract that apparently was the entire country, and it was exclusive. And it's to use their big data capabilities and their statistical skills. And now they've got Railtown 49 cents to 49.79, 100,000 shares. So I probably won't be able to go away at lunch. I'll probably have to stay here. They're going to try to shake you out. Please don't get shaken out. It's temporary. It'll only hurt for a day or two, and then it'll recover. Please do not be scared out of this. Please do not let these bastards scare you out, because you're going to regret it. They're going to be happy. They're going to be gleeful. They're going to be on to their next stock. But when Railtown opens, by open I mean it trades obviously, but by open I mean it's almost like you own it. You own it at a pre-IPO price of 50 cents. Pre-IPO, and it's almost like the stock is going to IPO at $5. What do I mean by that? Down here at 50 cents, the buyers aren't here. All of the buyers that know Railtown, the investors, the friends of Corey, the friends of Marwan, they can't buy because they cannot act on insider information. The criminals can. Cromwell Coulson doesn't care about that. He just doesn't care about that because he's corrupted by it. The buyers at AI Partners can't buy. The buyers and investors at all of the 165 companies, almost all can't buy. The people that are friends with John Ruffalo and Omer's people, they can't buy. Canaccord Genuity, who knows the story cold, it's restricted. They cannot solicit orders. They can't turn their sales force onto their institutional desks and their retail desks to get moving. Family offices, therefore, don't hear about it. Mutual funds don't hear about it. Institutions don't hear about it. A whole lot of retail do not hear about the stock. So I think it's pre-IPO right now. When they announce the deal, all of the information comes out. It's that one moment in time, like an IPO, where you can read the prospectus and all of us are on a level playing field. All the information is as close to up to date as possible. We all have the same advantage. When that news story comes out, it's as if the company IPOs, in my judgment. At that point, there's full disclosure of information, or all that's necessary anyway. And then all that buying comes in. I think it goes from 50 cents to $5, $6, $7, $8, right out of the gate. That becomes the floor. That becomes the IPO price. IPOs come out, sometimes they go out down, but IPOs come out and have a life afterwards with projections, research, trading desks, institutional participation. And this stock, if you get out here, if you get shaken out here, you won't be able to buy it back at 50 cents, 60 cents. You may not be able to buy it back at $1. You may not be able to buy it back at $2. But once institutions claim the stock for the long haul, you won't be able to build a 40,000 share position, a 10,000 share position, a 20,000 share position. Now is the time to hold on to your position. And these guys like Robert and Dice have sold you the shares, or their compatriots have. They're going to be hung by their own petard. They are in trouble. And it couldn't happen to a nicer group of guys. So they're trying, I'll stay for lunch. They're trying to get it under 50 cents. There's no real volume, 103,000 shares. Of that volume, 103,000, I would guess 60, 70,000 is fake. I wish I had 25 grand. I'd go buy that entire position that's on offer at $49.79. And it probably wouldn't go up, but I'd love to own it. I'd love to own it. You guys are going to be wondering why you didn't buy more. When this stock's $5, you're going to say, shoulda, woulda, coulda. Why didn't I buy it? It was there all day long at 50 cents. And unfortunately, that's probably why you're wondering, because it's been available now for about 6 weeks since I started harping on this. And why would it be available? I think the reason it's available, I gave you my number one reason. I think they're negotiating with the cream of the crop in AI Partners to make sure they come out of the gate with the majority of that revenue. And they're doing it while the stock price is so ridiculously out of whack, because they can discuss it with all the CEOs and the bankers, and they can come up with a whatever the structure is they're coming up with based on real value rather than 50 cents a share. But if they were to come out and announce no deals or just one deal before they lock up the whole understanding of the at least the initial stage, well, these guys, Robert and Dice, would destroy the stock price just like they did with Logic and Collective Audience. And I'm not sure that Peter Boards wasn't in on it, because he's supposed to be so talented. I think there must be huge kickbacks, but maybe he's just functionally not very good at what he does, even though his reputation is stellar. I don't know. So anyway, it works to our advantage that it's mispriced, because in negotiations, Corey and Marwan and Ruffalo and Tom, they can say our price is out of whack. We're not looking at that. Let's make our deal, and then we're going to come out of the gate together, stronger, and we'll define our own price. And so I think that's one reason that it's taking longer, because they're making sure that they get that done. The second reason is, obviously, it's always ever such, it's attorneys. Attorneys never do anything quickly. Never. Their incentive is not, it's to go slow. And it's to brag and ingratiate themselves with the other side. You never know when you're going to get another client. It just is endless. So I think it's attorneys. The third thing that might be delaying it is, I don't know, do they need regulatory approval? Do they need exchange approval? Do they need SEC approval and Canadian approval? I don't know. But that involves other lawyers, vacations. Many of them are now, and I say this politely, but many of them are female now. And women take their vacations. They take their time. They have family. Men sacrifice, because men can't have a family or a woman unless they're successful. Women pretty much, they don't need the success in the workplace to get a man and a family. But for a man to get a woman and a family, he's got to be successful. So he makes the sacrifice. It's different. It's a different outlook for women. So if there's a vacation, they're going to take it. If they're going to go home every day at 6 o'clock, they're going to do it. Or 4:30. Men will stay till 10, 11 p.m. to get the deal, to get the damn thing done. So anyway, lawyers, regulators might be the other delay. There's always a possibility that there's something bigger than what's been published so far. I don't want to focus on that because it would be just total speculation and guesswork. And would it be likely? I'm talking about something really big, like let's say Tesla makes an offer to buy the company now. I don't think it's very likely because I don't think they've had time to tell their story. They're in the same quiet period that we're in. So I don't think the delay is because there's some massively great news that we haven't ever heard of. I think it's all in the press releases so far. What could be another delay? Well, it could just be human delay. It could just be, the CEO of one of those 160 companies is on vacation with her family. She doesn't get back until, just making it up, mid next week. She hasn't had time to look over the documents and she'll sign it when she gets back. It could be something like that. So we don't know. I don't think it's anything bad, though. I don't think the delays are anything bad. But in this delay period, people have a chance to spread fear and uncertainty. But anyway, back to your question on Finger. I know it's sincere, so I'll answer it. They got this C2 contract, and apparently they did initially 2 vehicles. That was, almost, 9 months ago, 10 months ago. Then, or maybe it was longer. My brain might be missing. But anyway, it was a while ago. Then in December, it's sort of November/December, Finger broke their contract with Univest. Almost immediately, they got a deal done with Roth Capital. And I'm sure you know this, Robert, because you work with these guys. But the Toad took the majority of that deal. I think he took 90% of that deal, 80% of that deal. They placed it with four, and they didn't do any work because the shorts, bankers don't do any work anymore. They're just a flow through to the shorts. The market is totally corrupt. And again, Cromwell Coulson doesn't give a giant doo-doo about it. He just doesn't care. As long as he can give his shit-eating grin and smile for the cameras and live a life, a rarefied life, he doesn't care about the ethics of it. He doesn't care if you get stolen from, CEOs get wiped out, just as long as he gets to live the life. The prick. Anyway, that was December. So the stock was trading, Finger was trading at 286. Roth Capital came in and did a transaction with the company at $1.50. They had a slug of warrants. They had coverage of 1.5 times, I think, on warrants. It's all a derivative contract. So they pretend that it's not toxic, but it's toxic. So Roth Capital's clients, who I think is the Toad, came in and drove the stock to $1. And that took most of 30, 45, 60, 70 days to get done. And contrary to your false statement, we talked about Finger a lot then. And I started saying at the $1.04 level, this is starting to look oversold. This is starting to look like it could pick up. Something could happen. And I said it. I said it live. I didn't buy any because I have a very small account. So then they raised that money, $5 million, minus the discount, minus the fees, minus. But they raised that because they got another C2 contract. I think it was the right thing to do because China was going to celebrate their month-long celebration for New Year's. So I think they had to do it. Otherwise, I think the stock would have, Roth would have raised money 50 cents, 75 cents. So I think they did the right thing. So then we waited for the annual report to see, I did anyway, to see any discussion. There was nothing in it. And now we've seen the first quarterly report. So I don't think we know anything really about the C2 contract, except in this first quarter report, it shows that the revenue was $100,000. I assume that's two vehicles. I assume the revenue each was $50,000. What they don't say is how much it cost. But I assume it's obviously less than $50,000 each vehicle. I don't know what kind of vehicle. I don't know anything like that. So if we assume, Robert, that in December and then February, they acquired vehicles, they built them out over February, March, April. Maybe they did 100 of them. Maybe they did 150 of them. But we don't have that data. But it's possible. One of the pieces of good news that could come for Finger is that they have sold those and they're just waiting on revenue. But I don't think it's particularly exciting because it's not a high trajectory of growth. It doesn't particularly seem to be self-funding yet. And we don't know what the ultimate margins are. We also don't know if China's going through a difficult time in paying its bills. So we don't know if there will be delays. But that's the only thing out there on Finger that we know about that could be positive. I think it's months away to hear about that. What else could be positive about Finger is that if the cadre of investors get together and they bring in a big contract or they bring in a brand new opportunity and they fund it, but they fund it above market, that would be a huge jump start for Finger. I think the final area where you could see positives in Finger is if they suddenly were able to monetize their laboratory, their science work with the two insurance companies on data, and they were able to announce an insurance product. Or they got a big data contract or their cloud capability. So those are positives. I think, Robert, that's all third quarter, fourth quarter stuff. So I don't see anything happening to Finger to compete anyway with Railtown over the next 8 weeks, maybe 12 weeks. So if I'm looking for a place to put my money, I think Railtown hands down is the place to put the money. And I think it's a waste of time to talk about Finger, but I really appreciate that you've brought it up. I do think there's some risk in Finger over the next 6 months. What could that be? One of the risks is the last time they announced the C2 contract of fulfillment, they pointed out that they had to tender. They won the bid. Well, that doesn't sound very exclusive. So one of the risks that presents itself, Robert, in Finger, and I think it's a real risk, is if they get another C2 contract, let's say September, it's put out for tender in August, September, they're going to need money. And they didn't do it in a way, I'm not going to criticize, but I think there was another way to do it. But anyway, they're going to need money. So they're going to have to raise money to lock down the bid on that contract to make further growth. Where do you think they're going to turn for that money, Robert? Are they going to turn to their current investors? I think they should come here. We could raise money, but they're going to go to the whales. Sure, they might go to the whales. The whales always ask for a discount. They think they're clever. They did it last time. They got $1.50. They thought, wow, we're getting a deal. Well, the stock's basically $1.50. Every time a big investor gets a discount, the stock price always goes back there. That's one of my rules. The second place they could get money is from Roth Capital. Well, based on what Roth Capital did last December, which was essentially just act as an agent for the toad, the stock was $2.86. They did the deal at $1.50. Well, let's say in September the stock's $1.80. Where's Roth Capital going to do the deal? Higher? I don't think so. Flat? I don't think so. They've got to give a chance for the toad to short it. So conceptually, it could be a painful raise. It could be at $1.25. Could be at $1, So that's the trepidation. That's the risk for Finger potentially over the next few months. But I think long-term Finger has, a great team, committed investors, strong support from committed individuals or individuals who need to be committed. No, I'm just kidding. So if they get it through the next 2 quarters and the revenue starts picking up, it's a slow strategy. The strategy of an accountant, it's the strategy of a bureaucrat, but it's very slow. And eventually your revenue outgrows your costs and you go up a nice trajectory. So the future, the longer term future for Finger Motion can be quite bright, but they got to get through the next 6 months. Thank you for your sincere question, Robert. And thank you for distracting us from Railtown while your buddies continue to try to attack the stock. Luckily, the bid is $49.79. It's the same $42,500. That seems to be a solid bid. You guys don't seem to drive it down. The volume is only 115,000 shares. I don't know why anyone listening to this call isn't buying the heck out of this stock right now. They're giving you all the stock they want that you want at 50 cents, 51 cents. They're just giving it to you. In 2 weeks, you won't be able to buy it for $2. And you don't step up? Oh man. It's psychology. It's so much psychology. It's easy for me to say, right? Because I don't have any money. But if I had the money, I'd be buying. Oh my gosh. If I had 50 grand, I'd go buy 100,000 shares. Dream on, dream on, dream on. I like dreaming. Thank you, Robert, for your sincere question. Julie Kim, if I transfer funds to Fidelity, then the next day I can buy stocks. Well, when will it clear? Maybe tomorrow. Julie, I hope it clears. It looks like, I don't know, Julie, but today is Tuesday. I think if they're going to announce the deal is completo, they might do it this afternoon. It doesn't look like it. But maybe tomorrow, good news on Wednesday, good news on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. I don't think they'd announce good news on Thursday or Friday. So if there's no announcement tomorrow, you might have plenty of time this week, Julie, to buy the stock in this price range. But I caution that this is low volume, and at any time it's going to break out to the upside. This is a stock that's not going to break down in my judgment. And if it does, it's extremely temporary. Every day we go by, I think the stock will be higher. I've been wrong the last 3 days, haven't I? But if it breaks 62 cents again, that might be the breakout. So I don't mean to imply complacency about establishing or adding to positions, but you might get the time, Julie. You might get the time tomorrow or Thursday. If there's no announcement tomorrow, I would just assume it's next week. That's what I would assume. And, maybe August is our month. It's 49.79, 42,500 shares bid. It's 50.41 for 65,000, 50.33 for 15,000, 50.24 for 65. They're just moving it around. They want you to think there's so much selling. This is all fraud. And Cromwell Coulson doesn't care. It's all fraud. I would take them up on the shares they're offering. I would go buy it. If I were one of the big boys, I'd go buy 100,000 shares right here and see what they got. But I wouldn't be doing it to try to jump the stock or anything. I'd be doing it because they're giving it to me. Look, guys and girls, in a month, certainly in 3 months, and definitely in 6 months, you won't be able to buy 100,000 shares all at once at any price, in my judgment. Right now, you can buy 100,000 shares. They're giving it away. And it's cheap. In November, the stock might be 750 to 8, and you can buy 1,000 shares, 2,000 shares. You won't be able to buy 100,000 shares. You won't be able to buy 10,000 shares. Now's the time to make your purchases. I know it's scary, but they're giving it to you because these idiots think their old strategies work, but it's such a puny plan. Such a puny plan. Kneel before Zod. I hope you get it, Julie. Oh, here's a rep. Here's a rep from DSR Global Rep. Railtown is garbage. Hell, is it? Is that why you're here? Do you come on every call and you focus on all the garbage? There's thousands of stocks out there that probably around the world that qualify as garbage, and you select this one to talk about. I think you doth protest too much. This is going down to 43 cents. Everyone don't get fooled and hold like finger. This is going to dip hard before it bounces back. I sold at 58 and waiting for the pullback at 45. All right, guys, let me tell you that. I don't think he's real. I don't think this guy's real. But he's also a daredevil because here's the risk. I don't believe him at all. But if he sold at 58, which I don't believe, and he's waiting for 45 cents, he's trying to catch 4 cents from here or 5 cents from here. Here's the risk. It's 12:30 right now. At 1 p.m., they announced the deal is closed. At 2 p.m., the stock trades for $7. That's the risk. This guy is playing with fire if he's sincere. He's not. Why would he buy it at 45 if he thinks it's garbage? He's just lying through his teeth. And he's not very smart either. He's not a bright man. His brain is addled by maybe cocaine or steroids he takes at the gym as he pumps up. Or maybe it's alcohol. Or maybe he's just dumb and he couldn't get a real job, so he just picked up this shorting game. But his message is internally inconsistent. He starts out by saying Railtown is garbage, and he says it's going down to 43 cents. Well, if you look at the chart, I didn't want to mention it the other day because I think these people play off of what I say, but you can make an argument that in a spike, it could trade down there. That doesn't mean there's going to be any size available to buy. He's assuming he can sell and buy whatever amount that he can buy it back. So let's say you have 5,000 shares and you follow, now it's late advice. But let's say you want to catch the last bit of this trade, so you sell, and you think you can buy 5,000 shares at 44 cents. When this turns and leaves the station, you won't be able to buy 100 shares. So my point is, one of the costs of building your position now is you have to be a man or a woman and deal with volatility and deal with these jerks. It could spike down, but it'll only hurt for a minute. Trust me. It'll only hurt for a day. Trust me. As long as you don't sell. This guy says it's garbage. And then he says he's going to buy it back at 45 cents. But he's a day trader. And he has the advantage. He works at one of these big desks, or he gets capital given to him that he has to trade. They're always on the prowl to short stocks because Cromwell Coulson does not care about securities laws. He does not care about CEOs in his market. He does not care about shareholders. So these guys gang up and collude, and no one goes after it. No one even files an inquiry. So what a guy like DSR Global Rep will do, if he's telling the truth, he'll sell a bunch of stock at 58 cents. And he wants you scaredy catting out of here because he wants to buy. There's no stock to buy right now. You see this volume at 157,000. There's nothing real there. Maybe 30,000 of that's real. He can't cover his trade, so he wants to shake you out so he can buy some shares, so he can lock in $1,000, so he can hot dog 1,500. And if you fall trapped to that, oh, I already erased that. But let's just use $50 as our longer term target and admit that that's in the mists of time. We don't have enough. But I'm going to use bigger numbers because these guys are here to scare you. If you own 47,000 shares of Railtown and it goes to $50, let's say in 18 months, you have 2,350,000 shares. Dollars, I'm sorry. If you own 47,000 shares of Railtown today, and you can just hang on through this guy's obvious, desperate attempt to create fear, uncertainty, and doubt, so you shake out. And it might last today, it might last tomorrow, it might go into next week. But I will guarantee you, as soon as the announcement comes, it'll be a thunderclap. And these guys won't know what to do. They won't know what to do. They might be out of business. I hope so. But anyway, if someone owns 47,000 shares of Railtown, and let's say it goes to $50 in 18 months, 18 months, it's a year and a half, that's $2,350,000. Let's say, abacadabra, that, I don't know, 15 months from now, in a frenzy, in a furious bidding war between NVIDIA, Microsoft, AMD, Apple, and Tesla. Let's say Apple wins because they're behind. Let's say Apple wins and they're willing to pay $150 a share for Railtown/AI in shares. $150. Well, if that happens, someone owning 47,000 shares of Railtown will have $7 million of Apple stock. And you want to be scared out by a guy who is so brain-addled is so desperate, and he's just one of these hot guys. He's got a lot of stocks going on. It's so important. He doesn't have time to think, doesn't have time to edit. And by the way, you got to get back to the girl, got to go meet for lunch, got to go get the car. I got to do my workout. It'll be all right. This guy's in trouble. And if you get shaken out, I ask you one question. Are you going to be happy with yourself that you avoided the pain, which could happen, that you avoided the pain that Railtown for an hour could go down, as he's saying, it could pull back to 45 cents. But you want to avoid that and get out. I don't like that. Are you going to be glad you did that? Or in 15 months, in my fantasy, the stock gets bought out after a bidding war of 3 different big companies for stock of Apple at $150 a share. I admit at this point it's all fantasy, but I think those are real numbers. By the way, I think a buyout could be higher than that. But what if you own 47,000 shares? That's $7 million. Please focus on that. Please focus on the potential for $7 million whilst acknowledging its total extrapolation and anything can happen. But please focus on that. Please focus on the fact that sometime now the company is going to IPO. What I mean by that, it's going to come off the restricted list. It's going to come out of the quiet period, and all of a sudden buyers will flood into it. According to me only, because the stock's 50 cents now, I think it opens at $5. What do I mean by open? Well, it could be an hour later, it can be 2 days later, it can be 3 days later, it can be a week later, it can be 3 weeks, it can be a month. You could see a gradual march up to $5, or it could be just like that. I personally think it'll be just like that. But you can make an argument it could take weeks. You could. But once it's there, it's not coming back. Once it's there, it's not coming back. That's the new starting point. That's the new starting point. And so in my scenario, talking about it like an IPO, Pre-IPO, we're at 50 cents. That means it's not trading. When it IPOs, initial public offering, when that starts trading, it's priced at $5, but an IPO could be priced at $5, but it could open at $12. And that's all ahead of us. Please don't listen to these guys. They're just here to ridicule me. And I know there's a lot of subject matter to work with. I understand that. But they're here to ridicule me. They're here to shake you out so you go to the other hot stocks. Please stay strong. Stay strong. Please stay strong. Oh, more from this jerk. Railtown is not moving, guys. Massive pullback. Massive gassive. You're just a massive gassive. Or you're just a massive constipation. I don't know which. You've got 49. Somebody's come in to bid 4,204. They came in front of the 42,500. Why? They don't want you to think there's a big bid under there. So they came in at 4,204, which is communication. And then there's a fake offer at 55,000. They want you to think there's no bids and there's a big sell. You've learned all this. Use the things you've learned at such pain, at such psychic cost, at such financial cost. Use those lessons and understand. If you own Railtown, ride through this storm. Storms never last, do they, darling? They won't last. You're going to be so happy you wrote this out. And if you don't own it, buy it. If you don't have enough, buy more. And obviously, all of my videos are not financial advice. I cannot give financial advice because I don't know your financial situation. I do not have a fiduciary responsibility relationship with any of you. So it's not financial advice. And I might as well give my Jennifer disclosure. I am not in the employ. I'm not under contract. I'm not a consultant for. I have not received stock, warrants, cash, dinner, flights, anything from Railtown AI. I would have loved to. I would love to be a consultant and be getting something, but I don't have that. And I don't think it's bad that people get paid by companies. I think what's bad is if they join in the manipulation and if they don't know what they're talking about. That's not always good. But in this case, I wasn't offered anything. I didn't ask for anything. I don't have anything. So that's my Jennifer disclosure. Last trade was 480 shares at $49.75. Somebody came in for 11,400 at $49.79. Somebody did 1,000 shares at $49.79. Somebody did 4,200 at $49.79. Then they did 2,500 at $49.79. So they were trying to get the bid to drop. Or somebody came in to buy the 55,000 offered at 50.5 cents, and they filled it in between so you don't see a decline in the ask. It's all manipulated. And again, shame on Carlson, Cromwell, Chuck E. Cheese, whatever are Coulson, Cromwell, big important names, but tiny, puny integrity and no care, the CEO of OTC Markets. All right, here comes another guy. Yeah, another one to add to his list of bombs. What's my list? I think, Edward, you're just focusing on the negatives because you want people to not listen to me, so they sell. I will admit, for decisions that I couldn't have any input in, that as a very trusted and experienced American stock exchange guy couldn't see through, and a board and a CEO couldn't see through. I will admit the disaster, the bomb of Logic, Collective Audience, and anything Brent's son touches, all bombed out. I will admit that. Now, another thing Brent's son touched was doing a deal with Recruiter.com and Nixie. I think some people here made money on my first call in Nixie. I think they did. I backed off, and then I got interested again. And now I don't know. Maybe Nixie works, maybe it doesn't. They have a bunch of revenue. I wouldn't be in it. I don't think Brent is the CEO anymore, so maybe you sidestep his poor judgment. He's works so hard. He's so honest. He does so many things well. But at the end, he gets fooled by you guys every single time. He always takes the deal from you guys, and he destroys himself. I don't know what it is. Can't learn a lesson. It's some psychology that has to do with being the victim. I don't know what it is. But yeah, I'll accept that Logic bombed. CRTD and Vocal were never my stock, ever. I talked about them. I thought they might squeeze, but they weren't. I lost a lot of money in. I was never my stock, ever. So it's not my bomb. In fact, I talked out against it quite a bit. But I will say I did think it could squeeze. So, I can see where you're confused. Finger, I never recommended live originally when the price was higher to buy. But I've made some recommendations on Finger trading calls that it's a good time to get in, good time to get out, to sell. And I think people, if they listen to me, particularly most recently, they made money in Finger. So I don't think that's a bomb. GTII, I never recommended buying. I did say, and I'm embarrassed by it now. Because I've learned that you guys control the system. But I did think it could squeeze. But I always said if it squeezes, these are the kind of things that could happen. But I also told people to get out of GTII. Unfortunately, my alternative was Logic. I don't really take responsibility for the malfeasance at GTII or the bad decision making at Logic. But I can see your confusion, so those are bombs. But I think I've been early but correct on silver. Railtown has doubled so far, Edward. You don't give that credit. And I've made other calls that have been very successful too. I think I've been correct on the market. So I don't take the blame for the bombs. You know who I assigned the bomb for? To you and to your friends. And the one thing that we as investors cannot control is the decision making of a CEO in guidance by these attorneys who are just covering their ass and wanting to get paid and may in their firm represent the bad guys as well. And then the boards that are just there to cover the ass of the CEO and the board of directors. And then the bankers who provide valuation and documents to cover their ass, all to make money for people like the Toad. That's you. The reason a lot of these stocks bomb is you. So it's very circular, your argument, to put it on me. And I'm doing my best to call it out now, but people still are hopping back. And I fly. They're going all over on all these stocks. These stocks need retail to make them go up. You know that. That's how you make your payday, Edward Barona. Anyway, I'm going to move on. I'm not a short. Bullshit. 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 I don't care to short. I just see charts. And if you go to the week charts, we are looking at a missive pullback. Yeah, I'd say that we're looking at a missive pull. You're such a liar. Please don't insult my intelligence by lying. You may not have enough money or credit to personally short, but you represent the shorts. You're getting paid by the shorts. So just please don't insult my intelligence. To repeat myself, if people follow your advice, the bid right now is 40 cents. And if they get a missive pullback to 45 cents, or maybe to on the bid to 43 cents, you got to ask where the ask is when they try to get back in on this missive pullback that you're calling for. But then they're out. And the risk of being out is greater than going through the pain of 5 or 6 cents further downward that you guys are trying to orchestrate without any information. You don't know jack shit about the company. You're looking at a chart. Who gives a F about the chart? That's day trading. I don't want people doing that anymore. And if people listen to your idiocy about a missive pullback and they're out, and let's say at midnight tonight, whoever the lawyer is, I'm making it up, of course, she lands at Denver Airport after her well-deserved 2-week vacation in Thailand or something. And she's on jet lag, so she checks her messages. And there's a requirement DocuSign to sign a document. And let's say she signs it at midnight tonight. And let's say, I'm making it up, but it's a possible scenario. And then let's say tomorrow morning, they announce that the deal is done. Anybody that gets out to avoid your missive pullback of 5 cents might avoid a massive opening that goes up $5. You are a short. You're a short-term thinker, and you represent the shorts. So don't come on here and lie, please. Microsoft bought SoundHound. I was in that one. So why is it still trade separately? I have to look that up. Why it still trades separately. You were in that one. Bravo, bravo, bravo. So you see what happens. Lawrence, what happened when they bought them? Did you have time to buy into it, or did it go up? Or did that maybe they stopped trading and or maybe they did it over the weekend? Or maybe they did it at market? I don't know. Be interesting to hear what happened. Hey, Giuseppe. A lot of good people here. You can buy, Julie, with unsettled cash and bypass the broker's fees. Maybe you could call in too. You can call in. Hey, Dice, DSR, what are your picks? Yeah, exactly. If you're not short, why are you here? Why out of all the stocks in the market are you here bashing Railtown? Why? That's a good question. Giuseppe, I added more. Good for you. Good for you, Giuseppe. Bravo. Go Hawks. DSR Global Rep, my cost is less than your target of 43. I'm not smart enough to time the market or even time the stock. That's good. I thought it would be 70 cents this week, so I buy and hold. Good for you, Go Hawks. Go Hawks. Go Hawks. Go Hawks. Go Hawks. It's almost 1 o'clock. And let's see how the other stocks are doing in our panoply of perennial pleasers. GME's down 11 cents. Fingers up 2.5, 161.5. G-Bucks is down 13 cents at $1.50. And Railtown, of course, is now down 2 cents and a quarter. But the volume is 158,000. It's taken a while to get there. Julie says, thank you. What I learned from this incident is they can do in the way they like. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. But also, Julie, remember another thing. 2 things. No stock goes straight up. No stock goes straight up. So we had a nice run, really, from 22 cents all the way to 69.7. There was a little bit of interruptions. So that was a pretty good run. And so we're getting a pullback from that. That, on the one hand, is kind of normal. Secondly, and I guess secondly, I'll make it the whole point, not adding it to the first. Secondly, it's good that it's pulled back. You don't want anything to go straight up. It's good that it pulled back. You shake out weak hands. When a pullback comes, you get rid of weak hands. The stock shifts to strong hands. And in our case, that apparently they keep shorting the stock, so it gives some fuel for higher prices. I hope it does not squeeze, but we'll address that later. When in doubt, listen to a bullshit bumper sticker saying, when in doubt, zoom out. It rhymes. It must be good. It must be true. When in doubt, zoom out. How about if I just tune out from your comments? When in doubt about dice, why don't I just tune out? That rhymes too. Finger is just bottoming out, but he wants you to say other stocks are distractions. Sounds familiar. Yikes. Building a RLAIF cult? No. I think it will get cultish. I think it will get cultish when the stock's $10. But no, I'm not trying to build a cult. I'm trying to forcefully argue against your fear, uncertainty, and doubt. And look, they're working now. Now the bid is 49,000 shares at 47.54, and they're trying to eat through it. They're going to eat through that. And they have ask at 49 cents. I wish I had money. Man, I'd go buy it. But this is all computerized. The entire volume over the last hour is about 20, maybe 15,000 shares. It's all fake. But we watch it. We're glued to it as if it's telling us. I'm telling you guys, the stock is mispriced. It should be $5 right now. You can quibble with me. You can say it should be 3. You can say it should be 8. But I'm picking a target 10x, $5. Should be $5 right now. And then we're dickering over, oh my gosh, it's going to go down a missive amount to 45 cents. Ooh, the bid is 47.55. You're talking about 2.5 cents. Guys, you just can't listen to these guys. They really want to shake you out. Remember, the only real stock out there, the only stock they can shake the tree of is we, because we're retail, we're susceptible to emotional trading rather than systemic professional trading, systematic professional trading. So they know they can come here and shake you out. Please don't be shaken out. Please don't be shaken out. The breakup value, that's a bad word because I don't think there's any assets. But yeah, I'll use that. How about if I use the research from a year ago without the merger? The bear case is 90 cents without the merger. Guys, this stock is not going down. They might trade it down. They may get you to panic out of it so you have a loss, but the stock's not going down to stay down. I'll tell you that. And they're doing everything they can to get you to panic now, and it's only 15,000 shares traded. It's unbelievable. It's all collusion. Cromwell Coulson doesn't care. He just doesn't care. He's a joke. The last 5 trades, 204 shares at 49 cents. That broke the bid. It went down to 48.5, 3,400 shares, 48.5, 1,000 shares. Then 560 shares at 49. Then 100 shares at 49 cents. Who the hell is selling 100 shares at 49 cents? It's all the criminals. It's all the criminals. All the criminals. But no, I'm not trying to build a cult. I'd love it though. You're going to find out, Dice, that these people are going to be solid and you're going to lose your ass. So enjoy it while you can. You're going to lose your ass. I hope you lose your access to capital. I hope you lose your ability to destroy people's lives. Something wrong with you if you don't allow people to talk about other stocks and call them garbage. I haven't called other stocks garbage. You did. That was your word. I didn't use that word. I've let people talk about stocks. But let me be clear, Dice. For about 5 weeks, my favorite investment for 2-3 years, bar none, has been silver. I've talked about it repeatedly. For 5 weeks, I haven't talked about it. I still love silver. You know why I haven't talked about it? Because I recognize that unless I'm specifically clear, people don't get my message. My message for 5 weeks is buy Railtown. That's not financial advice. Buy Railtown. My message is Dice XXICA shorted the stock down here. He's going to get his ass crushed when it, after the deal is announced, whenever it bloody well is announced, whenever the lawyers can put us out of this purgatory that they love to be in because they're so important. I went to Harvard. I got a law degree. We've got to make sure there's not a 645 problem with this document. Let me take it back to my office and we'll get back to you in 48 hours. It's all a nightmare. You're going to lose it all here. And so let me make it clear, Dice. I don't want people buying stock to stock, trading based on charts, trading based on, hey, it counts here and it's 12 spot 5 and it's going to go. I don't want that anymore. You guys rule that world. Dice, you're welcome to it. You're welcome to this ghetto of stock trading. You're welcome to this sewer of stock trading and advice. You stay there. We're leaving it. You stay down there. You're good at it. You're good at it. Do it for the rest of your life, the rest of your career. We're leaving. We're going to take our Railtown stock and we're going to create our first step. Our first step is we're going to have $45 million of assets. Our next step, we'll have 90 million. And it's on the way. I think if we hang on to all of this, conceptually, we could be a huge pool of capital. And when we are that capital, we're going to have transactions that you don't even understand. You stay down in the sewer, we're going to be up in the cumulus clouds of so you stay down there. We're leaving. Yeah, I don't want to fight you. You can talk about garbage stocks. You can trade them. But this isn't a democracy here, Dice. But let me ask you in your scenario, if you have another stock, which you don't, I don't know why you're here. But if you argue that you may say, oh, people should be in finger because it's bottomed, whatever the hell that means. I don't see that in the chart, but it's possible. So finger, let me look at finger right now. Finger's $1.59. $1.60. Let's look at the chart. I'm not going to show it to you. I'm just going to do it for myself. I'm looking at the chart. Of course, it doesn't want to expand. Okay, and you call this a bottom. I don't see that. It has a little bit of a snapback. Certainly, there's a vague argument for support there. But if you go back, what the stock has done, it's covered the entire gap that was created and arguably filled before, but the entire gap that was created by the Roth capital financing. But we're right now at the top of that collapse, and Roth capital's not, the toad's not out of there. So I don't agree with you. Finger could go to $1.40, even $1.30. I'm not calling for that, but that's the risk. What's the reward? I think Finger could go to $1.92, $2. So you could come in right now and you could buy Finger for $1.62. There's no clear pattern on this chart. And you, in the kindest fashion, could say that the risk is $1.50, $1.40. And you could, I think, be very generous and say the upside is about $2 over the next 8 weeks. Why would I want people to invest in that or even hear about that? We're talking about it. When Railtown, I'm just going to look at the chart myself. And I'm just going to look at the 6-month chart. Likewise, I don't think Railtown shows any particular pattern right now in a short-term trading that I can ascertain. However, just back in January, it performed almost the identical pattern that it's doing right now. And I can show that to you. I don't want to, I'll do it after lunch. But in the December to January timeframe on an upward slope, the pattern matches exactly. Except today's trading so far is red, not black, but that can change by the end of the day. What happened last time is the stock, after 2 days of disappointment, the stock rallied in a day back up to do the equivalent here. The stock would rally back above 62.5 very quickly. And then it continued over the next 3, 4, 5 days. And to be equivalent here, that would get it to probably 65, 67 cents. And it pulled back slowly. And then it did its march. It just did its march and it broke out. That's the pattern I see here in Railtown. I really don't see any risk that this collapses. However, in fairness, it's not a completely recognizable pattern either right now. So you could make an argument almost any way you want to, because I don't think there's a clear pattern in Railtown. But I don't think your chart matters. You can trade the chart because that's the sewer you're in. But what we're waiting for on Railtown is for the final announcement that the transaction is completed. And once that is, the chart won't matter. Chart won't matter. It'll be a $5 stock. That's my prediction. 10x. $5 stock. So while you're arguing down here because you're fascinated by manure, we're going to be up here because we're committed to changing our financial lives. Go Hawks. Right now we're focused on rail. Dice, we're focused on rail. There's plenty of other channels you can go to discuss other stocks. See, Go Hawks is a nice guy. Hey, Bill Myco, you'll probably be mad at. No, I'm not. Oh my God. 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 I'm not mad at you, Bill Myco. I just feel I can feel the pain you're going to be in. So you sold rail on Friday to bet on a bump in G-Bucks this week. Why? Let's see how that's worked. G-Bucks has, well, I don't see any visible bump this week. I see it just going straight down. So let me get your thought process. You think G-Bucks can have a bump. Okay. That would be based on either the share count, which has never worked. 3 years of work so far on the share count with MMTLP hasn't worked. But you think it's going to work here. Okay. The other reason you'd be in G-Bucks is because all that big story about 200 million coming in from somebody buying a real estate fund that's going to yield 10%, and then they're in the gold business, and then that's going to really catch the shorts out. That could happen. Or maybe there's a new big story coming. Maybe there's a big whale that's going to start buying G-Bucks stock and drive it up. All right, let's go with that. How high do you think G-Bucks is going to go, let's say, by Monday? How high do you think G-Bucks is going to go? You say a bump. All right, let's say it bumps. Looking at the chart, I think a good bump would be 244. But if you want to assume it can go further, let's say it bumps to $4, bumps to $5. Let's say it goes to $5. Let's say you can sell your G-Bucks Monday at $5. So you own it at 150. You probably paid more. You sold 40,000 rail to buy G-Bucks. So 40,000 rail at maybe 65 cents. So you got 26,000. So you bought 10,000 shares of G-Bucks, probably. 10,000 shares of G-Bucks. And it's down. G-Bucks is down 10 grand for you. All right. Let's say you have 10,000 shares of G-Bucks, now $1.50. And let's say you can sell 10,000 shares Monday morning at $5. You'll have 50,000 shares, $50,000 of G-Bucks stock. You sold 40,000 rail. Now, let's go to my extreme. I got to put that in our numbers. That puts us back below 9 million, by the way, which that's all right. We were there briefly. So your 10,000, I know I probably have the wrong amount, but your 10,000 shares of G-Bucks, if it has a bump, might be worth $5 on Monday morning. What if Friday, whatever's holding up this deal gets done, and Monday morning, Railtown opens up and they announce that the deal's completed? And what if I'm correct? The stock goes to $5. You can buy 10,000 shares of Railtown. You made money in G-Bucks. You made money in G-Bucks. Bravo. Whoa. Yeah, I did a trade in G-Bucks. I made money. And then you turn around to buy Railtown. You can buy 10,000 shares. You sold 40,000. You sold 40,000. And you can buy back 10,000. How do you come out ahead in that? You got a winning trade in G-Bucks, but the opportunity cost is so massive in Railtown. I don't know what's wrong with your brain, Bill. I'm not mad at you, But I think you seriously have to go to shitty OTC Stocks Anonymous that probably, if the right connection of whales and machines, and the promoter is telling me I got to get in it, because you don't realize they need you in it. They need your buying to trigger the buying. And if there's a billionaire that comes in, and maybe this is the next HKD, I don't know what you're going on about. Ham's projection on G-Bucks is $150. Assuming you didn't sell any, you sold it at 150. That's 100x from here. Do you know that your Railtown can give you 100x without gambling? Without gambling. But you want to gamble. I think you really have a problem. I understand it. I have that problem. I've done it. I'm not picking on you. But I tell you, you still believe in illusion. I'm giving you a story that's real. You're going to be angry with yourself. You're going to be angry with yourself. Now, I gave you the cost, the opportunity cost. I'll give you the other opportunity costs. When they finally announce that this deal is completed, which I admit, it could be next week. It could be August. But when they finally announce it, you're not going to be able to buy 40,000 shares. Not only because of price, you're not going to have enough capital, and G-Bucks isn't going to give you the money to do it. G-Bucks isn't going to give you the money to do it. It could, but it'll be luck. It won't be strategy. It'll be just that a gamble worked, but it's gambling. It's not strategy. It's purely gambling. You think you know something that you learned on a call, and the shorts don't? It's just bad thinking. You know, I thought this girl loved me, and I thought it for so long. And maybe she did. She told me she did. But at the end of the day, it's an illusion. This purchase of G-Bucks is an idiotic purchase. And you lost money on it. Tough titties. That's your cost. But you're not going to make back enough. You're praying for a gift from God. God doesn't give those kind of gifts. God gave you your brains. God gave you your intelligence. And thank God he gave you enough capital so you could own 120,000 rail. But now you own 80,000 because you want to piss it away on G-Bucks. Let's go from now. Let's say you have 10,000 shares of G-Bucks. I don't know. But let's say it's 10,000. And it goes to $150. And you, out of all the people playing a short squeeze, sell all of your 10,000 shares at 150, the exact top. You don't sell any on the way up, and you don't hold on too long when it collapses, so you're holding the bag. Let's just say you get out of your 10,000 shares at $150, because that's what Ham is saying it's going to do. And it might. I'm not saying. That's $1.5 million. Do you know if you had held on to your 40,000 shares of Railtown? That's $37.50 a share. The problem is, it's not exciting. It's not a gamble. It doesn't give you that little thrill. It doesn't give you something to look at when you're upset with your wife. But $37.50 on Railtown, I'm telling you, 18 months, I think 3750 could happen before the end of this year. I don't want you thinking that way. I want you thinking it's 18 months, 2 years. But 3750 could happen on Railtown this year. Your 40,000 shares of Railtown could turn into $1.5 million this year. But you want to gamble on G-Bucks, which is already down. And if I understand the story on G-Bucks, the old story was there's a guy with a bunch of Bitcoin or some coin, crypto. He's converting it into $212 million. He's going to put it in the company and buy a fund that yields 15% in real estate. And we're bringing guys in from the Middle East, and they've flown to San Francisco somewhere to meet the company, wherever the company's headquartered. And the shorts are trapped. And we're buying a gold company. And our application is AI. It covers all the bases, doesn't it? Well, none of it came true. They have an indication of they're going to attempt to come to an agreement on the gold, whatever it is. Where's the 212 million? It didn't happen. Where's the Middle East? I don't know. Maybe it's still there. I don't want to be negative. It's somebody else's story. I don't want to be negative. But man, let's ignore this year. Let's just talk about 30 days. August 15th. Where do you think G-Bucks will be over the next 4 weeks? In your own writing, you think it'll be a bump. So you're chasing a bump when Railtown in the next 4 weeks, I think with the odds of 95%, we'll give you 10x. That's not good enough for you? Good luck. If you're smarter than I am. I've been doing this a long time, and you're smarter than I am. Railtown's not going to stay at 50 cents. It's not going to stay at 50 cents. It will start a march upward. It will start a march upward. Let me see where G-Bucks is today. G-Bucks is $1.80, so maybe I'm wrong. Maybe there's some strength in that. Maybe you'll get a bump in it. But you're down. You're down on it. But Railtown's not going to stay under 50 cents. It's a delusion. I'm not saying you are delusional, but the thought is a delusion. They make it look like it's going to stay. You see 67,500 for sale at 49 cents. That doesn't exist. They want you to think it's down. They love that you sold and you're buying G-Bucks because G-Bucks might get a bump. Railtown's going to give you 10x. And then another 10x. That's not good enough for you? I don't know. Well, anyway, Bill, at least you still have 80,000. So the rest of your life, you're going to sit at tables and you're going to say, instead of celebrating that you have 80,000, you're going to be saying, God, I had 120,000. What was I thinking? But hey, you know better than I do. I don't understand the thinking. I'm not mad. I just don't understand the thinking. They're going to strip mine you in G-Bucks. Or it might be the one that works. It might be the one that works. Ouch is all I can say. For you, it's going to bother me that you don't have your 120,000 shares. Let me just put that in concrete terms. 120,000 shares. Let's say they sell to Microsoft or to Nvidia or to AMD in a year at $150 a share. That's $18 million if you have 120,000 shares. If you have 80,000 shares times 150, so it's $12 million. So your dance cost, obviously I'm picking a high number. We don't know anything about that number yet. But if that number's right, your little dance will cost you $6 million. Is it worth it? I don't know, Bill. I think it's absolute crazy thinking. If I were you, I'd sell my G-Bucks, turn off the computer, stop listening to these calls, and get to Railtown. You know, there's I don't know if I still have it here, but here it is. Let me take your comment down. Ham is calling for, and I'm not criticizing. All of these are possible, I guess. Ham has a very high number on Finger, and he's targeting $150 in G-Bucks. Quintainment, he says, can go to 100. And this, this 10-cent one can go very high. They want your money hot. They want you hopping around. And then if you miss on one, you're going to go to the other to make up for your stupidity. Can't you just be an adult and stop? Look, I quit drinking. I quit drinking almost 6 years ago. I'm missing your last. Here it is. Next month it'll be 6 years. Every now and then I'm out. I'm with a pretty girl. The music's playing just right. She looks great. She orders a drink, and we have a great conversation. And I'd love to order, a really nice red wine, or maybe have a Basil Hayden neat. And that night, Bill, I might have a throwback to the days when you could be out, you could go dancing, you could have a night on the town. And then if it ended, she says, hey, why don't you can't drive, why don't you stay here? And you might have a whole weekend together. And you wake up Monday morning early, shower, get back to your place, put on a suit, and you start the week and everything's great. Or maybe it's time to admit, in my case, I've had enough to drink. And the risk of doing that is too great. I don't know. I haven't tested it. My sister says I don't have a problem, but it's up to me to decide that, not her, not she. So is it worth the risk that it would start off 10 nights in a row of going out with the boys and losing focus? It was fun. But then you go try to replicate it again, and it doesn't happen the next time, and the next time, and the next time, and the next time. What Railtown offers you is sobriety. Railtown offers you it's like a tractor hooked up to the frame of your car that is stuck in the mud during mud season. And the tractor comes along. It pulls you not only out of the ditch, it pulls you up on the rain-washed road. It pulls you further above the water line, above the streams and the creeks that overflowed. It pulls you up on the gravel. And for extra measure, it pulls you to the top. Of that hill. So you get into the meadow or the farmland up in the hills, and the tractor pulls you up there, and then you're on flat land. There is no mud, and you can live your life. Instead, you want to stay down. I don't get it. I don't get it. G-Bucks is really risky. It could work though. So I've made my point. I've made my point. I'm glad you have 80,000 of Railtown, Bill. That's all you're going to have. You're never going to get it to 250. You will never get it back to 120 unless you do it today, but or maybe tomorrow, next day. But the only day I can guarantee that you can get it back to 120 is today. Otherwise, I can't guarantee it to you tomorrow. And you'll never get it back. You'll never get it back. So just come to accept that you own 80,000 shares of Railtown, not 120. And if Railtown, for some reason, if people are able to hold on, and let's say NVIDIA buys it for $150 a share in stock, instead of getting 18 million, you'll get 12 million. It's still a big number. You'll still be rich. So I'm being too perfectionist. So you'll get the majority of the benefit. And I guess you got to learn one more time. You have more to learn about what the system does to people who think they know something when all they have is a system that they repeat. The story's basically the same. But the gamblers come in, they put their chips down. So I'm sorry you got fooled. I'm really sorry you got fooled. I hope G-Bucks works. It's got to go to $150. It's got to go to $150 to make what you would make in Railtown if Railtown went to $50. I'm sorry you got fooled. I really am. Hey, Red Pepper Ronnie. A lot of shills here, yep. Just block these shills. Go Hawks. It sounds like you want to get in trouble by the SEC. Oh, Dice, take it somewhere else. I have the nerve to talk crap about other investors and other stocks. Pathetic. Just do your talking, walking. Why are you here, Dice? If you don't care about Railtown, why are you here? Hey, Ward Richardson, Microsoft has not bought SoundHound. That is absurd. All the mag companies tried to buy them. No deal. That's why NVIDIA partnered with SoundHound. Thank you. I didn't think they bought them. Sir, we are holding RLAIF. Please do your lunch. No, you are, but Bill Michael got shaken out. He got shaken out. That's what I'm trying to avoid. He got shaken out. By the way, we're under 9 million, but that's not the big thing. I just feel so much pain for Bill. It's hard not to see the siren song of these huge, oh, it could happen overnight. When has it happened? Maybe this is the time, though. Maybe his instinct has gotten him into the one that's going to work. Ward Richardson, SoundHound partnerships are ARM Holdings, Samsung, LG, Amazon, OpenAI, Perplexity, Stellantis, I could think that's the Jeep company, I think, Hyundai, Honda, Lucid, VW, Mercedes, Kia, and that's just a few. Yeah, it's an amazing thing if you read that one little shareholder update. The idea of being able to drive, I raised money for a company 25 years ago that had this vision, but I don't think the capacity was there with the computing, the compute power. But the whole idea was be able to drive and talk to your phone, listen to your messages. Someone would send you, I don't know if we really had a lot of, I guess we had messages, but someone would send an email to you. You could click a button and it would read it back, or you could recite an email and it would send it. It seems so basic now, but at the time it was revolutionary. Of course, it all crapped out in 2001, but I owned a lot of it. I counted it as one of my big future wealth creators. But that's what's so exciting about SoundHound. It's a great idea. But the key about SoundHound, which Bill Michael can't see, is SoundHound does 80 million in revenue, and it's valued at $5 billion. It's real revenue. It's AI. It's across multiple industries. And SoundHound is an analog. It is a comp to Railtown AI. But Bill Michael needs to go back and get punished again by a stock. Well, we've got we know the short, and we own more than the short. We're bringing in this, and there's going to be a big buyer coming in, and we're going to do, and I guess maybe they're going to pay computers to turn on. That costs millions of dollars, by the way. You got to find somebody to pay for it. It's quasi illegal, but I'm sure they can find a lawyer that'll cover them. And they'll start the buying, but they need you to trigger that. If it all works, if everything lines up just right, it's like herding cats. It's like herding cats. All the whales have egos. All the bankers have egos. The team is infiltrated by a short who tells all the other shorts, and they can bust it up. I mean, you're asking for Swiss watch perfection. And if it works, you're going to say, hey, I knew it. I was great. What a great trade. It's a gamble. It's a gamble. You're trading. I'm telling you, Bill Michael, I'll try to show you how to risk things when you invest. Not right now. It's almost 2:00. I guess I'll skip eating. If I go away, somebody else is going to be an idiot and sell stock to go buy G-Bucks. G-Bucks might work. I'm not trashing G-Bucks. It might work, but it's a gamble. You don't have all the information on G-Bucks. This move, I think, if I had to put odds on it, I'd put 95% that move will happen within 2 years to $50. And I don't think that's where it stops, by the way. I'd put 85% chance that it happens within a year. And I put maybe 60% chance that it happens by, let's say, first quarter. Let's say within 9 months, maybe 50, 60% chance. What chance does Rail have? G-Bucks? Well, we're gonna have a shareholder count. We're gonna distribute a dividend, and this time it's going to work. We've got a billionaire, or we've got a whale, or we've got an institution that's going to come in and start buying stock, and they're going to pay the computers to ramp it up. And all we need is a bunch of people flooding in unpredictably, so it confuses the computers. And we know the shorts are going to be fooled. They're going to be caught out. And we know the prime brokers are going to buy in. Oh, they're going to buy in, all right. And there's not going to be any countermeasures by the short system. And by the way, it might mean that this app, which is spread across tens of retailers in the United States, might catch hold. I really don't know what you're thinking, Bill Michael. I really don't. But you want to lose your money. And that's just something that we each have to face in the middle of the night or looking in the mirror. Why do I want to lose my money? I don't think I'm going to find a story like Railtown again in my sentient lifetime. I might. But what's happened with Railtown is these two guys came up with a strategy 6 years ago, and the perfect storm they met is data centers and NVIDIA chips. And now Wall Street raising the money for AI 2.0. The stock started to go up, and they were the belle at the ball. They have the first mover, first in class, software AI that everybody wants, Conductor. So AI Partners, which is led by the Omer's team, was founded by the Omer's team, who fully understands constellation software, said, look, why don't you buy us? And so what happened, instead of going up this curve in a normal price discovery way, it got halted. Halt. No more buying by the insiders at Railtown, by the big investors behind Railtown. No more buying by AI Partners and their insiders. No more buying by Omer, anybody close to Omer's that can even be traced to this story. No more buying. No more buying from anybody inside a Canaccord restricted list. No more buying from anybody in the 165 companies that are involved in this. No more buying. Selling from the computers for the shorts. When they see MOU, they sell because they try to bust the deal. When they see LOI coming in a few weeks, it's all by computer, they sell. They don't know anything. They don't know anything. It's not like Tony De Niro did some research for them. They just sell because they can bust the trade. And then those people will normally come to the toad for financing. And that'll be toxic, and they can continue the destruction. And if, Bill Michael, you don't think that could happen in these dreams you're chasing, you're crazy. But maybe you found the one. I don't think I should have ever told you, Bill, about Railtown. I don't think you can responsibly be trusted with an account that goes to $1 million. You'll lose it all. Before Railtown, you're never going to buy back in. I get it. But you have 80,000 shares of Railtown. You better shut off your computer. You better get on your motorcycle, and like Phaedrus in The Art of Motorcycle Maintenance, you better go to the top of the mountain and deal with your monsters. You will lose your account because you have a need to lose. And I'm not picking on you personally. We all have it. I've and any time that I get caught up listening to, oh my gosh, really, you think G-Bucks can do that? There's a part of me that says, oh, I better go jump in. But you know what? You've got to stop that at least as long as until Railtown finalizes the deal. You can't even wait that long. G-Bucks will still be there. Finger will still be there. 10M or whatever will still be there. Quintainment will still be there. Just hold on to your Railtown until they complete the deal. Just do that much. You can't do that, Bill Michael? I shouldn't have given you this idea. I trusted you too much. I had a higher sense of where you are in your investing career. I'm not mad. I just think you've made a tragic mistake. But you might be rich already. Yeah, that's one thing. You might be rich already. But can't you just hold on for this before you start sprinkling your money around? Can't you just hold on for that? I guess not. I guess not. So this number is no longer 9 million. It's, what is it? It's probably 9,010,000 minus 40,000. So we're at 8,970,000. 8,970,000. Well, that's just a number. That doesn't bother me. Dice, just go somewhere else. Just go somewhere else. Just go somewhere else. Plenty of powder on the side, waiting for bigger drops if they happen. That you're not hearing me, Northeast Iowa. You're not hearing me. I mean, if you want to play it today for a drop, okay. But you better buy, if you have powder on the side, you better deploy it all today. All of it. Northeast Iowa. The only thing I can almost guarantee you is you can buy this stock today under 50 cents for the next 2 hours. Almost guarantee you that. I cannot guarantee you're going to be able to buy any stock tomorrow. Of course, maybe you will. But you're playing with fire. So I wouldn't hold any powder aside on Railtown. What, you're not happy that it went to 69.7 and now it's pulled back to 48.6 and you're not happy with that? That's a hell of a pullback. If you have dry powder, now's the time to act. Now is the time to act. Buy all you can. It's not financial advice. It's strategy. You guys are being penny foolish, pound wise, whatever the word is. It's insane. I don't know how much you have, but you'd rather hang on to your cash. That's investment cash. I'm not talking about investable cash. You'd rather hang on to that, hoping it pulls back more. This bloody thing is down, from 70 cents down to, I don't know what it is. It's down 40%. And that's not good enough. That's not good enough. That's a huge pullback. And you're waiting for more? Let me tell you the risk you run, Northeast Iowa. I mean, you can play it if you want the rest of the day. You got 2 hours. But you know the risk you run? $4:15 today, 4:30 today. The news comes out that they closed the transaction. So tomorrow morning, the stock opens briefly wherever it closes today. And then it gaps to 80 cents, gaps to $1, gaps to $1.30, and it goes to $1.50 before it pauses, and then it's on its way to $2. I don't know. I don't know. Am I talking to people that understand me? Am I speaking English? You're insane. I mean, I don't know how much it's down. It's 70 cents down to, supposedly down to 46 cents. So it's 24 cents down, starting point 70 cents. It's down 34, 35%. And you want more. I'm glad you have what you have. I think you'll be happy with that. But I think in any day now, you're going to have a pumpkin and a diamond. And you could have had 2 diamonds. But it's up to you. I guess you know better than I do. I guess you know. See, this fudster shit is working. This competing stock shit is working. This fear mongering. Oh, you can trade it better. You're crazy. You're going to trade your way right out of it. Northeast Iowa. I don't know how much powder you have, but if you could buy 25,000 shares, I guarantee you'll never buy it. You'll never buy it. Now here comes the liar. Here comes the liar. Here comes the liar. I would buy 100,000 shares. I buy 50,000. You won't be able to buy 10,000. Lots of laugh. You're trying so hard to indirectly tell people to buy RLAIF. Unreal. No, be direct. It's not financial advice. I think people should buy Railtown, but I can't give financial advice. So screw you, Dice. As strategy, as editorial, as opinion, as you know, a subscription, I think just like this, your small mind, this is a speculative buy. This guy cannot give financial advice, but he's saying, I think you should buy the stock. I think you should buy the stock. It's not financial advice. Where is Sparky72? I wish we had some updates from him. Well, one thing could be he's been told to shut up. It could be that. Let's not worry this to death. These guys are bringing in the worry, and Bill Michael got fooled by it. It pains me. And no one's going to care, Bill. No one is going to care. They'll move on to the next story, and but anyway, at least you have what you have. And I'm thankful for that. That's all I'm going to say. At least you have what you have. JP works for the shorts, I think. I like William, but I agree with this company only has 1 million. No, they have over 2 million. So you're lying right out of the gate. And they tried to acquire a company that do business in the hundreds of millions. To me, this is dilution. He works for the shorts. He's got a goofball picture, but he's just works for the shorts. An all-American picture, but he's just wants your money. Number one, it's not true. They've got, I think, 2.5 million. At the end of the year, they had 2 million. Let's see, I'll show it to you just if I have it here. Otherwise, I'm not going to go find it. Yeah, I already deleted it. But you can look at their financials and you can see it, but you don't have to. Apparently, you don't have time to look at the financials. I think they have $2.5 million. But you're a real arsehole because they're not going to pay cash. AIP is not going to sell itself for cash. So they don't need cash to buy the company. So it's total misdirection. And I'm so sorry that people like Bill Miko get fooled by you with your all-American grin. You don't even know what dilution means. You don't even know what it means. You have no clue. So why don't you give advice on something you know about? Oh, Zinder. Oh, these haters and comments are just that. They, oh gosh. Oh, Xander. Been holding rail since 2022. See, that's somebody that holds on there. That's great. Hey, look at G Diddy. He gets us back above 9 million. He gets us back above 9 million. This guy G Diddy is going to be. There's two reasons. He's established a huge position, and he's also responsible with his decisions. I'm not making fun of Bill Miko. I'm the guy that got wiped out in finger going to work on that movie. So what standing do I have? I'm not criticizing Bill Miko. It just hurts. Bill, you don't understand. It really hurts that you got fooled. Really hurts. But so far, you're not paying that much of a cost. You could reestablish the position. And I think just for penance, you should increase the position to 150,000 shares. But I can't give you financial advice. But it's 47.55 to 48.56. They're trying to tell you it's going down. It's not going down. They're doing all the same tricks. Don't fall for them. Jack Hamilton, hope you're well. Oh, Xander, Will cooking. Oh, that's me? I don't know if I'm cooking. Colby Cormier. 1,700. That's awesome. That's awesome, Colby. Good job. Good job. I'm really proud of you because you started, I think you were concerned how low it was, and you've just steadily added. Very good. I know G Diddy. I know that. That was in this number was 750 for you, but now you've gone up by essentially 50. Bill Miko's gone down by 40, so we should be over 9 when I add it all up. That's awesome. That's awesome. All right, G Diddy. 800 is amazing. 800 is amazing. Bravo. Bravo. Sean Smith, why does the Apple Stock app show lower volume than what others do. I don't know. Mine shows right now 224,000. Why would that be? I think the Apple app might subscribe to some other service. Maybe they subscribe to, I don't know, Webull or something. Could be that. And they don't get the full data. I don't know the answer, Sean. I don't know the answer. I would think they'd have a responsibility to report the full numbers, but maybe it's just the service they have hired. So now we're 47.55 to 48.7. Jack Hamilton says, I'm well, G. Diddy. I see you're racking up. Ward Richardson, who I really appreciate, here because so far everything you've said, Ward, has helped me. And I need help. I need help. I've been on since, I think, 8 a.m. I agree with you, William. A lot of people do not understand the magnitude here on Railtown. It's a shame. They will be sorry for sure. That's what I feel. I guess I had a friend. I have two friends, both women. One of my friends told me, you remind me of like my father. He could see around corners, essentially predict the future. And my other friend would say to me, you have very good nose, meaning I could make projections. Well, I don't know. But for Bill Miko, what I see is it's going to be very difficult. But maybe he's different than I am because I'm extrapolating about how I would feel. If I had 120,000 shares of Railtown and I woke up late one morning because I couldn't sleep and I turn on my computer and the stock's trading at $5.50 to $6 and the phone's ringing and everyone's excited and G-Bucks, I don't know, maybe G-Bucks went to $3, $4, and I'm looking at my screen, I'm going to say, what the hell was I thinking? For me, I wouldn't be focusing on, I have 80,000 shares. Yay, it's up. It's worth $400,000 or $500,000. I'd be thinking about the 40,000 I sold, which I could have 750,000 right now. That's just me. That's where maybe Bill Miko's discipline is better than my discipline. Because I would just be, oh my gosh, why the hell did I do that? And it's been painful. In fairness to Bill, he waited a long time. I give him credit for that. He waited for the last, June 5th, goes all the way to July 5th, and now it's another 2 weeks. So basically 6 weeks. He's waited 6 weeks for the news to come out that Railtown closed the transaction. But it's a complete nonsense to assume that because it's taken 6 weeks, one nonsense thing is to assume something's wrong. I think the price action in the stock out of Canada, if there was something wrong, the stock would be 15 cents. In fact, the price has doubled, essentially. So but maybe you don't see it the way I do. Secondly, it's complete nonsense to assume that my experience as a human being, that Railtown and AI Partners and the attorneys, I blame the attorneys. I refuse to blame any of these good men and women. I blame the attorneys. But anyway, it is just absurd to say, well, it's taken 6 weeks, so it's going to take another week. Based on what? Based on what? Well, it's taken 6 weeks. It's going to take another 2 weeks. Based on what? You can prepare your brain to say it could be 2 weeks. You could prepare your brain that it could be another 4 weeks. But for trading or investment purposes, to count on another 2 weeks to be able to get into the stock, this delusion is total delusion. Railtown is not G-Bucks. It is not GDC. It is not ZJYL. It is not MULN. It is not NIXX. It is not CRTD. It is not fill in the blank. Those stocks are all ping-ponged up and down because they do the opposite of what Wall Street tries to do. They run it up on your enthusiasm. Think COSM. They ran it up. It was 12 cents. They ran it up to 88 cents. All on your enthusiasm. Oh, the guy's not going to do a deal. He's on your side. Oh, there's a big short position. They're changing the cues if it's going to squeeze. Bullshit. As soon as it went up, they did a deal at 33 cents or whatever, 34 cents for $35 million. They took your money, crossed it, helped out the shorts, and Finger and GTI started their long, swift, and longer collapse. That's all they're doing. They're doing it again and 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 again. And Bill Miko thinks he's picked the one that's going to work. It's going to have a bump. I know you're going to be angry at me right now, Bill Miko, but you know, it's going to pain me that in 2 weeks to 2 months, and maybe by as soon as the end of the year, but just plan on 2 years. You're going to be sitting looking at your account and you're going to say, Stella, I could have been a contender. And it's going to hurt me. I believe it or not, it's going to hurt me. All because you got fooled by these assholes. Why would you diversify a diamond into copper? Well, I guess because you bought enough copper that would equal the diamond. Why would you diversify a bouquet of roses into a flower that might grow out of a pile of cow manure? Why would you diversify in that? Because the flower out of the pile of cow manure could be a sunflower and it could grow so tall? I don't understand the thinking. And the other point that Ward's making here, I don't know, I don't speak for Ward. The other thing that people don't understand, not only is the price going to jump, do you get what I'm saying? Once they announce that the public information that the agreement is completed, that ends the quiet period? That ends the restriction? Do you know that waves of buying are going to come in that swamp anything that Bill Miko has or that I have? Do you understand that the waves of buying are going to swamp the puny plans of the short sellers? Do you understand that the waves of buying are going to make the prime brokers step back and say to the short sellers, your credit's no good here anymore? Do you understand that the counterfeiting, the selling stock that doesn't exist, is going to stop overnight and the buying is going to come in overnight? And then Bill Miko, do you understand that 50, I can't confirm this, but what I've heard is 50% of this stock is in the hands of people who are not going to sell, come hell or high water. at least not in any intermediate range of prices. They're in it for the big reward. On top of that, I've heard there's another 30%. I'm talking of the float that has recently bought in over the last, I don't know, 9 months. In addition to that, with the same outlook. Do you understand, Bill Michael, that AI 2.0 is the new darling of Wall Street? Do you understand, Bill Michael, that the wind is behind the back of AI 2.0 companies, particularly companies who already battle tested their product, first to market, first in class, solving a $300 billion a year problem? That's probably stated incorrectly. In one of Ward's videos, he said, by his projection, I don't know where he got it from, that companies this year or next are going to spend $300 billion on AI software development. I'm assuming that's his marketplace this year or next, because Conductor is the tool, AI tool, that helps teams develop, solve the problem, upgrade, and develop software. I might be overestimating the magnitude of Conductor. It might not be a $300 billion market. This says $3 billion. I think that's too low. But Bill Michael and Iowa Northeast, once this stock, which you're going to miss because you're putzing around to get it a little cheaper, once this stock hits $5, there isn't a brokerage firm on the planet that has to follow the Merrill Lynch rule anymore. There isn't an institution, pretty much, that can't buy it. I mean, there might be some with a $7 or a $10 number. But once it hits $5, you could see the stock go to 12 in 30 minutes. I'm saying this not because I'm trying to hype it or anything. I'm just telling you the facts. When institutions who buy their code of conduct, whatever you call that, their standard of their policy manual, whatever it's called, there's a word for it. I can't remember it. If it's etched in there, let's say it's a $100 billion fund. Let's say it's a $500 billion fund. And it says in their procedural manual, you can't buy any stocks under $5. But let's say they also have researchers on their staff that love AI 2.0 and love Railtown. Love it. And it goes to $5. Do you think they're going to buy 100,000 shares? 1 million shares? No, they're going to try to buy, I would guess, I don't know what funds do in terms of reporting, but if they want to keep it secret, they're not going to buy any more than 4.9% or 4.8888%. But to buy 5% of Railtown means you've got to buy I don't know, something like 7 million shares. They're going to go in for 5 million shares, Bill Miko. And you're going to compete with that because you still think you have advantages? You have no advantages down in this mire. And once this stock becomes held by institutions, you have zero advantages. You're stuck. I think you're insane, Bill Miko, to throw away 40,000 shares. You're absolutely insane. Absolutely insane. Beyond insane. And if that's an attempt to buy 250,000 shares of Railtown, it's too late. We ran out of time. We ran out of time. Somehow, you think the fact that from February 11th to July, whatever the hell it is today, July 22nd, because God has granted us that much time to accumulate a position, he's going to give you another week, another 2 weeks, another period of time to see if G-Bucks squeezes? G-Bucks isn't going to squeeze unless everything lines up perfectly. How often has that happened? All right, if it does squeeze, are you going to get out properly? Are you going to sell properly to take advantage of it? All you want is a bump. Man, your bump was owning 120,000 shares. Do you know how many people on my list would die to own 120,000 shares of Railtown? And you just threw it away. You threw a third of it away. Now it's 48.7 to 51.6. So it's 49. That same order is there, 49,500, 48.7, or a similar one anyway. And then they're pretending like they have something to sell. Guys, if it were a real sale and you needed to get out, why wouldn't you just hit the bid? Because they're manipulating it. And they think they want you to get caught up in the game. That's the jingle jangle and the oxygen and the hot chicks giving drinks and the excitement of the casino floor while they pick your pocket. Get out of it. 48.7 to 50.01. All right, I'm going to move on. I'm going to read Ward's point one more time. Ward Richardson. I agree with you, William. A lot of people just do not understand the magnitude here on Railtown. It's a shame. They will be sorry for sure. Frankie, I quoted you earlier, Frankie. Giddy, I don't believe you are holding 800 of RLAIF. That is bogus. Oh, uh-oh. That's disappointing. I trust Frankie. I trust G. Diddy. I don't know. I'm Almost Legend. Happy Tuesday. I'm Almost Legend. Peace. Peace, my man. I was wondering, maybe the person who came in a week ago named Sparky will show up again with some news and insight. Yeah, I don't know who Sparky is. I can make a guess, but I don't know who it is. What I'm noticing, I'm Almost Legend, is a lot of the sort of chattering and phone calls and talking and all guesses. It just all has stopped. And so you have a choice to assume that there's something wrong, or maybe it's just that the opposite. They're on the verge of finalizing the deal. I think Sparky, maybe because of your point, he'll come down and make something. I think Ward is pretty tuned in to the transaction. I think Frankie is. There's others here that I think have pretty good ideas on what's going on. So, and I certainly don't claim I know as much as all of those guys and girls. It's 47,000 at 49.01. This stock looks like it's going to turn around and close in the green today. How about that for a prediction? How about that for a prediction that it turns around and closes in the green, and I have to sit here without eating lunch until then, but I'll do it. I don't want any more of you to sell stock like Bill. And, you know, the shills will say it's because, you know, first, I don't get anything out of it. It really is a deep reaction on I don't even know Bill Nyko, but it makes me, it really, I feel for him because I know the difficulty. You think G-Bucks is going to go, you think, you know, this guy, this twist, that twist, it's going to go, they're going to have a share count, special dividend. It's a tough temptation to a risk. Sparky said they had a friend who knew the CEO, and they were pretty spot on with the news they were able to share, matched by my clairvoyance. Well, one way to interpret why he might not add anything, one way, is I doubt the CEO was giving him any material information. I doubt that. He might have given him some color. The advantage, you know, that he talks to the CEO, he could hear some confidence, he could get some things explained. But I don't think Corey would give out any material information. I don't think so. He's a well experienced investment banker. I just don't see that. So, but one thing might be happening is out of discipline, out of concern that something might slip. Maybe the CEO just said, "Look, I'm not." You say it's a friend. I'm not going to talk to that friend until this is finito. You know, we don't know. I'm speculating on that, but that I've had that happen with CEOs before that I've been able to talk to, and all of a sudden they don't talk to me, and it's usually they can't. It's just they can't, and their lawyers have told me they can't. So maybe that's what's going on with Sparky. I don't know. The positive way to spin that, I'm almost legend, is that means we're on the precipice of news. But I will admit that I made several if that, then this, then that, then that assumptions, and I don't know. I've been, in fairness to Bill Nyko, I've been pretty adamant for since June 5th. My calendar's over there. So, you know, I'm saying this is your last hour and a half to be able to buy all the Railtown you can, buy it all at 51 cents. This is your last hour and a half. I could come in tomorrow and we have another day of it. But that means I'm technically wrong, technically incorrect. It doesn't mean the concept is wrong. It doesn't mean the concept I'm trying to hammer home is incorrect. The concept I'm trying to hammer home is the door, the window, the aisle, the pump, the spigot, the stream, the manna is going to stop overnight or during the day, whatever. It's just going to stop. It's just going to be like that. It's going to turn off. The selling will stop and the buying will commence. Bill Michael will never get in again. But, that's a decision he's comfortable with. And it's a trade he's willing to make. He's willing to take the enormous risk that G-Bucks has a bump while Railtown stays down. It's enormous risk. It might prove right, but it doesn't mean he didn't take the risk. And then East Iowa, some part of Iowa that's not the Southwest Iowa, he's also taking a huge risk. He's saying, I can time my purchase and I can save it's already down 20 cents from the high, but I bet I can save another 7 cents. So I'm going to hang on to my cash and I'm going to buy just at the low. That's what some part of Iowa, I can never remember I wrote it down, did I? No, I don't remember. Some part of Iowa. That's what he's saying, but he's going to regret it. He's going to sit on cash. What's he going to do with the cash? After this goes up, according to me, myself and I, after it goes from where it's stuck right now to the new starting point, 10x, could be more. I'll start talking about silver again. I'll start talking about other stocks. But Bill Michael, I didn't talk about any other stocks. I didn't want to distract you. But you're over there thinking you're finding great information. I don't know. Anyway, now at 2:30, Railtown is 50 cents to 51 cents, where it was somebody in a buy-in problem. And they were trying to get it down. Will we see a margin call here? I don't know. I don't want it to be a squeeze. Thank you, I'm Almost Legend. Dice, you're making Bill feel bad. You sound like a snake oil salesman. Well, I admit I'm not a very good salesman. I've never sold snake oil, and I've never had anybody sell it to me, so I don't know what a snake oil salesman sounds like. I do remember the scene in The Outlaw Josie Wales where the guy is selling bottles of his elixir. It cures arthritis, it's good for your teeth, cures headaches, cures, and it helps and all and Josie Wales sees him. The guy's dressed in an all white suit and it with a tie. And Josie Wales, who chews tobacco, he's chewing tobacco. He looks at him and he targets this snake oil salesman right on the chest of his white suit with a big splat of tobacco chaw and spit. And he turns to the guy and he says, "How does it work on stains?" Well, William, you were right. I have 10,000 G-Bucks. What you don't know is I sold my Harley Davidson dealership for $12.8 million. Oh, that's all right. That makes me feel better. Bill. Thanks for telling me. That makes me feel a lot better. So you're wealthy. All right. That's all right. That's all right. Bravo. That's a different, you're in a different league, and I respect that. And of course, you've been hurt by some of this stuff, but on the other hand, you have more resilience. And, you know, whether you own 80,000 or 120,000 of Railtown, it's not going to change your life or your status. So thank you, Bill, for saying that. I actually feel better. I know you don't believe me, but I mean it. I feel better. You can afford that trade. So it's more for fun than for investment. I get it. I get it. And your timing on selling your Harley Davidson dealership was good. So I shouldn't criticize your timing at all, right? Yeah, you've got good timing. So I told you in the past my big money trains along with the Walton family. Well, there you go also. So Bill, I feel much better. Thank you for giving me that. Now that you say it, I don't think you ever gave the amount, but I think I did know that from before. So that makes me feel much better. Much, much better. Really, it does. I've calmed down. So thank you, Bill. And G-Bucks could work. So could the other stocks. But to me, the decision for most people of Railtown against those, even if they work, it's still the right decision to be in Railtown. Dice. I don't want to be negative, William, but then proceeds to be negative. Don't allow him to ridicule you, Bill Michael. I could do without the criticism from the peanut gallery. A lot of people say that. I don't want to be negative. To try to soften what they're saying. So you know what? Dice XXICA. Why don't you just go to the board that follows your advice or that you can follow? Yeah, I don't. As far as I know, you haven't added anything here. You say you're not short. You say it's garbage. Then you say you're going to buy it lower. I don't know. I don't know what you've added here. Hey, Jeff Green. I believe there is a way to limit viewers that have been a subscriber for a minimum amount of time. So I could say people who have been. I'll look into that. But you know what, Jeff? And I'll say this to Bill Michael. And is it Northeast Iowa? Anyway, I'll say it to Northeast Iowa. In my judgment, 1, they're going to close the deal. 2, the power, both of AI 2.0 in general and specifically in the combined Railtown AIP for revenue growth. And 3, the multiples currently being paid by Wall Street, investment bankers, venture capital funds, and acquirers are 100 up to 150 times revenue. And for the massive amount of capital coming in to the AI 2.0 space. And 5, the demand by institutions to own, let me be blunt, the demand by institutions to own the next Constellation software. I think as soon as the deal's announced, the stock opens at 5, on its way to 12. and the shorts and the shills are going to be blown out of the water. They're not going to be back here. I'm not going to be trading any stocks. I'm sure I'll have to talk to them with you, but I'm not going to be trading any stocks that have Dice Clay involved with them or these other ones. No more. We're going to be gone from it. So I don't think the shills will be coming on anymore. We're going to be in a whole different league. We're going to have real CEOs. They're real CEOs otherwise, but we're going to see if you guys stick together with me and we even have half of this at the, over the next 2 years, I'm going to bring you transactions and deals, and I got to structure it. We've got to figure out a way to structure it so it's not about me. But that's down the road. Right now, I'm focused on getting you to stay. Now I'm focused on getting you to stay in Railtown. But I'd like you to make sure you own as much as you want to own. It's your decision, not mine. Because it's gonna turn off. As soon as it turns off, let's say, Jeff, it goes to 12, institutions might own 60% of the stock. And then insiders own the rest. Where are you going to find your stock to buy? I've seen stocks do that. And I think this one is one that could do it. Trade $500 shares a day. And I think it's insane to give away. I'm a little envious of Bill Michael. I would love to be able to go buy 40,000 shares right now. I'd love it. But I don't have that capability. But 40,000 shares, when it's trading at 15, it's going to be so valuable. You'll never be able to put a block of that stock together at $15. It's a hard concept to get across. We're now at 50 and a half, 33,000 by 6,400, 50 and a half by 51. 15 and a half by 51. The volume hasn't really moved. So they are not able to keep a good dog down. Gee, Diddy, Frankie, you must believe that Steve doesn't have over $1 million. If William ever needs proof as he puts together his loosely affiliated investment group, I can give him a screenshot. It's all right, G Diddy. I trust you. I'm not. I like that we own this much, and I have a feeling it's much higher than this because a lot of people aren't volunteering their ownership. But Ozzy Osbourne is dead. I can't believe he's dead. I can't believe Ozzy Osbourne is dead. That's too bad. 76 sounds very young. Oh, very young. Yeah, G Diddy, it's fine. I don't need to see it. I trust you. And as we evolve, maybe we'll formalize a group somehow and have meetings and do it over Zoom or something. But for the time being, my focus is just on making sure people own Railtown before it leaps up the valuation curve. And then it could rapidly climb from there. And right now, the bid's moving around a bit. 12,005.50 cents 18,000, 50.05. And then the ask is 51 cents, 6,400. Now they have 17,000 to buy, 18,000 to buy at 505, 5049. I don't think they're going to keep a good dog down. Hey, G Diddy. Steve has over 1 million. I love that Steve has over 1 million. G Diddy, but I don't question Steve. Yeah. Shadow call. Railtown has zero revenue. You don't know that. You don't know that. All you know is as of the last filing that they had zero revenue. And that was, I looked it up, and unless I missed my mark, I don't want to do it now. Their last filing was February of 2025 for the full year of 2024. I don't think they've been able to file anything more, either because it's too complicated or because they're in the quiet period. But I haven't seen any other filings. Let me put it that way. Maybe there is something out there. So as of the end of the year, they had no revenue. But your statement that Railtown has zero revenue currently, you just don't know it. You do not know it. I don't know it. I have a feeling, Shadow Call, you're about to find out with the force of a 2x4 upside your head. That's what I think. I think you're going to find out that Railtown AI does have revenue. And maybe it's already booked some. But I think what's coming at you is a freight train. It's a Mack truck. Then you're going to have to change your name to Shadow Hole or Shadow Well. Or the shadow didn't know. Pardon the bad luck. It's fine with me. It's fine with me. Bill Miko, just in case you think, I don't think you're full of crap. I don't think you're full of crap. I don't think you're full of crap. I don't think you're full of crap at all, Bill Miko. That's why you're one of the ones I feel like's a friend of the channel, let's say. But no, I don't think you're full of crap at all. I don't have to check. I've never Googled my friends, and I'm not going to Google you. And I know you don't hide behind a fake name. Ouch. I know you don't hide behind a fake name. You don't drink, smoke, or do drugs. Wow. Wow. I wish, it's funny. I wish I had been like you all my life. When I was younger, I didn't drink, smoke, or do drugs. As I got into the work world, and I drank, but I didn't do drugs, and I didn't smoke. Although I did smoke cigars when I was in London. I did that, but that was a brief interlude. I haven't had a cigar in a long, long time. But I wish, looking back on it, drinking is, it's like, who was it? Anthony Hopkins says he doesn't regret the drinking he did. But, he stopped drinking at like age 28. But I look back, I think a lot of drinking is a friend of mine told me that. And she was right. A lot of drinking is a waste of time. Although, who knows? You can't, a lot of anything in life, when you look back on it, might look like a waste of time. But no, I don't think you have anything wrong. When I was talking like that, I didn't realize that for you, it's just, it's almost like not that it's for fun, but it's like a little bit of a trade. You can afford that trade, and you can afford to miss out on the upside. You can do both. I didn't realize that while I was giving the answer, so I apologize for that. I gotta breathe. Let me take a. I didn't realize that that trade doesn't have very much consequence to you. So I didn't realize that. So I went overboard on my response, and I apologize to you. It's totally within your capacity to analyze risk, reward, opportunity cost. So I was wrong, actually. I was wrong. Can I admit that I was wrong? I don't want to admit that I was wrong. I don't want to admit that I was wrong. I just don't want to admit it. Do I have to? Do I have to? All right, let's see what this says. I have to go. I'm going to go take a break quickly because I'm scared that something's happening, and I just want to get a glass of water, just stand up, get the blood flowing. I'll be right back. But let me play this while I'm gone. I think it'll be all right.
Today we're announcing our next generation, the RTX Blackwell family. Here it is, our brand new GeForce RTX 50 series Blackwell architecture. The GPU is just a beast. 92 billion transistors, 4,000 TOPS, 4 petaflops of AI, 3 times higher than the last generation Ada, 380 ray tracing teraflops, so that we could, for the pixels that we have to compute the most beautiful image you possibly can. And of course, 125 shader teraflops. There's actually 2 dual shaders. One is for floating point, one is for integer. G7 memory from Micron, 1.8 terabytes per second, twice the performance of our last generation. And we now have the ability to intermix AI workloads with computer graphics workloads. And one of the amazing things about this generation is the programmable shader is also able to now process neural networks. Even the mechanical design is a miracle. Look at this, it's got 2 fans. This whole graphics card is just one giant fan. So the question is, where's the graphics card? It's literally this big. The voltage regulator design is state-of-the-art, incredible design. The engineering team did a great job. Okay, so those are the speeds and feeds, so how does it compare? Well, this is RTX 4090. I know many of you have one. Well, now with the Blackwell family, RTX 5070, 4090 performance at 549. Impossible without artificial intelligence. Impossible without the G7 memories. Okay, so 5070, 4090 performance, $549, and here's the whole family. Starting from 5070 all the way up to 5090. 5090, twice the performance of a 4090. Of course, we're producing at very large scale availability starting January. Machine learning has changed how every application is going to be built, how computing will be done, and the possibilities beyond. In a lot of ways, all of this with AI is the house that GeForce built. GeForce enabled AI to reach the masses. And now, AI is coming home to GeForce. There are so many things that you can't do without AI. No computer graphics researcher, no computer scientist would have told you that it is possible for us to ray trace every single pixel at this point. Ray tracing is a simulation of light. The amount of geometry that you saw was absolutely insane. It would have been impossible without artificial intelligence. There are two fundamental things that we did. We used, of course, programmable shading and ray traced acceleration to produce incredibly beautiful pixels. But then we have artificial intelligence be conditioned, be controlled by that pixel to generate a whole bunch of other pixels. Not only is it able to generate other pixels spatially, because it's aware of what the color should be, it has been trained on a supercomputer back in NVIDIA. And so the neural network that's running on the GPU can infer and predict the pixels that we did not render. Not only can we do that, it's called DLSS. The latest generation of DLSS also generates beyond frames. It can predict the future, generating 3 additional frames for every frame that we calculate. What you saw, if we just said 4 frames of what you saw, because we're going to render 1 frame and generate 3. If I said 4 frames at full HD, 4K, that's 33 million pixels or so. Out of that 33 million pixels, we computed only 2. It is an absolute miracle that we can computationally using programmable shaders and our ray tracing engine to compute 2 million pixels and have AI predict all of the other 33. And as a result, we're able to render at incredibly high performance because AI does a lot less computation. It takes, of course, an enormous amount of training to produce that, but once you train it, the generation is extremely efficient. So this is one of the incredible capabilities of artificial intelligence, and that's why there's so many amazing things that are happening. We used GeForce to enable artificial intelligence, and now artificial intelligence is revolutionizing GeForce. Well, it is incredible, but we managed to put these in gigantic performance GPUs into a laptop. This is a 5070 laptop. For $1299, this 5070 laptop has a 4090 performance. So can you imagine? You get this incredible graphics card here, Blackwell. We're going to shrink it and put it in there. Does that make any sense? Well, you can't do that without artificial intelligence. And the reason for that is because we're generating most of the pixels using our tensor cores. So we ray trace only the pixels we need, and we generate using artificial intelligence all of the other pixels we have. As a result, the energy efficiency is just off the charts. The future of computer graphics is neural rendering, the fusion of artificial intelligence and computer graphics. What's really amazing is the family of GPUs we're going to put in here. And so the 5090 will fit into a laptop, a thin laptop. That last laptop was 14.9 millimeters. You got a 5080, 5070 Ti, and 5070. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, the RTX Blackwell family. Well, GeForce democratized AI.
Well, you can go Google for him. So I don't think, Bill, I see. I think I answered this, but it makes me feel so much better that not only you know what you're doing, but you can afford to miss out on the opportunity cost you can afford. So anyway, I overreacted, but it makes me feel much better. So thank you for lifting that off of me. Sound $11, Railtown 50 cents. Yeah. Not sure your point, David, but the thing about SoundHound, I showed it to you. I don't need to show it to you again. You can Google it. SoundHound revenues as of last year were around 85 million a year. And SoundHound is a pretty good analog as an AI agenic, whatever. And I admit I have real limitations in my understanding of what Conductor is vis-a-vis some of these other products. It seems like Conductor is cooperative. It's not competitive with all of this, but we'll find out when I can ever talk to the company when they come out of the quiet period. But in any event, the idea that SoundHound can trade at $5 billion market cap based on 85 million in revenue. 5 billion. I tried to show you, and I'm going to go through the messages now, but I showed you earlier. I think there are a number of scenarios where I think I can prove up, that's the wrong word. Guesstimate Railtown's forward revenue, not out of the starting block, but let's say in 6 months. I think Railtown's revenue is could be twice that in a very short order. How? Well, I showed you that AI Partners they're going to absorb revenue there. It's just a question. We'll see how much, and then Railtown itself is going to generate revenue primarily from Conductor, but they have other products. I don't know. Let's just say Railtown does 100 million in revenue. Is it worth 5 billion in market cap? We'll find out. That's all I'm saying. And you're saying, well, it's 50 cents. If you're right, why isn't it already? Well, you're not listening really, probably, that the buyers can't buy right now. They can't buy right now. And that's one of the reasons why I think when the quiet period ends, you could see the stock snap up rather than go gradually. And so your skepticism, I understand, but that's just not the reality of this situation. The stock price is being suppressed. Thank God you guys have been able to buy it by these idiots because they left the computers on and the computers read the news story and started selling. And then they compounded it. And every trick they could think of, they're trying here. But Railtown is not an over-the-counter stock. It's a Canadian stock. So they're trying to do their reindeer games here in the over-the-counter market. It's not working because the over-the-counter market trading of Railtown plays off of the Canadian trading. And every time that stock comes down in Canada, somebody's buying it. So their tricks aren't working. And, if Railtown were to get a valuation similar to Sound Hound at $5 billion, now, I admit to you, I'm probably comparing a house in another neighborhood to a house in this neighborhood. Or maybe I'm comparing one at the corner, at the top of the neighborhood, to the one at the corner of the other top of the neighborhood. Who knows? But I'm starting somewhere. So if Railtown achieved 85, 100 million, 150 million in revenue, and that equated, because it's essentially an AI agentic company like SoundHound, although I can't wait to get some clarity on all the different agentics. That works out to $33 a share, David. The stock cannot right now be representative of price discovery, because since February 11th, the attorneys have kept the pressure on you. I blame the attorneys. They have no sense of anything when it comes to business. So I might be unfair, but I doubt it. February 11th, March 11th, April 11th, May 11th, June 11th, July 11th, we've been waiting for the deal to close. But we're not the only ones waiting. I just keep repeating the same thing. The original investor in Constellation Software was OMERS, 25 million. I don't have a clue how much that's worth now. But that company went from that 25 million, let's say it had a 50 or $100 million valuation. It's now 100 billion. Those investors want to come in here, but they can't. They can't right now. And you're saying, well, it's 50 cents. Just saying. I'm just saying. Just saying. There's a reason why it's 50 cents. Just saying. There's a reason why it's 50 cents. Just saying. It's because the people that know better than you, David, can't buy it. The people that have more money than you, more money than I, can't buy it. The institutions that understand the future of AI can't buy it. Clients of Canaccord aren't being pitched the stock. They can't buy it. But you're saying SoundHound out in the market where everybody can buy it is $11 and Railtown is 50 cents. Just saying. I actually think I think your observation proves my point. That once institutions and knowledgeable AI type investors are allowed to buy, the stock's going up. I think your skepticism, you're hoping that it says, oh, it's just a 50-cent stock. I actually think your point proves my observation that the stock's going to go up. It's not too far from the green today. 51.34, 51.24 on the bid, 51.29, 51.32. They keep moving it around 51.34. And the ask is 52 cents. The close yesterday was 52 cents. All you would need is to close over 52 cents, and I would be right about it going into the green. Bill Miko, congratulations, because G-Bucks is ripping 20%. Woo, look at it go. See, he wants you guys moving. You guys don't understand that. And it took me a long time to get it. They want you moving. G-Bucks is up 17%. It's at 189. They look at let's look at next trip quickly. That's neutral ground, isn't it? Next trip's at 405. It's up in the green. And I've been noticing for the last couple of weeks, it's always trading up at 4, and then they trade it down. They're just churning it so they can make money. Maybe it's a setup. It's hard to borrow. I like the background story of that company. Maybe it's a setup for a bigger move. But it's all about the timing. Do you think G-Bucks is going to do something this week or next week that is going to be equivalent to Railtown going up 10x? That's a decision. But they want you hot and heavy moving. And Dice really cares about you guys. Dice, man, Dice is a caring guy. Let's see where Railtown is while Dice gets his ass handed to him on the short side. The ask now in Railtown is 53 cents. Get that money. Set your limits, baby. What? For what? For what? Now watch Railtown. Now watch it go. Now watch it. 52.64 bid. It's not trading. It's not trading. 52.68 bid. The ask is 53.55. It's not trading. It's moving around. It's not trading. Last trade, 51.11, 250 shares. But there's been no transaction here. The bid is 52.69, 52.73, 52.78, 52.75, and the ask is 53.55. Nobody's selling, nobody's buying. It's all fake. For you guys that survived without selling, congratulations. Congratulations. And I back off on I do back off, Bill Miko, on my comments because I think it's something you could afford. It's not going to change your life, whether you own that or that. It's not going to change your life. So when I was saying all that, I might have known it, but I didn't remember it. There's no trading. It's moving around. I'm not saying it's not the market's open to trade, but nobody's doing anything. The bid is 52.82. The ask is 53.55. Nothing's happening. CJ Yukon. We've been waiting for this deal for months now, and we're just tired of getting the shit beat out of us. Yeah, I know. That's why I'm standing in here and trying to absorb some of that. But you're right. I mean, I think when they announced it February 11th, they said they'd be working on it over the next weeks. So I think we knew it was going to take a month. And then when you look it up in Canada on Google, the regulatory process takes a month at best. And then if they feel like it involves a curtailment of competition, it can go another month. So it's 30 days to 60 days for regulatory approval, CJ Yukon. So from February 11th to, I don't know, April, mid-April, we knew it was going to take that long, or it wasn't unreasonable. But since then, you're absolutely right. We've been, for me anyway, I'll talk about myself. I would have thought that they would have gotten it accomplished in April. That didn't happen. And then personally, I expected May could be it. For me, my tension built so much in June, the beginning of June. I just did not comprehend how this transaction could go past the final conclusion, how it could go past the second quarter, the first half. I was wrong on that. And I think what you'll find, CJ Yukon, is attorneys that just have an incredible capacity to stall, delay, make everything they do important. And they're never working on one client. They're fitting you in. So I do blame it on the attorneys. On the other hand, from a business standpoint, they've announced 3 transactions that are, 3 agreements that will lead to revenue. We just don't know what that revenue is. They've announced 2 or 3 product updates, very significant. And I guess that's about it. But that's all good. That's all to the good. And the stock price has doubled. So, yeah, we're waiting for the announcement. We don't like getting beat up. And it's easy to make the analogy that this stock is the same as all the others, but it's not. These guys come in to make you think that. They want you to think that. But impatience is not the friend of making money. And I'm not being negative to your comment at all. I'm just, I know exactly what you're thinking. It's been frustrating. I have a running joke with one of my friends. It probably started in February. It probably started in December. I say, well, it looks like January is going to be our month. And then in January, it looks like February is going to be our month. It looks like, and it's been a lot of that. So I agree with you, CJ Yukon. But I think the reward is going to be worth the pain and the wait. This is not the same kind of stock. They cannot manipulate this. Once it goes up, they cannot bring it down. It's not the same. It feels that way right now because of the quiet period, because you can't see the power of the buying, but you're about to see it. Will they announce it tonight? after the close? Will they announce it tomorrow morning? Maybe. Or will it be next Monday? Maybe. Or will it be in 3 weeks? Maybe. I don't know. But I intend to be here fighting the fudsters as long as I am able. And sometimes I overstep myself, which I would consider I did with Bill Michael. But hopefully he forgives me. It's now 52. It's not trading. The last trade is 250 shares at 51.11 at 8 of 3. It's now 3:30, 3:20. No trading. It's 52.82 on the bid, 53.55 on the ask. They keep moving it all around, and nobody's doing anything. Up. I see up. Up is coming. Up is coming. Nobody's selling to anybody at 52, 80, 74. You know, they keep moving it. And no one wants to go up and buy because that bid is fake. I wish someone would test the buying. $1,000 shares offered. That's it. This is going to be a fun close. It's going to be a fun close. So Parvent, you're in Canada, I remember, right? I've been buying the shares I sold in the 80s and 90s. Happy to trade some of my shares. I always have a core and trade. Yeah. That is fantastic. But I think, Parvent, that right now, and of course, it's been longer and longer and longer than I thought. But I think right now, you should have all your trading position in Railtown. That's not financial advice. Right now, waiting simply for this. And then you can start, you're right, you trade a little bit, you have a core position. I agree with you. But that's if you're a trader. A lot of people aren't trading. I'm not trading. I'm not going to trade my Railtown. I don't have the courage. I never would trade it at 69 cents, trying to buy it back at 53 cents. I would never do that because I just don't. Number one, I don't have a big position. Number two, I don't have the courage. Is that right, Dice? Railtown is down 10%. Really? As far as I can tell, the stock is bidding 52.27, 52.73, 52.76, 52.82. The ask is 53.55, and it hasn't traded in half an hour. Is it really down that much, Dice? Or are you down that much? Ah, gotcha. Your position is down that much, and you're saying, "Aye, got you." Hey, Autumn Wind. That's awesome position. 37.6. It's amazing it's not trading. I'm not saying that it could trade if people wanted to trade. Ah, there it did. 53.05. Let's see how much went off. 2,000 shares at 53.05. And now, I guess, IE is even worse for Dice. It's up 2% on the day. And who suggested earlier that it would close in the green? It hasn't done it yet, I know. But when it was down, when it looked bleakest, I said, wouldn't that be something if it closed in the green? I did. All right, so it's 53.05. Sorry, I'm eating some cheese and oranges because I think I didn't eat all day. I just think I needed something. Thank you, Pete the Greek. You're the best. ADH. You're the best, ADH. You are the absolute best. You and Autumn and flying bus driver today. Giuseppe's up there now, too. And Colby. And I like G. Diddy. You guys have all done great today. It's just fantastic. And you're taking advantage of their... Paul, let me see what Paul says. Would love to see the news. I would love it too, Paul. I'd love to see the news after the close. I'd love that at 4:00, you guys start pinging me. At 4:05, you start pinging me that, hey, did you see the news? Did you see the news? I would love that. I wouldn't be happier, except for Bill Michael. But on the other hand, I think Bill Michael can afford it. I agree, Paul. I would love to see them put out the news and the stock, my opinion, it pops to 1 or 2. That would be fantastic. That would just, you guys would all feel stronger if that happened. And I would love it. And I hope you resist the urge to turn it into hot money, but that's, of course, that's all up to everybody. Now we have, I think, one more trade. We have several trades. So we had 2,000 at 53.05, 100 at 53.16, 650 at 53.16, 2,000 at 53.21. I'm adding, Sean Smith. I'm still adding. I'm still standing. Thank you. That's wow, 34 cents. That's not my average. My average is like 37 cents, something like that. That's a pretty good trade, 34 cents. Thank you, Sean. DSR Group, as predicted, this is dropping to 43 cents. Let me look. It's 53.09. So as predicted, this is dropping to 43 cents. Don't trade on your emotions, guys. You guys are being suckered. Yes, this stock can rise like any other stock, but we are far away from a run-up on news. Huh? Do you have access to information I don't? Do you have access to information I don't, DSR Group? Of course, the stock's 53, not 43. But I guess you know when the news is coming out. Should you be posting if you know when the news is coming out? I hate seeing people get trapped. the shorts are watching this YouTube and know people are holding, so they are shorting and crashing the stock. Huh. They are? They're crashing the stock? I don't see it. I don't know, DSR Group. You must be you must be on a different channel, because I don't see it. The stock's 53 cents. It's up 2% on the day, and the volume's 300,000, which is probably mostly fake. But I don't see it crashing. Tebow, years ago, banks paid interest. I invested 10,000. My investment doubled in 7 years, probably less than 7 years. Well, no, that's right. That's almost 10%. Yeah. If you think rail doesn't have a future in 7 years, you should not be here. I'm holding over 100,000. Tebow is the best. Tebow is the best. All of you guys are the best. All of you guys are the best. Sean Smith, William, question about Railtown's business model. If it can replace coding issues, but AI replacing coding, doesn't AI itself make Railtown obsolete in the future? It sounds like a very interesting question. I guess, Sean, it would still come down to who's paying for that and who gets the revenue. I don't think AI, unless AI becomes its own separate entity and does it for free or power, I still think there'll be revenue flow. But it's a very interesting question. If it can replace coding issues, but AI is replacing the coding, doesn't that make Railtown itself obsolete? I'm going to still say there's a human role involved, but it's a very interesting question. You're talking about, can AI get out of control? Dave. Very interesting. I don't know, Sean. I like your question. Middle ground. If you look at the chart and connect the lows, 48 cents is a pretty decent entry. Yeah, I saw that. I agree with you from the pattern, the two patterns I saw, but I trust your judgment better than mine. The bid now is 53.27. That's the bid, 10,000 shares. The bid is 53.27. I don't know. I think Dice Clay is about to turn into a losing trade for himself. The May 20 low on RLAIF was around 22.5. That's true. The June 5 low was around 29.5, and the June 25 lows was 37. If you draw a line, 48. Excellent. That is excellent. That's good analysis. I didn't do that, but I believe you. So that's a rising trend line, and that was support. Good. That's a good call. For XRP watchers, a break above 365 should get things going again. Hopefully, middle ground. Hopefully, Railtown can move with a certain clip, and maybe it gets up to 10 or 11 or 12, and people can use just a tiny bit. They can either sell it or use a tiny bit of margin to buy some XRP. I'm not anti-XRP. It's just I want people to me, I don't get it. But maybe it's because I'm believing my own spit and you don't believe my spit. But it seems like there is no other stock. There is no other stock. There is no other stock, at least for the next 2 weeks to 8 weeks or sooner. But I would never want to be out of rail if I can claim a quick 10x. And you're right, maybe it's only 5x, maybe it's 12x. I don't know. I'm the one coming up with that number. I agree with that. But I think I'm right. I'm feeling better now that I'm having this cheddar cheese. Rail is creeping up nicely. It's like a panther. What do you think that means, Frankie? Because if I heard that about any other stock, I'd be worried. Do you think that's a good thing that it's in Frankfurt and Stuttgart? I don't know. I guess because Frankie, I believe this stock is going to almost immediately, and I know I'm extrapolating, but I think it's almost immediately going to qualify and join the New York Stock Exchange. Maybe it'll go overseas instead. I don't know. But it's not long for the over-the-counter markets. It's already in the top 25 of the Canadian Stock Exchange, or at least it was the last quarter. I don't know. It's interesting. I didn't know that. Thank you. Ozzy will be missed. Well, for me, that's an ongoing condition. I missed him all my life. I have no idea what songs he ever sang. But it is sad. 76 years old is very young. You told Danny that air was garbage when you looked at the chart and didn't want to distract. Yeah, the stock was up. Did I say garbage? I don't know if I said garbage. I don't remember the word I used. I might have. But G-Bucks is up 31 cents right now at 194. Next trip's up 12 cents at 414. Fingers down a penny. And this AIRR is down 41 cents. So, yeah, I might have used that word. Was I wrong? I don't know. I don't know that I was wrong. And so anyway, nice. It's nice, being argumentative, I guess. What's the deal between you and RLAIF? John, why don't you put your middle name in there as Johnson or John Henry? What's the deal? I don't have any deal with Railtown. I have no deal. There is no deal. So, does that answer your question? Why am I so hard presses on selling Ralph? I don't want anybody to sell it. You mean selling it to people? Because, John, your type, you cost a lot of friends of mine, a lot of people I don't know. I see the pain. I've gone on the trips. I've walked with people. I've talked to people. And you did it with AMC and GME, but however, they had a chance. I don't know. But with MMTLP, MMAT, MULN, the list just goes on and on and on. And the pain is massive. The cost is massive. To you, it's just fun. It's just money. You go back to Burroughs Park, or you go back to your place in outside of Miami, and your life goes on. But these people have real pain and real costs. And for me, Railtown can make, if people have a big enough position, it can make them whole. And I actually think it can give them a return for all the pain, learning, suffering that they've gone through, that you've caused. So I think it's a little bit because I'm pissed off at you. Yeah, let's focus on getting rail to $5 by Monday, according to you. I don't remember the hypothetical that I gave, but I think I was talking about is that it's possible. I don't think I said it's going to happen, but I think I said it's possible. And so it was a hypothetical. Would you rather, if G-Bucks went to 5 by Monday and Railtown went to 5 by Monday, and it turns out it's not that important because Bill can afford that trade. He can afford it. But right now, he sold 40,000 shares of Railtown to buy his G-Bucks. And if they both went to 5 by Monday, he could buy 10,000 back. That's all I was saying. So, I mean, you can be a jerk all you want, and it doesn't make what you're saying accurate. How much is Railtown paying me? Nothing. Not paying me anything. I'd love it. I'd love it if they called up and said, you've done such a great job. We're going to give you this. But I don't expect that. If they did, I would probably, I don't know what I would do if they did. I'd have to split it out with people. But if they did, I'd have to come up with some strategy. I might use it as a way to start a fund or an exchange or a company that we could all participate in. I don't know. But no, they're not paying me anything. I seem to get very desperate. I just think that's a reflection of your own feelings. I would say I'm adamant. I would say I'm adamant, but it's not desperate. I'm not desperate. Look, John Henry Dick, the fact is, John, nothing you do is going to stop Railtown. And if people here sell because of you, all I can do is try to just urgently tell them to get back in. But once this starts, John Dick, once this starts, it's not going to be our buying. It's not going to be our selling. And you sure as hell aren't going to be able to stop it. That's going to be institutions. That's going to be institutional buying. And you're going to be left in the dust. Dick. Do you mind if I call you Dick? Or should I call you John? Johnson Dick? Anyway, I don't think I'm desperate. But I do, yeah, I guess, I am concerned. But it turns out in the case of Bill Michael, I shouldn't have been. Sparky 73 is ham? How do you know that? How do you know that? It might be. You won't likely see him again. Who, him? You're full of a lot of information. Ham achieved what he needed to do, i.e. sell into our buys? Where are you coming up with all this? I guess you've had a lifetime to be a dick. 52.77 to 53.76, 52.8 to 53.76. No volume, 311,000 shares. Let's see what's the volume change. Since I reported to you, 641 shares traded at 53.38. My friends, this is a stock you can't buy. If Bill tried to buy 40,000 shares right now, he couldn't do it. And that's what I'm talking about. You guys haven't seen it before. And I don't blame you because every single one has behaved a certain way, but not this one. Not this one. I don't know. It'd be interesting. I don't think Bill could buy 40,000 shares at 53.77. But it'd be interesting. Maybe they would fill it in between because they don't want it to go up. But I don't think so. I think this stock is probably, we've got 20 minutes, and I think it's going to obviously close in the green. Question is how much in the green? I mean, it could easily close at 59 cents. Dice, I guess you don't put money where your mouth is. You've already shorted the stock, so you're already using somebody else's money. But you're saying watch finger run before RLAIF is? There's no chance in hell. No chance in hell. None. So there's no chance. Now later in the year, like third quarter, maybe. But by that time, Railtown will be $10 or better, and people can make their own decisions. Brandon Neely, you mean Sparky is ham setting us to buy rail? I would certainly hope that's not true. I'm holding all my RLAIF. I have no knowledge that Sparky is ham. I have no knowledge of that. None. I don't know. I mean, there's other people you could guess. There has been a gap at 47.99 generated July 7th. They filled it today. Perfect. You know what? That's brilliant. That's exactly what happened, Frankie. That's exactly what. I didn't know that. And the computers all follow the same simple rules. So that's exactly what happened. They filled the gap today. That's actually very good, Frankie. We're at 52.77 to 53.77. It's still the last trade is 53.38. The volume is 311,000. 10 minutes to go. Wow, that made all the difference. Noshing made all the difference. G-Bucks is squeezing, guys. It's a controlled squeeze. This is how they avoid the big surge. Maybe. Let's look. Let's look at G-Bucks. G-Bucks is 29 cents at 192. What's the volume? 119,000 shares. I don't see it, but you could be right. I also don't want people thinking that way. If you want to trade squeezes, do it like Bill Myko does. When you have a big account, you can do it with a little bit. But right now, don't bet your future on these squeezes. You should be betting your future on Railtown, in my judgment. Ninth inning in progress. Who's playing? I don't see how G-Bucks is squeezing. It's not even back to where it was a few days ago. Yeah, I would agree with that. Now you got 42,500. I think it's the same guy bidding at 53.22. 42,500 bidding at 53.22. We got 9 minutes to go. It's 53.77 on the ask. 2,500 shares. I don't think that person's going to be able to buy 42,000 shares. Frankie says, G Diddy, I didn't mean to offend you. G Diddy says, no sweat. G Diddy says, peace. CJ Yukon grabbed another 1,000 at 47. So you filled the gap. You filled the gap. Mind the gap. Mind the gap. Good for you, CJ Yukon. See, even though it's annoying and frustrating, you took advantage of it. You took advantage of it. That's fantastic. You're like AI learning. You're self-learning. Will you need yourself as you learn more about yourself? And yourself does all the learning? Railtown back to even. Emil added a few rail shares. All right, you didn't tell me how much, but good for you. Emil. David Hensley. I'm saying choice is easy. Railtown all the way. I agree. I know it's hard to comment, David. I know, and I appreciate if you guys give me leeway back, because sometimes I screw up. Because it's hard to interpret what's being said too. 53.42 by 53.77. They keep the volume doesn't change. Well, somebody traded something. Let me see what. 200 shares went off at 53.77. We got 6 minutes to go. I'll be waiting August 11th. Yay! Eddie Rawlings, yay. David Hensley. To follow your analogy, I think buying rail is like buying the worst house in the best neighborhood. That is a good analogy. Although maybe it's better to say the last house, because I don't think it's the worst. But that's a good analogy, David. That's a good analogy. That is a good analogy. I know you have a full stress. Appreciate your. Well, I should handle it better. but it has been stressful. But it's also been a learning process. And I'm also extremely grateful, David. I'm really grateful that for what I see about Railtown. I'm grateful that everybody has 9 million shares. I'm grateful that I have my small position, and yeah, I'm sure there's other things I should be grateful for. 5346 by 5377. 5 minutes to go. 41.5 by 2,500. 5 minutes to go. I'm about to short Railtown. I'm going to take the gamble. I see a massive pullback. If I'm right, then I will make a boatload. What if you're wrong, DSR Global Group? What if you're wrong? Or are you just making it up? You're not really shorting the stock. You're so full of crap. Earlier you said, it's garbage, I'm waiting to buy, and now you're short. You're just full of crap. You're just full of crap. We want people moving because we're here to make money, not to hold for 2 years. That's not true either. I'm not did I say 2 years? I said it could be. Look, I'm telling you 2 years. This whole thing could be done and dusted by March. But we don't have the information. The only information I'm highly confident in is that if you look at that blue line, buyers stop buying. The big boys and girls. Why? Because it's pending a merger. The company kept selling. This company kept talking about revenue deals. The company kept moving forward. And I think by the new news, whenever it comes, I think the jump is to $5. And guess what, DSR Global Rep? You won't be even in a position to trade anymore. You'll be broke. Rail, I should have looked at Canada. Right now it's 53.46 by 53.77. Last trade 53.77. Is there any true volume? Not really. They haven't traded in the last few. So let's just see how it closes. Going green. Dice says, Bill Michael, what are you saying? Take your $16.1 million and buy a RLAIF. I didn't say that. I didn't say that. Although, if I had $1 million, I'd buy Railtown. But I don't have $1 million. Then you can buy 19. Here. Thank you, Dice. All right, it's 359. 53.11 by 53.77. 53.11 by 50. Neil, you're right. It's back in the green. Um, 53.77, 53.11 by 52. Did it close? No, 52.52 by 55, 52.56 by 55, 53.24 by 55, 53.24 by 55. 30 seconds or so. 53.24, 10,000, 55, 7,000. And no trading. They close at 53.46. 53.46 is closing price. And it was 2,500 shares went off at that price. 314,000. Closed in the green. Closed in the green. Good for you, Flying Bus Driver. I'm going to add 100. I'm going to add my 100 to the ever-growing pile. Christopher Falvey, just as predicted, a whole new group of baggies. Who, the shorts? Are you talking about the shorts? They're going to be bag holders? Pizza Rules, nice call, back to the green. You should call RLAIF Hold. Well, I think that I'm going to get an interview once they're able to talk publicly. I think I am going to get that. That's because of you guys. That's because of you guys. I hope so. And maybe I can get somebody to help so we can have a couple of guests on there too. DSR Global Group, quick pump, about to short some more. Yeah, right. I'm sure you're shorting. I'm sure you are. Nice bounce at 48. Middle ground, Jack Hamilton. Hey, Pizza Rules. I know it's a mental game, but it's good to see green. No kidding. Barry Crouch has a good feeling about G-Bucks, added a few more shares. That could, I mean, it may be. It may be. And I certainly would defer to your knowledge, Barry. I would. Pizza, very true. Hopefully beginning of many green days. Hey Barry, haven't checked you out live. I know they're long. These lives are long. You look healthy. Thank you. I hope so. I got to get my hair cut. I've been noticing. It might be that the sun's been bright and I just look like I have a little red. Clay Schofield. Hey William, I need to apologize for getting into rail if I single-handedly stopped. You sound like me whenever I do something, but only temporarily, Clay, only temporarily. It won't be for long. No apologies needed. It's your channel. I knew you'd be upset with me, and that's okay. I felt I needed to be honest. 17,500 a finger at 550. You don't even ever ask me what I'd be doing. But you're a wealthy man, Bill. It's a different situation. I think you know what you're doing. You know your tolerances. So wouldn't it be great if right now at 4:05 news came out? Ding 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 ding. Wouldn't that be great? I don't think it's going to happen, but it would be great. RLAIF stock. Nope, no news. No news. So, you guys might be right. You have another day to do it, another week, another month, for that matter. Maybe August is our month. Let's just see if there's any important news other than Ozzy Osbourne. The meme craze is here all over again. Here are the most shorted stocks which could soar. Let's see what they are. Here's the most shorted stocks which could soar. Beeline Holdings, anybody that one? Neovolta, Skillsy, 1-800-Flowers. You don't bring me flowers. You don't sing me love songs. VOR Biopharma, Rich Tech Robotics, Micro Algo, Immune Bio, The Children's Place, Wolf Speed. That's that WOLF that Lion told you about, Wolf Speed. But it's in chapter 11. It's weird. And Anna PTY Bio, Sionna Therapeutics, B. Riley Financial, Air Sculpt Technologies, Backed Holdings, or Backed Holdings, Beyond Meat, Altimmune, Lucky Strike Entertainment, Quantum Corp, So Good, spelled with a W, So Good, Beta Bionics, Groupon, Reservoir Media, EOS Energy, Liquidia, Indie Semiconductor, Prime Medicine, New Fortress, Ivance, and Avia. I don't know. DOJ announces imminent meeting with Ghislaine Maxwell, unless she's dead. Momo massacred as meme stocks melt up. Florida Surgeon General highlights injuries from that thing, I love it. The set calls for fundamental reset of financial regulations. I'm going to write them a letter. What do all these PhDs do? I'm going to write him a letter. He'll never read it. U.S. electric grid is maxed out, but let's keep sending 50 billion, 100 billion a year, and then fighting trillion-dollar wars endlessly to no purpose. All right, let's see. New trade deal. The house is shut. So that means DC is going to be on vacation. That's not very good news for me. Doesn't seem to be any enormous news out there other than Ozzy Osbourne is dead. All right, let's see what this is. All right, let's see. All right, Steve bought a few more shares. Well, you'll update. That's great. John, something on finger motion? There's something going on? Anyway, PJ 135. Okay, let me write that down. PJ 135. I know I can't sell my bloody GTII at Morgan Stanley at, whatever the hell it's called, E-Trade. But good for you. 113 is a great number. It's a great, great number. It's 412. Let's see if there's, I just really don't see anything. I don't see anything particularly interesting. That's not good. Alistair McLeod, he joined von Gravitz. Let's read that and see what he's saying. This is Alistair McLeod. BlackRock and Fidelity in collusion? Could it be? In collusion with the UK government. The Western world is already in recession. Subtract budget deficits from national GDPs, and private sector GDPs are shrinking. While government spending is creating more debt, the tax base to pay interest costs is contracting. Some analysts are pointing out that that private sector debt is declining, and they conclude that lending risk is lower than commonly thought. An article in the UK's Daily Telegraph by veteran journalist Ambrose Evan Pritchard was headed, "British debt is a screaming buy, and BlackRock, Fidelity, and Schroders agree." I doubt that. As Evan Pritchard points out, these financial megaliths are at odds with the sentiment in the gilt market, which must also be the case in other economies with a significant government borrowing requirement. It begs the question, as to whether this story is planted in cooperation with the UK government, aware of a funding problem. Conspiracy theory, maybe, but government disinformation is remarkably common. We must proceed with what we know in answering the question raised. Do you buy or do you sell government debt? To answer it, we must deconstruct GDP, changing our focus to the US economy, which is the one that really matters. The US budget deficit last year was 6.4% of nominal GDP, but nominal GDP growth was only 5%, meaning that the private sector must have contracted by 1.4%. In Q1 2025, nominal GDP increased at an annualized rate of 3.25%, yet the budget deficit is still over 6% and rising. Therefore, the private sector is contracting at an increased rate. In fact, adjusted for price inflation, real GDP contracted 0.5% on revised official estimates. Obviously, nominal GDP is only growing because the federal government's excess spending over revenues, and because GDP is no more than a credit figure, credit deployed by the private sector is actually contracting. It reflects not only overall economic activity in the private sector, but it is a net figure encompassing changes in savings rates, bank credit, business startups, and closures, and debt write-offs. The chart below illustrates the reduction in bank credit for non-financial private sector lending as a proportion of the overall country. It's going down. The U.S. savings rate has declined to less than 1% of total consumption, while debt write-offs have risen. But the big change is in banks redeploying their balance sheets away from the non-financial private sector, in a trend which dates back to the Lehman crisis, and particularly to Q1 of 2021. The situation of the UK economy differs in particulars, but in their aggregate, the situation is similar. Other major economies with government budget deficits piling on more debt, sustaining the illusion of private sector growth, include the entire G7. So far, I have described the situation represented by official statistics, which only look backwards with questionable reliability. Looking ahead, we can be certain that President Trump's tariff policies are creating uncertainty, and when they finally are fixed, they will impact global business activity negatively. Not only is this logical, but it is confirmed by the evidence that followed the Smoot-Hawley Tariff Act of 1930, which, coupled with contracting private sector credit, that's true, followed the Roaring '20s, collapsed the entire economy and spread to the slump globally. Does that combination ring any alarm bells yet? It is a racing certainty that Trump's tariffs will have the same consequences as the Smoot-Hawley Act, the degree to which will be revealed in the coming months. I'm not sure there's a connection, but furthermore, it's the collapse of credit that's devastating. Furthermore, the U.S. and global credit fueling stock prices. Furthermore, with U.S. and global credit fueling stock prices, 2025 is increasingly looking like 1929. That's what I think. Also confirmed by the level of lending for speculative purposes recorded by FINRA. Private sector economies already in recession will almost certainly descend further into slump territory. The consequences for government revenues are bound to be catastrophic. Debt to GDP metrics for all G7 nations will go through the roof as both borrowing soars and their GDPs decline. This brings us back to the question posed by the beginning of this article. Do you buy or sell government debt? From our analysis of the outlook by the end of the year, the volume of G7 government debt issuance will be rising sharply. But worse than that, the theoretical underpinnings of tax receipts are already going into reverse, meaning that government debt and its interest costs are rising at an accelerating pace while the tax revenues to fund them are contracting. This is the classic definition of debt traps. It's a small wonder that government bonds yields have risen, breaking the long-term trend going back to the 1980s, implication of which must not be ignored. That is a hell of a chart. I'll try to save it and show it to you. Neo-Keynesians and monetarists believe that in a recession, prices decline as a result of falling demand. For some goods and services, this may be true, but it ignores the fact that supply contracts as well. Nevertheless, these macroeconomists believe that inflation will fall in these recessionary times, so that the outlook is for lower interest rates. This is an egregious error, as the current inflation trends show. The problem is in government debt traps. Nowhere is the problem more acute than for the United States and its dollars. Already there are funding problems evident for issues with distant maturities. The Fed is planning to reduce the level of capital the large banks have to reserve in the form of the supplementary leverage ratio, so that they can expand their credit in favor of treasury bills. So the banks are going to buy treasuries. This is desperate stuff. The next thing they'll do, I predict, is they'll turn your IRAs and your 401ks. You'll have to buy treasury bonds. That's the next step. So if you have self-directed IRAs and retirement plans, I'd move the money there, get it out of if you can. It's hard, it's expensive. If you can't, you just got to live with it. But I think the government will mandate that our retirement accounts invest in U.S. treasuries. It's the only source of capital that can take on the debt. But it'll only be a few trillion. Where are they going to get the rest of it from? Clearly, it's perceptions of currency risk which are driving government bond yields, not assumptions that central banks continue to control interest rates and bond yields. They don't. Initially, it is a concern for foreign holders of dollars and underlying financial instruments and investments totaling some 40 trillion. Wow, 1/3 more than US GDP. Foreigners hold 40 trillion? Wow. Those perceptions are bound to spread from foreign investors to domestic institutions, who will realize that if the Fed is forced to reduce interest rates in the event of a domestic financial and economic crisis, then the dollar will fall in purchasing power. Central banks predominantly in Asia already see this probability and have already been adjusting their reserves by selling paper currencies for gold. Above all, this is the end game for fiat currencies. It is not so much gold rising, but the prospects for the dollar and the entire fiat system deteriorating at an accelerating pace. As for BlackRock, Fidelity, and Schroders saying gilts are a screaming buy, I can only conclude that they are deliberately misleading us, or they are Keynesian fools. Brandon Neely. So Dick is coming in here saying Ham was Sparky 73, and you both convinced us to Railtown. And now Ham is shorting it? Bullshit. I see what he's trying to do. I don't think Ham has said very much about Railtown. And to my knowledge, Ham never recommended Railtown. So that's my own it's my own responsibility. And you both convinced it's not. Yeah, I agree. It's not true. Nico's Garage looks like a pretty good place to have a RLAIF investors cocktail. That's a good idea. We can all go to Bill Miko's. We can all go to Bill Miko's. But we can't show up on Harleys. We have to show up on Hondas, Kawasaki's, and BMWs. No, I would show up in a I don't know, some sort of convertible that has four wheels. Yeah, Railtown closed. Let me see where it closed. Railtown closed at 53.46, up 146. I would say, if you guys look at the chart, the pattern now is identical to what happened December, January, because that should show black, I think. Let me look and see if it does show black. The ink is black, the page is white. Together we learn to read and write, to read and write. Now the days, I can't get this so annoying. Yeah, it turned black. It was red earlier today, it turned black. So it's a complete match to the previous pattern. So if it follows the pattern, actually it was late May, early June. If it follows that pattern, tomorrow we should see a huge update back to, I'm looking at the Canadian price, but back to the mid 60s, low to mid 60s. And then the following several days, it'll go back to the 69 cent, go sideways. And then it rallies from there, probably going to $1.20. So it's very good action. Very good action. All right, I'm going to give it 2 minutes if anybody has a question. Otherwise, I'm signing out. This was a long day. It's a long way to Tipperary. It's a long way back home. They were married for 40 years? Wow. Wow, Coca-Cola rolling out a new version of Coke, sweetened with American cane sugar. All right, 4:30. I wish each of you peace. Thank you for tuning in. And I'm sorry, Bill, you had the wherewithal to survive that. You know better than I do your situation. And that decision makes a lot of sense to me in your situation. All right. So, peace to everybody, peace around the world, peace to the children around the world. And I hope all the puppy dogs in shelters find a new owner, and cats. Good night. Good night, Dennis, Alex. Good night. Good night.